with Mystics and Magicians in Tibet, Alexandra David-Néel. First published 1931. Contents: Author's Preface. 1. Tibet and the Lamas. 2. A Guest of the Lamas. 3. A Famous Tibetan Monastery. 4. Dealing with Ghosts and Demons. 5. Disciples of Yore and their Contemporary Emulators. 6. Psychic Sports. 7. Mystic Theories and Spiritual Training. 8. Psychic Phenomena in Tibet. How Tibetans Explain Them. Author's Preface. Immediately after the publication of my account of my journey to Lhasa, many persons expressed a wish, both in articles devoted to my book and in private conversation, to know how I came to live among the lamas, and also to learn more about the doctrines and practices of the mystics and magicians of Tibet. In this book, I attempt to satisfy their friendly curiosity. This task is, however, fraught with certain difficulties, owing to the limited space at my disposal. In order to answer these two questions in the order in which they have been put to me, I have started by describing the events which brought me into contact with the religious world of the lamas and of the various kinds of magicians who surround them. Next, I have tried to group together a certain number of salient points concerning the occult and mystical theories and the psychic training practices of the Tibetans. Whenever I have discovered in the rich store of my recollections a fact bearing on these subjects, I have related it as it came. Consequently, the book is not a record of travel, for the subject does no lend itself to that treatment. In the course of such investigations as I have pursued, the information obtained on one particular day is sometimes not completed till several months or several years later. It is only by presenting the final results of information gathered in various places that one can hope to give an adequate idea of the subject I am describing. It is my intention, later on, to treat the question of Tibetan mysticism and philosophy in a more technical work. As in my previous book, My Journey to Lhasa, the Tibetan names are generally transcribed phonetically only. The few cases in which the Tibetan orthography has been indicated will show how the correct pronunciation deviates from the spelling. For many Westerners, Tibet is wrapped in an atmosphere of mystery. The land of snows is for them the country of the unknown, the fantastic and the impossible. What superhuman powers have not been ascribed to the various kinds of lames, magicians, sorcerers, necromancers, and practitioners of the occult who inhabit those high tablelands, and whom both nature and their own deliberate purpose have so splendidly isolated from the rest of the world, and how readily are the strangest legends about them accepted as indisputable truths. In that country, plants, animals, and human beings seem to divert to their own purposes the best established laws of physics, chemistry, physiology, and even plain common sense. It is therefore quite natural that scholars accustomed to the strict discipline of experimental method should have paid to these stories merely the condescending and amused attention that is usually given to fairy tales. Such was my own state of mind up to the day when I had the good fortune to make the acquaintance of Madame Alexandra David-Néel. This well-known and courageous explorer of Tibet unites in herself all the physical, moral, and intellectual qualities that could be desired in one who is to observe and examine a subject of this kind. I must insist on saying this, however much her modesty may suffer. Madame David-Néel understands, writes, and speaks fluently all the dialects of Tibet. She has spent 14 consecutive years in the country and the neighboring regions. She is a professed Buddhist, and so has been able to gain the confidence of the most important lamas. Her adopted son is an ordained lame, and she herself has undergone the psychic exercises of which she speaks. Madame David-Néel has in fact become, as she herself says, a complete Asiatic, and, what is still more important for an explorer of a country hitherto inaccessible to foreign travelers, she is recognized as such by those among whom she has lived. This Easterner, this complete Tibetan, has nevertheless remained a Westerner, a disciple of Descartes and of Claude Bernard, practicing the philosophic skepticism of the former which, according to the latter, should be the constant ally of the scientific observer. Unencumbered by any preconceived theory and unbiased by any doctrine or dogma, Madame David-Néel has observed everything in Tibet in a free and impartial spirit. In the lectures which, in my capacity as professor of the Collège de France, succeeding my master Claude Bernard, I asked her to deliver, Madame David-Néel sums up her conclusions in these words: everything that relates, whether closely or more distantly, to psychic phenomena and to the action of psychic forces in general, should be studied just like any other science. There is nothing miraculous or supernatural in them, nothing that should engender or keep alive superstition. Psychic training, rationally and scientifically conducted, can lead to desirable results. That is why the information gained about such training, even though it is practiced empirically and based on theories to which we cannot always give assent, constitutes useful documentary evidence worthy of our attention. Here, it is clear, is a true scientific determinism, as far removed from skepticism as from blind credulity. The studies of Madame David-Néel will be of interest to Orientalists, psychologists, and physiologists alike. Dr. A. Darsenval, with mystics and magicians in Tibet. Chapter 1, Tibet and the Lamas. Well then, it is understood. I leave Dawasandip with you as interpreter. He will accompany you to Gangtok. Is it a man who is speaking to me? This short, yellow-skinned being clad in a robe of orange brocade, a diamond star sparkling on his hat, is he not rather a genie come down from the neighboring mountains? They say he is an incarnated Lama and heir prince of a Himalayan throne, but I doubt his reality. Probably he will vanish like a mirage, with his caparisoned little steed and his party of followers dressed in all the colors of the rainbow. He is a part of the enchantment in which I have lived these last 15 days. This new episode is of the stuff that dreams are made of. In a few minutes, I shall wake up in a real bed, in some country not haunted by genia, nor by incarnated lamas wrapped in shimmering silk. A country where men wear ugly dark coats, and the horses do not carry silver-inlaid saddles on golden yellow cloths. The sound of a kettle drum makes me start. 2 hot boys intone a melancholy minor tune. The youthful genie straddles his diminutive courser, knights and squires jump into their saddles. I shall expect you, the Lama Prince says, smiling graciously at me. I hear myself, as if I were listening to some other person, promising him that I will start the next day for his capital, and the little troop, headed by the musicians, disappears. As the last murmurs of the plaintive melody die away in the distance, the enchantment that has held me spellbound dissipates. I have not been dreaming, all this is real. I am at Kalimpong, in the Himalayas, and the interpreter given me when I arrived stands at my side. I have already related, in a previous book, my journey to Lhasa, the circumstances which had brought me to the Himalayas. Political reasons had at that time led the Dalai Lama to seek refuge in British territory. It had seemed to me a unique opportunity, while he was stopping at the Indian frontier, of obtaining an interview and getting information from him about the special type of Buddhism that prevails in Tibet. Very few strangers have ever approached the monk king hidden in his sacred city, in the land of snows. Even in exile, he saw no one. Up to the time of my visit, he had obstinately refused an audience to any woman except Tibetans, and I believe, even to this day, that I am the only exception to this rule. As I left Darjeeling in the early rosy dawn of a cool spring morning, I little guessed the far-reaching consequences of my request. I thought of a short excursion, of an interesting but brief interview, while actually I became involved in wanderings that kept me in Asia for full 14 years. At the beginning of that long series of journeys, the Dalai Lama figures, in my diaries, as an obliging host who, seeing a stranger without the walls, invites him to see over his domain. This the Dalai Lama did in a few words. Learn the Tibetan language, he told me. If one could believe his subjects who call him the omniscient, Thamsht Mikyenpa, the sovereign of Tibet, when giving me this advice, foresaw its consequences, and consciously directed me, not only towards Lhasa, his forbidden capital, but towards the mystic masters and unknown magicians, yet more closely hidden in his wonderland. At Kalimpong, the Lama king lived in a large house belonging to the minister of the Raja of Bhutan. To give the place a more majestic appearance, 2 rows of tall bamboo poles had been planted in the form of an avenue. Flags flew from every pole, with the inscription Mani Padme Hum, or the horse of the air, surrounded by magic formulas. The suite of the exiled sovereign was numerous and included more than 100 servants. They were for the most part engaged in interminable gossip, and quiet reigned round the habitation. But on fête days, or when visitors of rank were to be received, a crowd of busy officials and domestics poured out from all sides, peering at one from every window, crossing and recrossing the large plot of ground in front of the house, hurrying, screaming, agitated, and all so remarkably alike in their dirty, greasy robes that a stranger could easily make awkward mistakes about their rank. The splendor, decorum, and etiquette of the Potala were absent in that land of exile. Those who saw this roadside camp, where the head of the Tibetan theocracy waited for his subjects to reconquer his throne, could not imagine what the court at Lhasa was like. The British expedition penetrating into the forbidden territory and parading his capital, in spite of the sorcery of the most famous magicians, had probably led the Dalai Lama to understand that foreign barbarians were masters in a material sense, by right of force. The inventions that he noticed during his trip through India must also have convinced him of their ability to enslave and mold the material elements of nature. But his conviction that the white race is mentally inferior remained unshaken. And, in this, he only shared the opinion of all Asiatics, from Ceylon to the northern confines of Mongolia. A Western woman acquainted with Buddhist doctrines seemed to him an inconceivable phenomenon. If I had vanished into space while talking to him, he would have been less astonished. My reality surprised him most. But, when finally convinced, he politely inquired after my master, assuming that I could only have learned of Buddha from an Asiatic. It was not easy to convince him that the Tibetan text of one of the most esteemed Buddhist books, the Gyakar Rolpa, translated by Ed. Poucault, professor at the Collège de France, had been translated into French before I was born. "Ah well," he murmured at last, "if a few strangers have really learned our language and read our sacred books, they must have missed the meaning of them." This was my chance. I hastened to seize it. "It is precisely because I suspect that certain religious doctrines of Tibet have been misunderstood that I have come to you to be enlightened," I said. My reply pleased the Dalai Lama. He readily answered any questions I put to him, and a little later gave me a long written explanation of the various subjects we had discussed. The Prince of Sikkim and his escort having disappeared, it only remained for me to keep my promise and make ready to start for Gangtok. But there was something to be seen before moving on. The evening before, I had witnessed the benediction of the pilgrims by the Dalai Lama, a widely different scene from the pontifical benediction at Rome. For the Pope in a single gesture blesses the multitude, while the Tibetans are far more exacting and each expect an individual blessing. Among Lamaists, again, the manner of the blessing varies with the social rank of the blessed. The Lama places both hands on the heads of those he most respects. In other cases, only one hand, 2 fingers, or even only 1 finger. Lastly comes the blessing given by slightly touching the head with colored ribbons, attached to a short stick. In every case, however, there is contact, direct or indirect, between the Lama and the devotee. This contact, according to Lamaists, is indispensable because the benediction, whether of people or of things, is not meant to call down upon them the benediction of God, but to infuse into them some beneficial power that emanates from the Lama. The large number of people who came to Kalimpong to be touched by the Dalai Lama gave me some idea of his widespread prestige. The procession took several hours to pass before him, and I noticed that not only Lamaists but many people from Nepal and from Bengal, belonging to Hindu sects, had joined the crowd. I saw some, who had come only to look on, suddenly seized by an occult fervor, hurrying to join the pious flock. As I was watching this scene, my eyes fell on a man seated on the ground, a little to one side. His matted hair was wound around his head like a turban, in the style common to Hindu ascetics. Yet his features were not those of an Indian, and he was wearing dirty and much-torn Lamaist monastic garments. This tramp had placed a small bag beside him, and seemed to observe the crowd with a cynical expression. I pointed him out to Dawasandup, asking him if he had any idea who this Himalayan Diogenes might be. It must be a traveling Naljorpa. Naljorpa written Hoyorpa literally. He who has attained perfect serenity, but usually interpreted, an ascetic possessing magic powers, he answered. And, seeing my curiosity, my obliging interpreter went to the man and entered into conversation with him. He returned to me with a serious face and said, "This Lama is a peripatetic ascetic from Bhutan. He lives here and there in caves, empty houses, or under the trees. He has been stopping for several days in a small monastery near here." My thoughts returned to the vagabond when the prince and his escort had disappeared. I had no definite plan for the afternoon. Why should I not go to the Gampa monastery, where he was staying, and persuade him to talk? Was he really mocking, as he seemed to be, at the Dalai Lama and the faithful? And if so, why? There might be interesting reasons. I communicated my desire to Dawa Sandup, who agreed to accompany me. We went on horseback and soon reached the Gampa, which was only a large-sized country house. In the Lakhang, the room containing the holy images, we found the Naljorpa seated upon a cushion in front of a low table, finishing his meal. Cushions were brought and we were offered tea. It was difficult to begin a conversation with the ascetic, as his mouth appeared to be full of rice. He had only answered our polite greetings by a kind of grunt. I was trying to find a phrase to break the ice when the strange fellow began to laugh and muttered a few words. Dawa Sandup seemed embarrassed. "What does he say?" I asked. "Excuse me," answered the interpreter. "These Naljorpas sometimes speak roughly. I do not know if I should translate." "Please do," I replied. "I am here to take notes, especially of anything at all curious and original." "Well, then excuse me," he said. "What is this idiot here for?" Such rudeness did not greatly astonish me, as, in India also, certain yogins make a habit of insulting anyone who approaches them. Tell him I have come to ask why he mocked at the crowd seeking the benediction of the Dalai Lama, puffed up with a sense of their own importance and the importance of what they are doing. "Insects fluttering in the dung," muttered the Naljorpa between his teeth. This was vague, but the kind of language one expects from such men. "And you," I replied, "are you free from all defilement?" He laughed noisily. "He who tries to get out only sinks in deeper. I roll in it like a pig. I digest it and turn it into golden dust, into a brook of pure water. To fashion stars out of dog dung, that is the great work." Evidently my friend was enjoying himself. This was his way of posing as a superman. Are these pilgrims not right, to profit by the presence of the Dalai Lama and obtain his blessing? They are simple folk incapable of aspiring to the knowledge of the higher doctrines. But the Naljorpa interrupted me. For a blessing to be efficacious, he who gives it must possess the power that he professes to communicate. Would the precious protector, the Dalai Lama, need soldiers to fight the Chinese or other enemies if he possessed such a power? Could he not drive anyone he liked out of the country and surround Tibet with an invisible barrier that none could pass? The guru who was born in a lotus, Padmasambhava, who preached in Tibet in the 8th century, had such a power, and his blessing still reaches those who worship him, even though he lives in the distant land of the Rakshasas. I am only a humble disciple, and yet, it appeared to me that the humble disciple was maybe a little mad and certainly very conceited for his, and yet had been accompanied by a glance that suggested many things. My interpreter, meanwhile, was visibly uneasy. He profoundly respected the Dalai Lama and disliked to hear him criticized. On the other hand, the man who could create stars out of dog dung inspired him with a superstitious fear. I proposed to leave, but as I understood that the Lama was going away the next morning, I handed Dawa Sandup a few rupees for the traveler to help him on his way. This present displeased the Naljorpa. He refused it, saying he had already received more provisions than he could carry. Dawa Sandup thought it right to insist. He took a few steps forward, intending to place the money on a table near the Lama. Then I saw him stagger, fall backward, and strike his back against the wall as if he had been violently pushed. He uttered a cry and clutched at his stomach. The Naljorpa got up and, sneering, left the room. "I feel as if I had received a terrible blow," said Dawa Sandup. "The Lama is irritated. How shall we appease him?" Let us go, I answered. The Lama has probably nothing to do with it. You, perhaps, have heart trouble and had better consult a doctor. Pale and troubled, the interpreter answered nothing. Indeed, there was nothing to be said. We returned, but I was not able to reassure him. The next day, Dawasandup and I left for Gangtok. The mule path that we followed dives right into the Himalayas, the sacred land which ancient Indian traditions people with famous sagas, stern magicians, ascetics, and deities. The summer resorts established by foreigners on the border of these impressive highlands have not yet modified their aspect. A few miles away from the hotels where the Western world enjoys dancing and jazz bands, the primeval forest reigns. Shrouded in the moving fogs, a fantastic army of trees, draped in livid green moss, seems to keep watch along the narrow tracks, warning or threatening the traveler with enigmatic gestures. From the low valleys buried under the exuberant jungle to the mountain summits covered with eternal snow, the whole country is bathed in occult influences. In such scenery, it is fitting that sorcery should hold sway. The so-called Buddhist population is practically shamanist, and a large number of mediums, Banduum, Pavos, Bunting, and Yabas of both sexes, even in the smallest hamlets, transmit the messages of gods, demons, and the dead. I slept on the way at Pakyong, and the next day I reached Gangtok. As I neared this village capital, I was greeted by a sudden and formidable hailstorm. Tibetans think that meteorological phenomena are the work of demons or magicians. A hailstorm is one of their favorite weapons. The former use it to hinder pilgrims on their journey to holy places, and the latter by this means defend their hermitages against intruders and keep off faint-hearted candidates for discipleship. A few weeks after my arrival, the superstitious Dawasandup confessed that he had consulted an MPA diviner about the unexpected attack of hail upon the otherwise gloriously sunny day of my arrival. The oracle declared that the local gods and the holy lamas were not hostile to me, but that, nevertheless, I should meet with many difficulties if I attempted to live in the land of the religion, as Tibetans call their country. A prediction very generously fulfilled. His Highness Sidkyong Namgyal, hereditary prince of Sikkim, was a veritable lama, abbot of a monastery of the Karma-Kagyud sect, and a tulku, a lama of high rank whom foreigners call a living Buddha, believed to be the reincarnation of his uncle, a lama of saintly memory. As usual, he had donned the monastic garb while still a child, and spent a part of his youth in the monastery of which he was now the head. The British government having chosen him, in preference to his elder brother, as successor to the Maharaja his father, he was put in charge of an anglicized Indian as guardian and teacher. A short stay at Oxford and a trip round the world completed his heterogeneous education. Sidkyong Tulku, in Tibetan language, titles or other honors follow the name, knew English better than his mother tongue, Tibetan. He spoke Hindustani fluently, and also a little Chinese. The private villa he had built in his father's gardens resembled an English country house unposed on a Tibetan temple. The same contrasts were repeated within. The ground floor was furnished according to English taste, while upstairs there was an oratory with Lamaist images and a Tibetan sitting room. The young prince was very open-minded. He immediately became interested in my researches, and facilitated my task with great zeal. The first part of my stay in Sikkim was devoted to visiting the monasteries scattered through the forests. Picturesquely situated, usually on the spur of a mountain, their aspect impressed me deeply. I like to imagine these rustic dwellings inhabited by thinkers liberated from worldly ambitions and struggles, who passed their days in peace and deep meditations. I did not, however, find the monasteries quite what I expected. The monks of Sikkim are for the most part illiterate and have no desire to be enlightened, even about the Buddhism which they profess. Nor indeed have they the necessary leisure. The Gampas of Sikkim are poor, they have but a very small income, and no rich benefactors. Their Trappas are compelled to work for their living. Foreign authors call all members of the Lamaist clergy indiscriminately lamas, but this is not the custom in Tibet. The only monks who have a right to the title of lama, written blama, which means superior, Excellent are the ecclesiastical dignitaries such as the tulkus, the abbots of large monasteries, the heads of the great monastic colleges, and monks who hold high university degrees. All other monks, even those who have been ordained as Gelong, are called Trapas, student. Nevertheless, it is usual to give the courtesy title of Lama to aged and learned monks when addressing them. In Sikkim, a number of Trapas whom their colleagues held to be learned men were capable of celebrating a few religious rites. They taught the novices to recite the liturgy and received as fees gifts in kind, more rarely a little money, and often merely the domestic service of their pupils. However, the exercise of their priestly functions was the main source of their income. Orthodox Buddhism strictly forbids religious rites, and the learned lamas acknowledge that they cannot bestow spiritual enlightenment, which can only be acquired by personal intellectual effort. Yet the majority believe in the efficacy of certain ritualistic methods of the healing of the sick, securing material prosperity, the conquest of evil beings, and the guidance of the spirits of the dead in the other world. The funeral ceremonies were the principal duty of the Himalayan monks. They celebrated these rites with zeal, even with pleasure, for they include 1 or 2 banquets offered by the family of the dead to the monks of the monastery to which he had been attached. The officiating Trapas also receive presents of money and in kind at the house of the dead man. Now, the peasant clergy of these forests are generally poor and ill-fed, and it is difficult for them to suppress a thrill of delight when the death of a rich villager promises them several days' feast. Grown-up men usually dissimulate their feelings, but the child novices who guard the cattle in the woods are amusingly frank. One day, while I was sitting not far from some of these youthful herdsmen, a far-off sound of wind instruments reached us. In an instant, the boys who had been playing stopped listening attentively. Again we heard the same sound. The children had understood. "The conches," said one of them. "Someone is dead," another answered. Then they kept silent, looking at each other, their eyes sparkling with pleasure. "We shall have meat to eat," one of the boys whispered. In many villages, the Lamiest priest comes into competition with the sorcerer, though as a rule this leads to no animosity. Generally, each has more or less faith in the worth of his rival's methods. Although the Lama is held in higher esteem than the boil sorcerer, a follower of the ancient religion of the Aborigines, or than the Gagspa, magician, assimilated to the official clergy, these latter are, nevertheless, believed to be more skillful in dealing with the demons who harm living beings or the spirits of the dead. An unforeseen incident led me to discover how the spirit of a dead man is drawn out of his body by the officiating Lama and directed on the right road in the next world. I was returning that day from an excursion in the forest when I heard a sharp, brief cry, unlike that of any animal known to me. A few minutes later, the same cry was twice repeated. I advanced slowly and noiselessly in the direction of the sound, and discovered a cabin which had been hidden by a slight rise in the ground. Lying flat between the bushes, I could observe what was going on without being seen. 2 monks were seated under the trees, their gaze lowered in an attitude of meditation. "Hic!" cried one, upon a peculiar abnormal shrill note. "Hic!" repeated the other after a few minutes, and so they continued, with long intervals of silence, during which they remained motionless between the shrieks. I noticed that a great effort seemed required to produce this sound, which apparently came up from their very entrails. After having watched them for some time, I saw one of the Trapas put his hands upon his throat. His face expressed suffering. He turned his head to one side and spat out a stream of blood. His companion said a few words that I could not hear. Without answering, the monk rose and went towards the cabin. I then noticed a long straw standing straight up on the top of his head. What did this ornament signify? While the Traps entered the hut and his friend had his back to me, I escaped. As soon as I saw Dawasandup, I questioned him. What were these men doing? Why did they utter this strange cry? That, he said, is the ritualistic cry that the officiating Lama shouts beside a man who has just died, in order to free the spirit and cause it to leave the body through a hole that this magic syllable opens on the summit of the skull. Only a Lama who has received from a competent master the power of uttering that hic with the right intonation and required force is capable of success. After hic, he shouts fat. But he must be careful not to articulate fat when he is only practicing, like the monks you overheard. The combination of these two sounds invariably leads to the separation of body and spirit, so that the Lama who pronounced them correctly over himself would immediately die. This danger does not exist when he is officiating, because he acts by proxy, in place of the dead lending him his voice, so that the effect of the magic words is felt by the dead man, not by the Lama. Once the psychic power of drawing the spirit out of its corporeal envelope has been conferred by a competent master upon a disciple, the latter must practice the uttering of hic in the right tone. It is known that this has been attained when a straw stuck in the skull stands up straight as long as desired. For by shouting hic, a slight opening in the skull is produced, and the straw is placed in it. In the case of a dead man, the opening is much larger. It is sometimes large enough to introduce the little finger. Dawasandup was much interested in all questions concerning death and the spirit world. 5 or 6 years after I knew him, he translated a classic Tibetan work on the peregrinations of the dead in the next world. Several foreigners, Orientalist scholars, or British officials have employed Dawasandup and acknowledged his ability. However, I have good reasons to think that none of them knew the real peculiarities of high character as I did. Dawasandup was an occultist, and even, in a certain way, a mystic. He sought for secret intercourse with the Dakinis, feminine deities. Dakini is their Sanskrit name used also in Tibetan mystic literature. Their Tibetan name is Mkahagroma, pronounced Kandoma. They are often styled mothers, and are said to impart esoteric profound doctrines to their devotees, and the dreadful gods hoping to gain supernormal powers. Everything that concerned the mysterious world of beings, generally invisible, strongly attracted him, but the necessity of earning his living made it impossible for him to devote much time to his favorite study. Born at Kalimpong, his ancestors were hillmen, Bhutanis or Sikkimese from the Tibetan stock of the invaders. He got a scholarship and was educated at the High School of Darjeeling, established for young men of Tibetan origin. He entered the British government service in India and became interpreter at Bak's Duar, on the southern frontier of Bhutan. There he met the Lama whom he chose for spiritual guide. I got some idea of this teacher from the accounts of Dawasandup, who venerated him deeply. He must have resembled many lamas whom I have met later on, harboring in his mind a mixture of learning and superstitions, but, above all, a good and charitable man. He was distinguished from all his colleagues, however, by having had as master a veritable saint whose death is worth relating. This holy Lama was an anchorite who practiced mystic contemplation in a secluded spot in Bhutan. As is often the case, one of his disciples shared his hermitage and served him. One day, a pious benefactor came to see the ascetic and left him a sum of money to purchase winter provisions. His disciple, urged on by covetousness, stabbed him and ran off with the silver. The aged Lama was still alive, and came to his senses soon after the murderer had gone. His wounds caused him excruciating suffering, and to escape this torture he sank into meditation. Concentration of thought is carried so far by Tibetan mystics that it becomes anesthetic and they do not feel anything, or at a lower degree of power they can thus greatly lessen their pains. When another disciple of the Lama went to visit him a few days later, he found him rolled up in a blanket and motionless. The smell from the festering wounds and the blood-stained blanket caught his attention. He questioned his master. The hermit then told him what had happened, but when the man wished to get a doctor from the nearest monastery, he was forbidden to do so. If the lamas and villagers happen to hear about my condition, they will search for the culprit, said the ascetic. He cannot have got far. They would find him and probably condemn him to death. I cannot permit this. I wish to give him more time to escape. One day he will perhaps return to the right path, and in any case I shall not have been the cause of his death. So do not tell anyone what you have seen here. Now go, leave me alone. While I meditate, I do not suffer. but when I become conscious of my body, my pain is unbearable. An Oriental disciple does not discuss an order of this kind. The man prostrated himself at his guru's, guru in Sanskrit, the spiritual father and guide. This word is used by Tibetan mystics, especially in book language, feet and left. A few days later, the hermit, all alone in his hut, passed away. Although Dawasandap greatly admired the conduct of the Holy Lama, such moral summits were not for him. He humbly confessed it. Drink, a failing frequent among his countrymen, had been the curse of his life. This increased his natural tendency to anger and led him, one day, within an ace of murder. I had some influence over him while I lived at Gangtok. I persuaded him to promise the total abstinence from fermented beverages that is enjoined on all Buddhists. But it needed more energy than he possessed to persevere. It was impossible for him to resist his surroundings. Where men say that to drink and leave one's reason at the bottom of the cup is the proper thing for a faithful disciple of Padmasambhava. Padmasambhava belonged to the degenerate sect of Tantric Buddhism. Yet, nothing proves he was naturally intemperate, as some of his followers wish to make us believe, to justify their drunkenness. When I met Dawasandap, he had left the government service to become headmaster of the Tibetan school at Gangtok. He was too extraordinary for words in this role. His passion for reading literally tyrannized the man. Wherever he went, he carried a book with him, and, absorbed in it, he lost himself in a kind of ecstasy. For hours he would forget where he was. His learned translations, his long conversations with lamas, and the celebrating of occult rites constantly distracted him from attending to his school. Indeed, he often seemed to have forgotten its very existence. Sometimes for a whole month he did not set foot in the schoolroom, abandoning his scholars to the care of an undermaster, who followed his example in neglecting them, as far as he dared without risking his job. Left to themselves, the boys played and wandered in the woods, forgetting the little they had learned. However, the day would come when Dawasandap, severe as a judge of the dead, suddenly appeared before his pupils, who trembled in every limb, knowing full well what they had to expect. First, they had to stand in a line in front of their examiner, who then questioned a boy at one or the other end of the line. If the child gave an incorrect answer, or none at all, his comrade next in line might answer, and if his solution was right, he was ordered to slap the ignorant in the face and take his place. The victim was again questioned. If he did not show more learning than the first time, the third in line was called up, and if successful would be told to slap his comrade and take his place. An unlucky urchin, stupefied by these repeated brutalities, reached the end of the row, having received a dozen blows. Not infrequently it happened that several boys standing side by side were incapable of reciting their lessons. In that case, the most erudite of the group distributed all the slaps, and if all the children showed themselves equally ignorant, Dawasandap himself chastised them all. Certain pupils hesitated to give a friend a hard blow and only made a presence of striking him. But Dawasandap was on the lookout. "Come up here," he would say with a little ferocious laugh. "You do not know how it is done, my boy. I'll teach you." And bang, his large hand would strike the poor lad in the face. Then the boy had to demonstrate, on his friend's cheek, that he had learned the lesson given by his terrible teacher. Sometimes the faults to be punished were not connected with the pupil's work. In that strange school, devoid of all discipline, the inventive mind of Dawasandap discovered transgressions to rules which had never been made. In these cases, he used a specially long and heavy stick, ordering the culprit to stretch out his arm and keep his hand open. Then the boy received on his palm the number of strokes fixed by his master. As he maneuvered his weapon, Dawasandap executed a kind of savage war dance, marking each stroke with a leap and a wild exclamation of "Ban!" So, with the active though unwilling cooperation of the victim, whose pain caused him to stamp, writhe and yell, the punishment looked like a devilish ballet. Arriving unexpectedly at the school one day, I witnessed one of these scenes, and the children, who became familiar with me, frankly described their teacher's educational methods. After a few days of this active professorship, Dawasandap would again abandon his pupils. I could tell many other stories about my good interpreter, some quite amusing, in the style of Boccaccio. He played other parts than those of occultist, schoolmaster, and writer. But, peace to his memory, I do not wish to belittle him. Having acquired real erudition by persevering efforts, he was sympathetic and interesting. I congratulate myself on having met him, and gratefully acknowledge my debt to him. I may add that Dawa Sandup is the author of the first, and up to now, only English-Tibetan dictionary, and that he ended his days as professor of Tibetan at the University of Calcutta. My joy was intense when the Prince Tulku announced that a real Tibetan doctor of philosophy from the famous University of Trashilhumpo, near Shigatse, the capital of the Tsang province, was coming to live at the Enche Monastery, near Gangtok, and that he also expected another Lama, a native from Sikkim who had studied in Tibet, to return shortly to his country. I soon was able to meet these two men and found them learned and distinguished scholars. The doctor of philosophy's name was Kushog, Tibetan equivalent of Sir Kuzded, and he belonged to the family of the ancient kings of Tibet. He had been some years in prison for some political offense, and attributed his delicate state of health to poisoned food absorbed during his incarceration. The Prince of Sikkim held men of learning in high esteem. He was glad to receive the refugee and appointed him abbot of the Anche Gompa, with the further duty of teaching grammar and sacred literature to about 20 novices. Kushog Chuzded was a Gelug-spa, that is to say a follower of the reformed sect founded by Tsongkhapa about AD 1400, familiarly known as the sect of the Yellow Hats. Foreign writers who describe the doctrines and religious practices of the Yellow Hats as completely opposed to those of the Red Hats would have recognized their error on finding, at Enche Monastery, a Gelug-spa abbot presiding over monks of the Red sect and chanting the liturgy with them. I do not know whether this Lama gave himself assiduously to meditation and should be classed as a mystic, but he certainly possessed extraordinary erudition. His memory resembled a miraculous library, where each book was ready at the asking, to open at the desired page. Without the slightest effort he could quote texts by the dozen on any matter connected with Lamaism, Buddhist philosophy, and Tibetan history or secular literature. This is, however, not an unusual feat in Tibet, but his perfect understanding and subtle comprehension of shades of meaning was quite uncommon. Whether from fear of being thought obtrusive or from pride of birth, his rank being higher than that of his protector, the Lama seldom visited the prince at his villa, and only to consult with him about affairs concerning the monastery. Sometimes he came to see me, but I generally went up to his Gompa, which stood on a spur of the mountain that dominated Gangtok. After several conversations, the Lama, suspicious as are most Orientals, devised an amusing stratagem to test my knowledge of Buddhism and the extent of my understanding of its doctrines. One day when I was seated in his room, he took out of a drawer a long list of questions, and with exquisite politeness asked me to answer them at once. The subjects treated were abstruse, and had certainly been chosen with the intention of embarrassing me. I passed the trial honorably. My examiner seemed content. He then confessed that up to this moment he had not believed me to be a Buddhist, and that, not being able to discover my reasons for questioning the lamas about their religion, he had feared that my designs were evil. After this he seemed quite reassured and manifested great confidence in me. The second Lama, who arrived shortly after this at Gangtok, came from the monastery of Tolung Serphug, situated in the region of Lhasa. He had studied there in his youth and returned later as secretary to the head of the sect of the Karmapas, one of the most important Red Hat sects. He was called Burmiag Kushog, the Honorable of Burmiag, because he was the son of the lord of that place, one of the rare members of the Sikkimese nobility who belonged to the aboriginal race called the Lepchas. Like Kushog Chuzded, he had received the higher ordination of Geelong and was a celibate. He was chaplain to the Maharaja and, as such, occupied an apartment in the palace. Nearly every afternoon he crossed the gardens and went to the villa where the crown prince lived. There, in the sitting room furnished according to English taste, We had long conversations on topics quite foreign to Westerners. I like to recall these talks, which gradually enabled me to lift the veil that hides the real Tibet and its religious world. Sidkyong Tolku, always wearing his brocade robes, presided, seated on a couch. A table was placed in front of him, and I sat opposite, in an armchair. We were each provided with a little bowl of fine Chinese porcelain, with a silver saucer and a cover shaped like a pagoda roof, studded with coral and turquoises. At a short distance from the prince, the Honorable of Burmiag, majestically draped in his garnet-colored toga, had an armchair and a bowl with a silver saucer, but without a cover. As for Dawasandup, who was often present, he squatted tailor fashion, in the east they say like a lotus, at our feet, and his bowl, placed upon the rug, had neither cover nor saucer. The complicated and very strict Tibetan etiquette was thus obeyed. While that learned and fluent orator, Burmiag Kushog, talked, we were lavishly supplied with Tibetan tea, the color of faded roses and flavored with butter and salt. Rich Tibetans always have a bowl of this tea near at hand. A popular expression to describe wealthy people is, their lips are always moistened with tea or beer. However, tea only appeared in these reunions out of respect for my orthodox Buddhist principles. A young attendant brought in a large silver teapot. He carried it around shoulder high and lowered it to the level of our cups with studied gestures, as if he was performing some religious rite. A few sticks of incense burning in a corner of the room spread a penetrating fragrance unlike any I had ever smelt in India or in China. Sometimes a slow, solemn melody, at once melancholy and subdued, reached us from the distant palace temple, and Burmiag Lama continued talking, describing the lives and thoughts of some sages or magicians who had lived or were living today in the forbidden land whose frontier was so near. To Kushog Chazed and to Burmiag Kushog I owe my first initiation into the creeds held by the Lamaists regarding death and the beyond, creeds unknown to most foreigners. As one of these lamas was Red Hat, and the other belonged to the Yellow Hat sect, by listening to both, I was sure of acquiring information that represented the general opinion, and not that of any one particular sect or creed. Moreover, in the years that followed, I had numerous occasions, in different parts of Tibet, of questioning other lamas on this subject. For the convenience of the reader, I will put together some of this information in the following summary. Death and the beyond. The profane generally imagine that Buddhists believe in the reincarnation of the soul and even in metempsychosis. This is erroneous. Buddhism teaches that the energy produced by the mental and physical activities of a being brings about the apparition of new mental and physical phenomena when once this being has been dissolved by death. There exist a number of subtle theories upon this subject, and the Tibetan mystics seem to have attained a deeper insight into the question than most other Buddhists. However, in Tibet, as elsewhere, the views of the philosophers are only understood by the elite. The masses, although they repeat the orthodox creed, all aggregates are impermanent. No ego exists in the person, nor in anything, remain attached to the more simple belief in an undefined entity traveling from world to world, assuming various forms. The ideas of the Lamaists regarding the condition of man immediately after death differ from those held by the Buddhists of the southern countries, Ceylon, Burma, Siam. They affirm that a certain time elapses between his death and his rebirth among one or other of the 6 kinds of recognized sentient beings. According to popular belief, the class of beings in which one is reborn, and the more or less happy conditions in which one is placed among them, depend upon the good and evil actions one has accomplished during one's previous existence. The more enlightened lamas teach that man, or any other being, by his thoughts and actions, creates affinities which, quite naturally, lead him to a kind of existence in keeping with the nature of these affinities. Others say that, by his actions, and above all by his mental activity, he modifies his very substance, and so acquires the characteristics of a god, an animal, or of any kind of being. So far, these views differ very little from those expressed among Buddhists. The following Lamaist theories are more original. In the first place, the great importance given to cleverness by certain Mahayana Buddhist sects is still more emphasized by Lamaists. "He who knows how to go about it could live comfortably even in hell," is a very popular saying in Tibet. This explains more clearly than any definition or description all that the lamas mean by thabs, i.e. method. Thus, while most of their co-religionists believe that the fate of the dead is mathematically fixed in accordance with their moral character, the lamas declare that he who knows the proper method is capable of modifying for the better his post-mortem fate. In other words, he may cause himself to be reborn in the most agreeable conditions possible. They say, as agreeable as possible, because in spite of cleverness, the weight of past actions has considerable force. In fact, it is often so powerful that all the efforts of a dead being, or of an initiate devoted to his welfare, are unable to stop the spirit from precipitating itself into a miserable rebirth. We shall have an illustration of this difficulty a little later, starting with the idea that method, the savoir-faire, is of an essential importance. The lamas think that after having learned the art of living well, one must learn the art of dying well and of doing well in other worlds. Initiates acquainted with mystic lore are supposed to know what awaits them when they die, and contemplative lamas have foreseen and experienced, in this life, the sensations that accompany death. They will, therefore, neither be surprised nor troubled when their present personality disintegrates. That which is to continue, entering conscious into the next world, will be already familiar with the roads and bypaths and the places to which they lead. What is this that which continues its way after the body has become a corpse? It is a special consciousness among the several distinguished by Lamaists. The consciousness of the I, or according to another definition, the will to live. I shall use the term spirit for the traveler whose peregrinations in the next world we are to follow. This term is far from conveying exactly the idea which earned Tibetans embody in the words Yid-ki Renampar Shespa, but it has the advantage of being familiar to Westerners, and indeed, there is none more suitable in any European language. I said that, according to Tibetans, a mystic initiate is capable of keeping his mind lucid during the disintegration of his personality, and that it is possible to him to pass from this world to the next fully conscious of what is happening. It follows that such a man does not need the help of anyone in his last hours, nor any religious rites after his death. But this is not the case for ordinary mortals. By ordinary mortals we must understand anyone, monk or layman, who has not mastered the science of death, and these are, naturally, the great majority. Lamaism does not abandon these ignorants to themselves. While they are dying, and after they are dead, a lama teaches them that which they have not learned while they were alive. He explains to them the nature of the beings and things which appear on their way. He reassures them, and, above all, he never ceases guiding them in the right direction. The lama who is assisting a dying man is careful to prevent him from falling asleep, or from fainting or falling into a coma. He points out the successive departure of the special consciousness attached to each sense, zizi. Consciousness of the eye, consciousness of the nose, of the tongue, of the body, of the ear. That is to say, he calls attention to the gradual loss of sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing. Then, the task of the lama is to make the spirit spring out of its envelope through the top of the head, for if it leaves by any other road, the future well-being of the man will be greatly jeopardized. This extraction of the spirit is produced by the ritualistic cry of hic, followed by fat. Before uttering the cry, the lama must concentrate his thoughts and identify himself with the man who has just died. He must make the effort which the man himself ought to have made, to cause the spirit to ascend to the summit of the skull with sufficient force to produce the fissure through which it can escape. Initiates who are capable of making the spirit rise for themselves utter the liberating cries of hic and fat when they feel their end approaching, and so free themselves without help. They are also able to commit suicide in this way, and it is said that certain mystics have done so. The disembodied spirit then begins a strange pilgrimage. The popular belief is that a journey really takes place through lands that really exist and are peopled with real beings. But the more learned Lamaists consider the journey as a series of subjective visions, a dream that the spirit himself weaves under the influence of his character and his past actions. Certain Lamaists assert that, immediately after the spirit has been disincarnated, it has an intuition, fugitive as a streak of lightning, of the supreme reality. If it can seize this light, it is definitely set free from the round of successive births and deaths. It has reached the state of nirvana. This is rarely the case. Generally, the spirit is dazzled by this sudden light. He shrinks from it, pulled backward by his false conceptions, his attachment to individual existence, and to the pleasure of the senses. Or else, the significance of what he has seen escapes him, just as a man absorbed by his preoccupations will fail to notice what is going on around him. The ordinary man who has died while in a faint does not immediately understand what has happened when he becomes conscious again. For several days he will talk to people living in his former dwelling place, and he will be astonished that no one answers him or seems to be aware of his presence. A lama of the monastery of Litang in eastern Tibet told me that some dead men had communicated through the intermediary of paos, mediums, the fact that they had tried to use objects belonging to them. They wanted to take a plow to work their fields or to reach their clothes, which were hanging on a hook, and put them on. They were irritated at not being able to carry on the life to which they were accustomed. In such cases, the spirit of the dead is disoriented. What can have happened to him? He notices an inert body similar to his own and sees the lamas chanting around him. Is it possible that he is dead? Simple people believe that the disincarnated spirit must go to a sandy spot and observe his footprints on the ground. If these footprints are reversed, that is to say, if the heels are in front and the toes turned backwards, he can no longer doubt that he is dead. We may as well ask how a spirit can possess feet. It is not really the spirit which is provided with limbs, but the ethereal double to which he is still attached. For Tibetans, like Egyptians, believe in the double. During life, in a normal state, this double is closely united with the material body. Nevertheless, certain circumstances may cause their separation. The double can then leave the material body and show itself in different places, or being itself invisible, it can accomplish various peregrinations. With some people, this separation of the double from the body happens involuntarily, but Tibetans say that those who have trained themselves for the purpose can effect it at will. The separation, however, is not complete, for a strand subsists, connecting the two forms. The link persists during a certain length of time after death. The destruction of the corpse generally, but not necessarily, brings about the destruction of the double in the end. In certain cases, it may survive its companion. In Tibet, one meets people who have been in a state of lethargy and are able to describe the various places in which, they say, they have traveled. Some have only visited countries inhabited by men, while others can tell of their peregrinations in the paradises, the purgatories, or in the bardo, an intermediary region where spirits wander after death while waiting to be reincarnated. The existence of such a region is denied by Orthodox Buddhists. These curious travelers are called delogs, which means one who has returned from the beyond. Though the delogs vary in their descriptions of places and events, they usually agree in depicting the feelings of the pseudo-dead as definitely pleasant. A woman whom I met in a village of Sarong had some years ago remained inanimate for a whole week. She said she had been agreeably astonished by the lightness and agility of her new body and the extraordinary rapidity of its movements. She had only to wish herself in a certain place to be there immediately. She could cross rivers, walking upon the waters, or pass through walls. There was only one thing she found impossible: to cut an almost impalpable cord that attached her ethereal being to the material body, which she could see perfectly well sleeping upon her couch. This cord lengthened out indefinitely, but nevertheless, it sometimes hampered her movements. She would get caught up in it, she said. A male delog, whom my son had met in his youth, gave a similar description of his state. Evidently, the Dalog is not really a dead man, so that nothing can prove that the sensations he experiences in his lethargy are the same as those felt by the dead. Tibetans, however, do not seem to be troubled by this distinction. When the dying man has taken his last breath, he is dressed by putting his clothes on backwards, the front of the gown fastened on his back. Then he is tied up with his legs crossed, or his knees bent and touching his breast. In the villages, the body, dressed in this way, is usually placed in a cauldron. As soon as the corpse has been taken out for its journey to the cemetery, this cauldron is hastily washed, and soup or tea is often prepared in it for the funeral guests who do not seem troubled by fear of infection from the corpse. In Tibet, funeral ceremonies occupy many days, and though the high altitude of the central and northern provinces retards decomposition, in the hot and damp valleys, corpses kept for a week or longer spread a putrid odor. This does not in the least affect the appetite of the officiating Trapas, who continue to advise the dead, signaling the roads he should follow and those he should avoid in the next world. They take their meals facing the departed one. One may even say they eat with him, for the chief monk invites him by names as follows: "Spirit, come here immediately and feed yourself." In the wooded regions of Tibet, the bodies are burned. The inhabitants of the vast barren northern and central regions, where cow dung is the only fuel available, abandon the corpses to the beasts of prey, either in cemeteries reserved near the villages or anywhere on the mountain solitudes. The bodies of high religious dignitaries are sometimes preserved by the double process of salting and cooking in butter. These mummies are called mardong. Swathed in clothes, their faces painted with gold, they are placed in mausoleums of massive silver, studded with precious stones. A pane of glass is sometimes fitted in these cases, on a level with the head, so that the gilded face can be seen. Other Grand Lamas are incinerated with butter and their bones preserved in rich caskets. All funeral monuments in Tibet take the form of chorten, which are imitations of the stupas which the ancient Buddhists of India built over their holy dead or other precious relics. In obedience to Buddhist beliefs in the excellence of charitable deeds, Lamists find in the funerals a fitting occasion for a supreme act of charity. The dead man wished, or is supposed to have wished, that his body should serve as his last gift, to nourish those tormented by hunger. A work entitled A Guide for the Spirit of the Dead in the Next World, Stas Ki Renamshas Tog Grang, expounds the subject as follows. 1. The body is transported to the top of a mountain. It is dismembered, the 4 limbs being cut off with a well-sharpened knife. The entrails, the heart, the lungs are laid out on the ground. The birds, wolves, and foxes feed themselves upon them. 2. The body is thrown into a sacred river. The blood and the humors are dissolved in the blue water. The fish and the otters eat the flesh and the fat. 3. The body is burned. Flesh, bones, and skin are reduced to a heap of cinders. The Tises are demigods who feed upon odors, but while some of them nourish themselves with sweet fragrances, others prefer odors which are offensive to us, such as that of burnt flesh, are nourished by the odor. 4. The body is hidden in the earth. Flesh, bones, and skin are sucked by worms. Families who can afford to pay the officiating monks have the religious service repeated every day for 6 weeks following the funerals. After this, an effigy is made with a light frame of sticks, supporting clothes that belong to the deceased. A sheet of paper represents the face. The portrait of the dead person is sometimes sketched upon it. More often, a printed paper sheet is bought, ready-made, in a monastery. There are 2 models, one being the picture of a man, the other that of a woman. The name of the departed is written under the drawn portrait or the printed picture. There is one more, final, religious ceremony, at the close of which the officiating lama burns the paper sheet, or face of the dead person. The clothes in which the effigy was dressed are given to the lama as part of his fee. After this symbolic incineration, the ties which might still have attached the deceased to this world are considered to be definitely severed. Tibetans keenly desire avoiding any intercourse with the dead. Peasants use especially precise words to get rid of them. Just before the corpse is carried out of the house, a meal is served to him, and an aged member of the family harangues him in these words: "So-and-so, listen. You are dead, be sure of that. You have nothing more to do here. Eat copiously for the last time. You have a long road to run and several mountain passes to cross. Take strength and do not return again." I heard an even stranger discourse. After having duly told the dead man that he no longer belonged to this world and bidding him never to reappear, the orator added, "Pagzin, I must tell you that your house has been destroyed by fire. Everything you possessed is burned. Because of a debt you had forgotten, your creditor has taken your 2 sons away as slaves. Your wife has left with a new husband. As it would sadden you to see all this misery, be careful not to return." I listened in astonishment to this extraordinary list of calamities. "How did this series of misfortunes happen?" I asked an assistant. "Nothing at all has happened," he answered, smiling maliciously. "The farm and the cattle are intact, and the widow is sitting quietly at home with the sons. We invented that tale to disgust Pagzin, so that he will not think of returning to his home." This seemed rather a naive stratagem for people who credit the spirit with the faculty of seeing what is going on in our world. In liturgical terms far more solemn than those employed by the villagers, the Lama also advises the departed one to follow his road without looking backward. But this counsel is for his own good, while the common people only think of avoiding the occult presence of a ghost, which they consider dangerous. During the celebration of these various ceremonies, the spirit travels through the bardo. He beholds, in turn, radiant beautiful beings and hideous forms. He sees diversely colored paths and a crowd of strange visions. These apparitions frighten him. He is bewildered and wanders at random among them. If he is able to hear and to follow the advices of the officiating Lama, he can take a road that will lead him to be reborn among the gods, or in some other pleasant condition, just as the initiate may, who has entered consciously into the bardo after a careful study of its map. But men who have not learned anything about the bardo, and who enter it while absorbed in their regret at leaving the material world, can hardly profit by the counsels given to them. So they miss the opportunity of escaping the mathematically rigid consequences of their actions. The roads to celestial happiness are behind them. The wombs of human and of animal beings are offered them, and, deceived by their hallucinations, they fancy these to be pleasant grottos or palaces. Thinking they will find an agreeable resting place, they enter one or another of them, and thus determine for themselves the conditions of their rebirth. This one will become a dog, while another will be the son of distinguished human parents. According to other beliefs, the great mass of people who have not obtained post-mortem spiritual illumination, by seizing the meaning of the vision which arose before them immediately after death, travel like a frightened flock of sheep through the phantasmagoria of Bardo, until they reach the court of Shinje, the judge of the dead. Shinje examines their past actions in a mirror, or weighs them under the form of white and black pebbles. According to the predominance of good or of evil deeds, he determines the species of beings among whom the spirit will be reborn, and the particular conditions that shall accompany this rebirth, such as physical beauty or ugliness, intellectual gifts, social standing of the parents, etc. There is no question of skillfulness in saving oneself here, for the judge is impartial and inflexible. In fact, even at the time when skillfulness may be helpful, it only acts within the limit permitted by the power of past actions. I have already mentioned this limitation, and will now give an amusing illustration of it which is characteristic of Tibetan humor. A Grand Lama had passed his whole life in idleness. Although he had been given excellent tutors in his youth, had inherited from his predecessors an important library, and had, moreover, always been surrounded by men of learning, still he scarcely knew how to read. This Lama died. In these times there lived a strange man, a miracle worker and rough-speaking philosopher, whose eccentricities, sometimes coarse, often exaggerated by his biographers, have given birth to a number of stories in the style of Rabelais, much appreciated in Tibet. Dugpa Kunlegs, for such was his name, traveled under the guise of a vagabond. Having arrived at the bank of a brook, he saw a girl who had come there to draw water. Suddenly he attacked her, and without saying a word he tried to violate her. The lass was robust, and Dugpa Kunlegs was approaching old age. She defended herself so vigorously that she escaped him, and, running back to the village, told her mother what had happened. The good woman was most astonished. The men of the country were well behaved. None of them could be suspected. The brute must be a stranger. She made her daughter minutely describe the wicked wretch. While listening to the girl, the mother wondered. The description of the man corresponded, in all points, to that of Dugpa Kunlegs, this eccentric and saintly lama whom she had met during a pilgrimage. There was no doubt possible. Dugpa Kunlegs, himself, had wished to abuse her daughter. She began to reflect on the strange behavior of the Holy One. The common moral principles which rule the conduct of ordinary men do not apply to men of supernormal wisdom, she thought. A Daotab, a sage and wonder-worker, is not bound to follow any law. His actions are dictated by superior considerations which escape the vulgar observer. So she said to her daughter, "The man you have seen is the great Dugpa Kunlegs. Whatever he does is well done. Therefore, return to the brook, prostrate yourself at his feet, and consent to anything he wishes." The girl went back and found the Daotab seated upon a stone, absorbed in his thoughts. She bowed down before him, excused herself for having resisted him when she had not known who he was, and declared that she was entirely at his service. The saint shrugged his shoulders. "My child," he said, "women awake no desire in me. However, the Grand Lama of the neighboring monastery has died in ignorance, having neglected all occasions of instruction. I saw his spirit wandering in the bardo, drawn towards a bad rebirth, and out of compassion, I wished to procure him a human body. But the power of his evil deeds has not permitted this. You escaped, and while you were at the village, the asses in that field nearby coupled. The Grand Lama will soon be reborn as a donkey. The majority of the dead men heed the desire of their families, as expressed during the funeral, and do not return. The latter conclude that their fate, in the next world, has been definitely settled and, probably, to their satisfaction. However, some departed ones are less discreet. They frequently appear in dreams to their relatives or their friends, and strange things happen in their former dwellings. Tibetans believe that this shows the spirit to be unhappy and calling for help. There are Lama diviners who can be consulted in such cases. Thev order the rites to be celebrated, the gifts to be bestowed upon the clergy, and holy books to be read to comfort the unhappy spirit. Nevertheless, many people, especially in those remote regions near the frontiers, fall back on the practices of the ancient Buns, the shamanist aborigines, for such cases. They think that the dead man himself should be listened to. So a medium, male or female, Pawo or Pamo, is summoned to lend his voice to the departed one. Spiritualistic seances in Tibet do not resemble those of the Western countries. Neither darkness nor silence are required. Sometimes they are held in the open air. The Pawo begins chanting, accompanying himself with a little drum and a bell. He dances, first slowly, then faster and faster, and finally trembles convulsively. A being of another world, god, demon, or spirit of a dead person, has taken possession of him. In a kind of frenzy, he utters broken sentences, which are supposed to convey that which the invisible being wishes to communicate to the assistants. Since it is of the first importance to know exactly who is speaking through the medium and what he is saying, the most intelligent men of the village are called upon to listen attentively. It sometimes happens that different gods or spirits take possession of the medium one after another. Once in a while, the latter, under the impulsion given to him by one of these beings, will suddenly attack one of the public and beat him mercilessly. This correction is always accepted without any resistance being offered. Tibetans imagine that it is meant to drive out a demon that has lodged himself in the man without his being aware of it. This undesirable guest has, however, been discovered by the spirit animating the medium. The departed ones who suffer in the next world usually limit their performances to giving an account of their misfortunes. At a séance, where I was a spectator, I heard one say, "I met a demon upon my road who dragged me into his dwelling. He made a slave of me. He forces me to work hard without stopping and ill-treats me. Have pity on me. Set me free so that I may reach the paradise of the great bliss." The mother of the man who was supposed to be speaking, as well as his wife and children, wept bitter tears. Families who receive supplications of this kind think of nothing but how to liberate the unfortunate captive. It is a complicated affair. First, one must get into communication with the demon and negotiate the ransom of his prisoner. The chosen intermediary is often a Bun sorcerer. He informs the relatives of the unhappy spirit that his demoniacal master demands the sacrifice of a pig or a cow before setting him free. Having offered the victim, the Bun enters into a trance. His double, I suppose, to visit the dwelling place of the demon. He travels. The way is long and hard, full of obstacles. This, the sorcerer indicates by his contortions. But unlike the Pao, he remains seated, moving only his head and his bust. A flow of hurried words are uttered, telling the various incidents of his adventure. He is even more difficult to understand than the Pao. The cleverest listeners find it hard to make out the sense of his words. The Bun has accomplished his task. Now he has seized the spirit and prepares to take him away. The demon has received the ransom demanded, but he usually breaks faith and tries to hold on to his slave. The sorcerer fights him. One can see him struggling and panting. One can hear his screams. The family and friends of the dead men follow the phases of the drama with the greatest anxiety. They are overjoyed when the sorcerer declares that he has been successful and has led the spirit to an agreeable place. But the first attempt does not always succeed. I have witnessed several performances where the sorcerer, after having simulated extraordinary efforts, declared that the spirit had been taken away from him by the demon. In this case, all rites, sacrifices, and the payment of the Bun's fees must begin all over again. When a lama is called upon to save a spirit from slavery, no sacrifice is performed for redemption, and the rites that are celebrated ignore all negotiation. The lama who is learned in the magic ritual considers himself powerful enough to compel the demon to release his victim. Under the influence of Buddhism, the inhabitants of Tibet proper have given up sacrificing animals. This is far from being true of Tibetans living in the Himalayas, who have only a thin coating of Lamaism and have remained practically shamanists. The beliefs of the learned lamas and of contemplative mystics differ greatly from those held by the masses about the fate of the spirit in the next world. To begin with, they consider all the incidents of the journey in the bardo as purely subjective visions. The nature of these visions depends on the ideas the man has held when he was living. The various paradises, the hells, and the judge of the dead appear to those who have believed in them. A Gomchen of eastern Tibet told me the following story upon this subject. A painter whose principal work was that of decorating temples often painted the fantastic beings with human bodies and animal heads who are supposed to be the attendants of Shinje. His son, who was still a very young child, often stayed beside him while he worked and amused himself looking at the monstrous forms appearing in the frescoes. Now it happened that the boy died, and entering the bardo, met the terrible beings whose images were familiar to him. Far from being frightened, he began to laugh. "Oh, I know you all," he said. "My father makes you on the walls," and he wished to play with them. I once asked the Lama of Anshe what would be the post-mortem subjective visions of a materialist who had looked upon death as total annihilation. "Perhaps," said the Lama, "such man would see apparitions corresponding to the religious beliefs he held in his childhood, or to those, familiar to him, held by the people among whom he has lived. According to the degree of his intelligence and his post-mortem lucidity, he would perhaps examine and analyze these visions and remember the reasons which, during his lifetime, made him deny the reality of that which now appears to him. He might thus conclude that he is beholding a mirage. A less intelligent man in whom belief in total annihilation was the result of indifference or dullness rather than of reasoning will perhaps see no vision at all. However, this will not prevent the energy generated by his past actions from following its course and manifesting itself through new phenomena. In other words, it will not prevent the rebirth of the materialist. My many copybooks filled with notes showed that I had worked a great deal since I had come to Sikkim. I thought I might allow myself a holiday. Summer was approaching. The warmer temperature tempted me to undertake a trip in the north of the country. The road I chose was an excellent mule track leading from Gangtok to Kampadzong and on to Shigatse in Tibet. Rising gradually from the traveler's bungalow of Dikchu, buried in the tropical jungle, on the bank of the Tista, it follows a tributary of this river up to its source, passing through enchanting landscapes. At about 50 miles from Gangtok, and at a height of 8,000 feet, this road crosses a village called Lakan, which occupies a prominent place in my experiences of Lamaist mysticism. This little group of cottages is the most northern in Sikkim, the last which the traveler meets on his way towards the high passes of the Tibetan border. It is inhabited by sturdy hillmen who combine a little farming in the valley with the rearing of yaks. Yak, the hairy Tibetan ox, higher up on the Tibetan tableland, where they spend a part of the year under tents. Perched on a mountain slope, a humble monastery dominates the villagers' dwellings. I visited it the day after my arrival, but finding nothing of interest in the temple, I was about to leave when a shadow darkened the luminous space of the wide-open door. A lama stood on the threshold. I say a lama, but the man did not wear the regular monastic garb, neither was he dressed as a layman. His costume consisted of a white skirt down to his feet, a garnet-colored waistcoat, Chinese in shape, and through the wide armholes, the voluminous sleeves of a yellow shirt were seen. A rosary made of some gray substance and coral beads hung around his neck. His pierced ears were adorned with large gold rings, studded with turquoises, and his long, thick, braided hair touched his heels. Later on, I learned that this is the costume of the anchorites who are proficient in Tumo, see Chapter 6, and various other branches of the secret lore. The rosary is made of 108 small round pieces of bone, each one cut out from a different human skull. This strange person looked at me without speaking, and as at that time I knew but little of the Tibetan language, I did not dare to begin a conversation. I only saluted him and went out. A young man, my general factotum, was waiting for me on the terrace of the monastery. As soon as he saw the Lama descending the steps of the peristyle, behind me he prostrated himself thrice at his feet, asking for his blessing. This astonished me, for the lad was not usually lavish with such signs of respect, and honored none in this way but the Prince Tolku and Burmiag Kushag. "Who is this Lama?" I asked him as I returned to the traveler's bungalow. "He is a great Gamchen," the boy replied. "One of his monks told me while you were in the temple. He has spent years alone in a cave high up in the mountains. Demons obey him and he works miracles. They say he can kill men at a distance and fly through the air. What an extraordinary man, I thought. My curiosity had been greatly excited by the stories regarding Tibetan Gamchens I had read with Dawasandup. I had also heard a great deal from the Prince Tolku and from various lamas about the way of living of the Tibetan hermits, the curious doctrines they profess, and the wonders they can perform. Now I had, most unexpectedly, come across one of them. This was a lucky opportunity. But how could I talk with the Lama? My boy was utterly ignorant of Tibetan philosophical terms. He would never be able to translate my questions. I was annoyed and excited. I slept badly, troubled by incoherent dreams. I saw myself surrounded by elephants who pointed at me musical trunks from which came out deep sounds like those of long Theban trumpets. This strange concert woke me. My room was plunged in darkness. I no longer saw the elephants, but I continued to hear the music. After listening attentively, I recognized religious tunes. The trappas were playing on the terrace of the temple. Who were they serenading in the night? Whatever might come of it, I wished to risk an interview with the Gamchen. I sent a request that he would see me, and the next day, accompanied by my boy, I returned to the monastery. A primitive staircase led to the Lama's apartment situated above the assembly hall. In front of the entrance door was a small loggia decorated with frescoes. While waiting to be invited in, I examined these with some amusement. On the walls, an artist, endowed with more imagination than professional skill, had represented the torments of the purgatories, peopling the latter with a host of demons and victims who grinned and writhed in the most comical attitudes. In the middle of a panel, lust was undergoing punishment. A naked man, abnormally thin, faced an unclothed woman. Her huge, disproportionate belly gave to this belle the appearance of an Easter egg mounted on 2 feet and topped with a doll head. The lecherous sinner, incorrigible slave of his passions, forgetting where he was and how he had been led there, hugged the infernal creature in his arms, while flames springing out from her mouth and from a secret recess scorched him. At a small distance from this couple, a sinful woman suffered her chastisement. Bound in a reversed posture to a triangle pointing downward, she was compelled to accept the caresses inflicted upon her by a green devil with teeth like a saw and a monkey's tail. In the background, other demons, variously colored, were seen running forward to take their turn. The Gomchen lived in a kind of dark chapel, lighted only at one end by a small window, the ceiling supported by wooden pillars painted red. According to the Tibetan custom, the altar served as bookcase. In a niche among the books stood a small image of Padmasambhava, with ritual offerings placed before it. 7 bowls filled with pure water, grain, and a lamp. Incense sticks burning on a small table mingled their mystic fragrance with odors of tea and melted butter. The cushions and rugs piled up for the master to sit upon were threadbare and faded, and the tiny gold star of the altar lamp shining at the back of the room showed up its dust and emptiness. Through my boy, acting as interpreter, I tried to ask several questions on subjects I had discussed with the lamas I had met at Gangtok, but it was useless. If only Dawasandup had been with me. The young man was dumbfounded and unable to find words to express ideas whose meaning he could not grasp. I gave it up, and for a long time the lama and I sat facing each other in silence. The next day I left Lakan, continuing my journey towards the north. Here the scenery, which all along the track lower down had been charming, became simply marvelous. The azalea and rhododendron thickets were still decked with their bright spring garment. A shimmering torrent of blossoms submerged the valley and seemed to be pouring out, on the neighboring slopes, a resistless flood of purple, yellow, red, and pure white waves. Seen from a distance, my porters, whose heads only emerged from the bushes, seemed to be swimming in a sea of flowers. A few miles farther, the fairy-like gardens gradually grew thin and scattered, till a few rosy patches only remained, here and there, where dwarf bunches of azaleas struggled obstinately for life against the dizzy heights. The track now entered the fantastic region near the frontier passes. The Korula and the Sepola, both above 15,000 feet. In the intense silence of these wild majestic solitudes, icy crystalline, purling brooks chatted gently. From the shore of a melancholy lake, a golden-crowned bird solemnly watched my caravan as it passed. Up and up we went, skirting gigantic glaciers, catching occasional glimpses of crossing valleys filled by huge clouds, and then, without any transition, as we issued from the mists, the Tibetan tableland appeared before us. Immense, void, and resplendent under the luminous sky of Central Asia. Since then I have traveled across the country lying behind the distant mountain ranges which at that moment bound my horizon. I have seen Lhasa, Shigatse, the northern grassy solitudes with their salt lakes as large as seas, Kham, the country of brigand knights and magicians, the unexplored forests of Po and the enchanting valleys of Sarong, where the pomegranates ripen, but nothing has ever dimmed, in my mind, the memory of my first sight of Tibet. A few weeks later the weather changed, the snow began to fall again. My provisions were on the verge of giving out. Porters and servants grew irritable and quarrelsome. One day I had to use my riding whip to separate 2 men who were fighting with knives for a place near the campfire. After a few short excursions into Tibetan territory, I left the frontier. I was not equipped for a long journey, and moreover, the land that lay in front of me was forbidden ground. Again I crossed Lakan, saw the Gomchen, and talked with him about his hermitage, that was a day's march distant, higher up in the mountains. He had lived there for 17 years. These plain details my boy could easily translate, and I myself could follow a certain amount of his conversation. However, I did not risk mentioning the demons, said by popular opinion to be his servants. I knew my young interpreter was too superstitious to dare to approach this subject, and probably also the Lama would not have answered such inquiries. I returned to Gangtok, sad at having missed the opportunity of learning things of real interest regarding the mystery world of Tibetan anchorites, which I had skirted by chance. I did not in the least foresee the curious consequences of my trip. A little while after this, the Dalai Lama left Kalimpong. His army had beaten the Chinese, and he was to go back to Lhasa in triumph. I went to bid him farewell at a hamlet situated below the Jelat Pass. I arrived ahead of him at the bungalow where he was to stop. There I found many noblemen of the Sikkimese court in great distress. They were in charge of the preparations for the short stay of the laymaking, but, as is usual in the East, everything had come too late. Furniture, rugs, hangings were not in place, and the distinguished guest might appear at any minute. Everything was in confusion in the small house, with masters and servants wildly rushing about. It amused me to lend a helping hand and arrange the cushions that would serve the Dalai Lama for a bed. Some of the assistants assured me that this would bring me good luck, now and in lives to come. Here I had another opportunity of talking with the Tibetan sovereign. His thoughts seemed entirely directed towards political affairs. As usual, he blessed the devotees with his duster made of ribbons, but one felt that his mind had already crossed the mountain pass that marks the frontier and was busy organizing the profits of his victory. The following autumn I left Sikkim for Nepal and, later on, spent nearly a year in Benares. I had made a long stay there in my youth, and returned with pleasure. I gratefully accepted the kind offer of the members of the Theosophical Society to rent me a small apartment in their beautiful park. The ascetic simplicity of this lodging was in harmonious keeping with the atmosphere of the holy city of Shiva, and quite suited my taste. In these congenial surroundings, I assiduously resumed the study of the Vedanta philosophy, somewhat forsaking Lamaism, which I did not seem to be able to investigate more thoroughly than I had already done. I had no thought of leaving Benares, when an unexpected combination of circumstances led me one morning to take a train going towards the Himalayas. Chapter 2: A Guest of the Lamas. At Gangtok I again met Burmyag Kushog. The Lama of Enche had left for Shigatse in Tibet and only returned some months later. Dawasandip had been called upon, as interpreter, to follow the Sino-Tibetan political conference that was convoked in India. The Maharaja having died, his son Sidkyong Tulku succeeded him, and consequently had less time to devote to religious studies. Unexpected obstacles prevented me from completing the journey which I had planned. Everything worked against my desires. Gradually hostile forces seemed to gather around me. I seemed to be obsessed by invisible beings who incited me to leave the country, insinuating that I should be able to advance no farther, either in my study of Lamaism or upon the actual soil of Tibet. By a sort of clairvoyance at the same time, I saw these unknown enemies triumphant and rejoicing, after my departure, at having driven me away. I attributed these phenomena to fever or neurasthenia due to brain fatigue and the annoyance at my plans being upset. Some people would, perhaps, have seen in this the effect of occult activities. Whatever it was, I could not overcome this painful state bordering on hallucination. Calming drugs did not relieve me. I thought that a change of scene might be more efficacious. While I was racking my brain to think of a place where I might stop without leaving the Himalayas, the new Maharaja, the Lama Tulku, without guessing that he was more than realizing my desires, offered me an apartment in the monastery of Podang, about 10 miles away from Gangtok, in the misty forests. The apartment consisted of an immense room on the first floor of the temple, and a huge kitchen where, according to Tibetan custom, my servants were to sleep. 2 large bay windows let in all the light of the sky, and with equal hospitality they admitted wind, rain, or hail through large gaps on both sides, for the framework was too narrow and only joined the walls at the top. In one corner of this hall, I placed my books upon a wide wainscot. I opened my folding table and chair, and this was my workroom. In another corner, I hooked my tent to the beams and set up my camp bed. This was my bedroom. The middle of the apartment, too well aired by cross-ventilation, became a kind of reception room for my visitors when the weather was fine. The religious music which I heard at Podang twice a day, before dawn and at sunset, enchanted me. The small orchestra consisted of 2 guilings, a kind of hautboy, 2 ragdongs, a huge Tibetan trumpet, and 2 kettle drums. A bell striking a special rhythm, peculiar to Eastern temples, was sounded as prelude. After a few moments' silence, the deep-toned ragdongs rumbled for a while. Then the guilings by themselves sang a slow musical phrase, supremely moving in its simplicity. They repeated it with variations, supported by the bass notes of the ragdongs, in which finally joined the kettle drums that imitated the thunder rolling in the distance. The melody flowed as smoothly as the water of a deep river, without interruption, emphasis, or passion. It produced a strange, acute impression of distress, as if all the suffering of the beings wandering from world to world, since the beginning of the ages, was breathed out in this weary, desperate lamentation. What musician, inspired without his knowing, had found this light motive of universal sorrow? And how, with this heterogeneous orchestra, could men devoid of any artistic sense render it with such heart-rending fervor? This remained a mystery which the musician monks would have been unable to explain. I had to be content to listen to them, while watching the dawn come up behind the mountains, or in the darkening of the sunset sky. Beside attending the daily services, I had the opportunity during my stay at Podang to witness the annual ceremony of the demons. In Tibet, later on, I saw the same rites celebrated with much greater display of clerical paraphernalia. But, to my mind, this diminished the picturesque character which they assumed when performed in the shadow of the Himalayan forests. Sorcery loses much of its prestige when seen by broad daylight and in a crowd. First, the Trappas took Mahakala out of the cabinet in which he had been shut up a full year, with offerings and charms. In every Lamaist monastery there exists a temple, or a room reserved as a dwelling place for the ancient deities of the Aborigines, or those imported from India. The latter have considerably lost rank in entering the land of snows. Unconscious of their irreverence, Tibetans have turned them into mere demons and sometimes treat them harshly. Mahakala is the most famous among the exiled Hindu deities. His original personality is a form of Shiva in his function of destroyer of the world. Having become a harmful spirit, he is held in slavery by the lamas, who compel him to render them various kinds of services, and do not hesitate to punish his lack of zeal. A popular tradition has it that a celebrated lama head of the Karmapa sect attached Mahakala to him as attendant. When this lama was at the Chinese court, he offended the emperor, who had him tied to the tail of a horse. Dragged behind the animal, and in peril of death, the great Karmapa called on Mahakala to help him. But the latter did not immediately appear. When the lama had freed himself by means of magic words which separated his beard from his chin, he saw Mahakala coming toward him too late to be of any use, and in his anger he hit the poor devil such a blow that though several centuries have now passed his cheek remains swollen even today. Of course, the Trappas of Podang were not powerful enough to take such liberties. Mahakala inspired them with real terror. Here, as in some other monasteries, grim wonders were said to happen. Sometimes blood sweated through the boards of the shrine where Mahakala was shut up, and at other times, on opening it, the remains of a human heart or brain were found. These signs, according to the Trappas, betoken the occult activity of the terrible deity. When the mask which represents Mahakala, and in which he is supposed to reside, was taken out of the shrine, it was placed in a dark chapel reserved for other kindred malevolent deities. 2 novices watched it, repeating without interruption the magic words which prevent him from escaping. Lulled by their monotonous chant, the boys fought with all their might against sleep during the long hours of the night, convinced that if they stopped for an instant repeating the mysterious formula, their dreadful captive would take advantage of it to free himself. and they would become his first victims. In the neighboring hamlets, the peasants were greatly perturbed by the slight semblance of liberty given to Mahakala. They locked their door early in the evening, and mothers bid their children not to stay out after sunset. Less important demons supposed to be wandering around the country, seeking to do harm, were attracted by the incantations of the lamas and compelled to enter a sort of cage woven of light wood and colored threads. Then this pretty house was solemnly carried out of the monastery and precipitated, with its prisoners, into a flaming brazier. But the demons are immortals, fortunately for the sorcerers whose living depends upon them. Next year the same rites must be performed all over again. A learned lama belonging to a wealthy family of Sikkim had just returned from Tibet. He became head of the monastery of Rumtek in succession to his brother who had died recently. Custom demanded that he should celebrate certain rites meant to assure the welfare of the dead in the next world, at Podhan, the chief monastery of his sect in Sikkim. The late head lama was an old acquaintance of mine. I had met him at Kalimpong, where he had come in the train of the Air Prince to pay a visit to the Dalai Lama. He was a jolly fellow, a veritable bon vivant, who did not worry himself with philosophic problems, kept 2 wives at home, and appreciated old brandy to the extent of drinking several bottles a day. In possession of a large income, he would buy anything he fancied right and left, although ignorant of its use. It is in this way that one day, the big, powerfully built head lama came to see me wearing the hat, trimmed with pink ribbons, of a 3-year-old girl. The new abbot, popularly called the gentleman from Tibet, Pod Kushag, because he usually lived in this country, was quite different from his brother. He had spent his youth studying in various Tibetan monasteries, and even in Lhasa he enjoyed the reputation among erudite lamas of being a distinguished grammarian. He had also taken high orders and remained a celibate, which is rare among the Himalayan clergy. The funeral services over which he presided lasted for a whole week. Happy days for the Trapas of Podang, who feasted and received gifts. These ceremonies being ended, in the first month of the year, the Tibetan year begins in February, Pod Kushag proceeded to the annual blessing of the monastery. Escorted by a choir of Trapas chanting a litany of good wishes, he walked round the buildings and through the corridors, throwing consecrated grain into each room as he passed by. A few handfuls of barley, cast with a gracious smile and the liturgic wish Tashi Shog, may prosperity be, rattled against my tent bedroom, and sprinkled the table and the books in my study. Prosperity, prosperity. Duly exercised and blessed, the monastery should become a branch of the paradise of the great bliss, Nubdawakan. Yet the monks did not feel quite safe, secretly doubting their occult powers, and even those of the learned grammarian. They feared that a few devils might have escaped extermination, and be waiting in hiding to begin doing mischief again. They begged the help of one whom they trusted more. One evening, the Gamchen of Lakan appeared with all the trapping of a magician, a 5-sided crown, a rosary necklace made of 108 round pieces, cut out of so many skulls, an apron of human bones bored and carved, and in his belt the ritualistic dagger, Furba. Standing in the open, near a flaming fire, he drew magic signs in the air with his scepter dorje, and stabbed the air as he recited incantations in a low voice. I do not know which invisible demons he was fighting, but in the fantastic light of the leaping flames, he certainly looked like a demon himself. My remedy had proved efficacious. Whether change of place had killed the microbes of fever, or the diversion of new scenes had cured the brain fatigue, or my unyielding willpower had conquered conscious beings of the occult world, I, at any rate, was freed from the obsession that had tortured me. Yet a strange thing happened during my stay at Podang. Sidkyong Tulku, having become Maharaja, wished to make his subjects renounce their superstitions in favor of orthodox Buddhism. For this purpose, he had invited an Indian monk, who belonged to the Theravadan philosophic school, to preach in his country. The missionary had to fight against such anti-Buddhistic customs as sorcery, the cult of spirits, and the habit of drinking fermented drinks. This monk, Kali Kumar by name, was already at work. The Maharaja Lama, as abbot of Podong, had an apartment in the monastery, where he stayed on the rare occasions when he officiated at the head of his monks. He came for 2 days during my stay in the Gompa. We were taking tea together late in the afternoon and talking of Kalikumar's mission and the way in which he might hope to free the hillmen from their inveterate superstitions. It is impossible, I said, to know exactly what the historical Padmasambhava, who preached in Tibet centuries ago, was like. But it is certain that his followers have made him the hero of legends that encourage drunkenness and absurd, pernicious practices. Under his name, they worship an evil spirit even as you do, I added laughingly, pointing out an image of the great magician standing at the far end of the room with an altar lamp burning at its feet. It is necessary, I continued, when, suddenly, I could say no more. A third invisible presence had interrupted me. Yet no one had spoken, there was complete silence in the room, but I keenly felt the influence of some occult force. "Nothing you can do will succeed," said a soundless voice. "The people of this country are mine. I am more powerful than you." I listened in amazement to these silent words, and I had almost decided that they were only the expression of my own doubts regarding the success of the proposed reforms, when the Maharaja replied. He replied to that which I had not said, arguing with the invisible adversary of his plans. "Why should I not succeed?" he went on to say. "Possibly it will take some time to change the ideas of the peasants and the lower clergy. The demons which they feed will not easily become resigned to die of hunger, but, nevertheless, I shall get the better of them." He was mockingly alluding to the animal sacrifices offered to the evil spirits by the sorcerers. "But I have not said," I began and stopped short, for I thought that, in spite of the brave declaration of war the prince had made on the demons, he was not entirely free from superstition, and consequently it was better not to tell him what had happened. However, I do not wish to leave the reader with this impression of Sidkyong Tulku. He had probably liberated himself from superstition more fully than I supposed. According to his horoscope, in which Tibetans place complete faith, the year of his death was noted as dangerous for him. To counteract hostile influences, several lamas, among whom was the Gomchen of Lhasa, offered to celebrate the rites prescribed for the purpose. He thanked them and refused their ministry, saying that if he must die, he felt capable of passing into another life without their ceremonies. I think he must have left the reputation of being an impious man. As soon as he was dead, all innovations and religious reforms that he had started were abolished. Preaching was stopped, and beer was supplied in the temples again. A lama informed the country clergy that they should return to their former habits. The invisible adversary triumphed as he had predicted he would. Although my headquarters were at Podong, I had not entirely given up my excursions across Sikkim. Thus it happened that I met 2 Gomshens from eastern Tibet who had recently come to live in the Himalayas. One of them dwelt in Sakyong, and for this reason he was called Sakyong Gomshen. It is not considered polite, in Tibet, to address a person by his name. All who are not treated as one's inferiors are designated by some title. Sakyong Gomchen was picturesque in his ways and open-minded. He haunted the cemeteries and shut himself up for months in his house to practice magic rites. Like his colleague from Lakan, he did not wear the regular monastic garb, and instead of cutting his hair short, he wore it rolled up on the top of his head after the fashion of Indian yogins. For anyone except a layman to wear his hair long in Tibet is the recognized distinction of those ascetics or anchorites who are called Naljorpas, and are believed to seek salvation through the mystic short path. See Chapter 7. Up to then, my conversations with lamas had been chiefly concerned with the philosophical doctrines of Mahayanist Buddhism, from which Lamaism is derived. Sakyong Gomchen held them in slight esteem, and moreover was but little conversant with them. He was fond of paradoxes. "Study," he said, "is of no use in gaining true knowledge, it is rather an obstacle. All that we learn in that way is vain. In fact, one only knows one's own ideas and one's own visions. As for the real causes that have generated these ideas, they remain inaccessible to us." When we try to grasp them, we only seize the ideas that we ourselves have elaborated about these causes. Did he clearly understand what he said, or was he merely repeating what he had read or heard expressed by others? At the request of the Prince Tulku, Sakyong Gamchen also went on a round of preaching. I had the opportunity of watching him delivering a sermon. I say watching rather than hearing, for at that time I was far from being capable of understanding all what he said in Tibetan. In this role of apostle he was really very fine. The vehemence of his speech, his gestures, the varied expressions of his countenance proclaimed him a born orator, and the frightened faces, bathed in tears of his listeners, was proof enough of the impression he produced. The Gamchen of Sakyong is the only Buddhist I have ever seen preaching in such impassioned way. For Orthodox Buddhism excludes gestures and vocal effects as unbefitting in expounding a doctrine which appeals only to calm reason. I one day asked him, "What is the supreme deliverance, Tharpa?" He answered, "It is the absence of all views and all imagination, the cessation of that mental activity which creates illusions, that mental activity which Tibetans call Togpa, ratiocination in contradistinction to Togspa, understanding." Another day, he said, "You should go to Tibet and be initiated by a master of the short path. You are too much attached to the doctrines of the Nyantus, the Buddhists of the Theravadan school. I foresee that you would be capable of grasping the secret teaching." Secret teaching regarding methods of spiritual training and not regarding a supposed esoteric Buddhist doctrine as a few foreigners unacquainted with Buddhist literature believe. There exists no such thing as esoteric Buddhism. All theories expounded in the mystic circles are extant in books. That which is taught secretly to initiates are ways to make the mind fit to reach enlightenment or, at lower degrees, ways to develop supernormal powers. And how could I go to Tibet since foreigners are not admitted? I asked. "Pooh! Many roads lead to Tibet," he replied lightly. "All the learned lamas do not live in Yuan Song, the central provinces with Lhasa and Shigatse as capitals. One can find other, yet more learned, teachers in my country." As it has been said, the Gamchen was a native of eastern Tibet. The idea of getting into Tibet by way of China had never occurred to me, nor did the Gamchen suggestion, that day, awaken any echo in my mind. My hour had probably not yet come. The second Gamchen whom I got to know was of an uncommunicative character and rather haughty in his manners. Even the customary formulas of politeness which he was compelled to utter were tinged with a peculiar icy coldness. Like the Gamchen of Sakyong, he was called after the place where he lived, Daling Gamchen. He always wore the regular monastic robes and toga, but with the addition of earrings of ivory and a silver dorje studded with turquoises stuck in his hair. This lama spent the whole summer of every year in a cabin built for him on the top of a woody mountain. A few days before his arrival, his disciples and the villagers round about would carry into the hermitage enough provisions for 3 or 4 months. After this, they were absolutely forbidden to approach the Gamchen's dwelling. The Lama had no difficulty in getting them to respect his solitude. The country people did not doubt that he practiced dreadful rites to trap the demons and compel them to give up their mischievous designs against the persons or the possessions of those who worshipped him. His protection greatly reassured them, but they feared that if they went near his hut, they might chance to meet some malignant beings answering unwillingly the Gamchen summons, and not in pleasant mood. Moreover, the mystery which always surrounds the conduct, as well as the character, of the Naljorpas, inspired them with prudence. Little inclined as this Lama was to answer my questions, the desire expressed by the prince, to whom he owed his appointment as head of the small monastery of Daling, compelled him to depart somewhat from his reserve. Among other subjects that I approached in my talk with him was that of the food permitted to a Buddhist. Should we interpret the command not to kill, sophistically and continue to eat meat and fish? I asked. The Gamchen, like most Tibetans, was not a vegetarian. He expounded a theory on this subject which I heard again in other parts of Tibet, and which is not altogether lacking in originality. Most men, he said, eat like beasts, to satisfy their hunger without pondering upon the act they are accomplishing, nor upon its consequences. Such ignorant people do well to abstain from eating meat and fish. Others consider what becomes of the material elements they absorb when eating animals. They know that the assimilation of these elements involves the assimilation of the psychic elements which are inherent in them. Anyone who has acquired that knowledge may, at his risk and peril, contract these associations and endeavor himself to obtain results useful to the victim sacrificed. The question is to find out whether the animal elements which he absorbs strengthen the animal propensities of the man, or whether this man will be capable of transmuting these elements into intellectual and spiritual forces, so that the substance of the animal passing into the man will be reborn in the form of human activity. I then asked him if this explained the esoteric sense of the belief common among Tibetans, that the lamas can send the spirits of the slaughtered animals to the paradise of the great bliss. "Do not think that I can answer your question in a few words," he replied. "The subject is intricate. Animals have several consciousnesses, just as we have ourselves, and as it also happens in our case, these consciousnesses do not all follow the same road after death. A living being is an assemblage, not a unity, but one must have been initiated by a proper master before being able to realize these doctrines." Often the lame cut his explanation short by this declaration. One evening, when the prince, Daling Lame, and I were together in the bungalow of Kusing, the conversation was about mystic ascetics. With a repressed enthusiasm that was most impressive, the Gamchen spoke of his master, of his wisdom, of his supernormal powers. Sidkyong Tolku was deeply moved by the profound veneration of the Lama for his spiritual teacher. At that time the prince was full of cares on account of his contemplated marriage with a Burman princess. "I regret very much that I cannot meet this great Naljorpa," he said to me in English, "for he certainly would give me good advice." And addressing the Gamchen he repeated, in Tibetan, "I am sorry that your master is not here. I really need the advice of some such clairvoyant sage." But he did not mention the question he wished to ask, nor the nature of his preoccupations. The Lama, with his usual coldness of manner, asked, "Is the subject serious?" "It is extremely important," the prince replied. "You can perhaps receive the desired advice," said Daling Gamchen. I thought that he meant to send a letter by a messenger, and was about to remind him the great distance that would have to be covered, when his aspect struck me. He had closed his eyes and was rapidly turning pale, his body stiffening. I wished to go to him, thinking he was ill, but the prince, who had observed the sudden change in the Lama, held me back, whispering, "Don't move. Gamchen sometimes go into a trance quite suddenly. One must not wake them, for that is very dangerous and might even kill them." So I stayed seated watching the Lama, who remained motionless. Gradually his features changed, his face wrinkled, taking on an expression I had never seen him wear before. He opened his eyes, and the prince made a startled gesture. The man we were looking at was not the Gamchen of Daling, but someone we did not know. He moved his lips with difficulty and said in a voice different from that of the Gamchen, "Do not be disturbed. This question will never have to be considered by you." Then he slowly closed his eyes. His features changed again and became those of Daling Lama, who slowly recovered his senses. He eluded our questions and retired in silence, staggering and seeming to be broken with fatigue. There is no sense in his answer, the prince concluded. Whether by chance or for some other reason, it unfortunately proved that there had been a meaning in these words. The matter troubling the young Maharaja was about his fiancée, and an affair with a girl who had borne him a son, which he did not wish to break off when he married. But, truly, he needed not to ponder over his course of conduct toward the two women, for he died before the day arranged for the marriage. I happened also to see two hermits of a peculiar type which I did not meet again in Tibet, where, on the whole, the natives are more civilized than in the Himalayas. I was returning with the Prince Tulku from an excursion to the frontier of Nepal. His servants, knowing that he liked to show me the religious curiosities of his country, pointed out the presence of two hermits in the mountains, near the village where we had spent the night. The peasants said that these men had hidden themselves so cleverly that no one had seen them for several years. A supply of food was placed from time to time under a rock, at a chosen spot where the anchorites would take it at night. As to the huts they had built themselves, none knew where they were, nor did anyone try to discover them. For if the hermits were anxious to avoid being seen, the superstitious villagers were even more anxious to keep at a distance from them and turned away from the wood they inhabited. Sidkyong Tulku had freed himself from fear of sorcery. He ordered his servants together with a number of peasants to beat up the forest and bring the hermits to him. The latter should be well treated, and presents promised to them, but great care must be taken that they did not escape. The hunt was strenuous. The two anchorites, surprised in their quiet retreat, tried to run away, but with 20 men on their track they were finally captured. They had to be forcibly made to enter the small temple where we were waiting with several lamas, among whom was the Gomchen of Sakyong. Once there, no one could get a word out of them. I have never seen such strange human creatures. Both men were frightfully dirty, scarcely covered by a few rags. Their long hair, thick as brushwood, covered their faces, and their eyes shot out sparks like a brazier. While they looked around them like wild beasts newly caught in a cage, the prince caused 2 large wicker baskets to be brought. These were filled with tea, meat, barley flour, rice, and sundries. He told the hermits that he meant to give all this to them, but in spite of this agreeable prospect they remained silent. A villager then said that he thought he had understood, that when the anchorites came to live on that hill, they were under a vow of silence. His Highness, who was a prey to sudden attacks of truly Oriental despotism, replied that they might at least bow to him as it is the custom and adopt a more respectful attitude. I saw his anger rising and, to avoid trouble brewing for the wild holy ones, I begged him to allow them to retire. He first resisted my request, but I insisted. In the meantime, I had told one of my servants to bring 2 bags of crystallized sugar taken from my luggage. Tibetans are very fond of it. I placed 1 bag in each basket. "Open the door and let these animals out," the prince commanded at last. As soon as they saw a chance of escape, the hermits pounced on the baskets. One of them hastily pulled something from under his rags, plunged his claw-like hand in my hair, and then both of them flew away like hares. I found a little amulet in my hair, which I showed to my friends and later on to some lamas who were conversant in the science of charms. All agreed in telling me that far from being harmful, the amulet secured me the company of a demon who would drive away any dangers on my road and serve me. I could only be pleased. Perhaps the hermit had understood that I begged for him and his companion to be set free, and his strange gift was a token of gratitude. My last excursion with the Lama Prince led me again toward the north of the country. I revisited Lakan and saw its Gomchen. I was now able to converse with him, but there was no time for long talks as we only stopped for 1 day on our way to reach the foot of the Kinchenjunga mountain. Altitude 28,150 feet. The altitude of the Mount Everest, the highest mountain of the world, is 29,000 feet. On the way, we camped on the side of a pretty lake in the desolate valley of Lanak, not far from the highest pass in the world, the Jongsan Pass, about 24,000 feet high, where the frontiers of Tibet, Nepal, and Sikkim meet. We spent a few days near the gigantic moraines from which spring the snow-covered peaks of the Kinchenjunga. Then Sidkyong Tulku left me to return to Gangtok with his retinue. He made fun of my love for high solitary places, which led me to continue my journey with the young Yongden and a few servants. I can see him even now. This time he was not dressed as a genie of the Arabian Nights, but in the kit of a Western alpinist. Before disappearing behind a rocky spur, he turned back toward me, waving his hat and crying from far off, "Come back soon. Don't stay away too long." I never saw him again. He died mysteriously a few months later, while I was stopping at Lakan. The Lonak Valley was too near Tibet for me to possibly resist climbing one of the passes leading to that country. The Nago Pass, over 18,000 feet, was the most easily accessible. The weather was fair but cloudy, and a little snow fell as we were starting. The landscape, viewed from the top of the pass, did not resemble that which I had seen 2 years earlier, so gloriously luminous. Now the twilight cast a purple-grayish veil over the immense tableland extending, majestically void, from the foot of the mountain toward other ranges standing out indistinctly in the distance. But softly enshrouded in the first evening's shadows, the forbidden solitudes looked still more mysterious and irresistibly attractive. I should have been content to wander aimlessly across this extraordinary region, but I had a goal. Before leaving Gangtok, one of the native officials had called my attention to the monastery of Kortan Nyima. The monasteries you have seen in Sikkim are very different from those of Tibet, he had told me. Since you cannot travel freely in Tibet, go at least to see Kortan Nyima. Though this Gampa is very small, you will get some idea of a true Tibetan monastery. So I was going to Kortan Nyima. The monastic habitations of that place fully justified the name Gampa, a dwelling in the solitude, given, in Tibetan language, to monasteries. It is impossible to fancy any more solitary site. The region in which the monks' houses have been built is not only uninhabited, but the high altitude makes a desert of it. Sandy cliffs curiously carved by erosions, a large valley ascending toward a mountain lake, high snowy peaks, a limpid brook on a bed of mauve, grayish-green or rosy-colored pebbles, formed around the Gampa an impassable, wholly mineral scenery from which emanated a serenity beyond expression. Legends and prodigies are naturally in their right place in such a setting. They are not lacking at Kortan Nyima. This very name, which means sun shrine, was derived from a wonder. Once upon a time, a Kortan containing precious relics was miraculously transported through the air on a ray of sun from India to that spot. In ancient traditions, it is related that Padmasambhava, the apostle of Tibet, has hidden in the vicinity of Kortan Nyima a number of manuscripts regarding mystic doctrines which he thought it was premature to disclose, for in the 8th century, when Padmasambhava visited Tibet, Tibetans possessed no intellectual culture. This master foresaw that long after he had left this world, lamas, predestined by their former lives, would bring these writings to light again. Several works are said to have been found in this region, and some lamas are still hunting to discover others. According to Tibetans, 108 curtains and 108 springs exist round about Kortan Nyima. All of them are not visible. A large number can only be seen by those whose mind is particularly pure. Wishes made beside these springs, after one has placed an offering in the water at the very spot where it wells up out of the earth, cannot help being fulfilled. Chud-du, stone offerings, either standing up or piled in the shape of cairns, bristle all over the country, and when erected by pious pilgrims to honor Padmasambhava, these primitive monuments are believed to be indestructible. The monastery, which must at one time have been somewhat important, is falling in ruins. As in many other places in Tibet, we may see here a result of the destitution of the ancient sects which have not followed the reforms of Tsongkhapa, whose disciples nowadays form the state clergy. I found only 4 nuns at Kortan Nyima who belonged to the Nyingma sect, ancient sect, the oldest of the Red Caps. They lived as celibates but without having been fully ordained and did not wear monastic robes. Numerous examples of strange contrasts are to be seen in Tibet, but what most astonished me was the tranquil courage of the womenfolk. Very few Western women would dare to live in the desert, in groups of 4 or 5 or sometimes quite alone. Few would dare under such conditions to undertake journeys that last for months or even years, through solitary mountain regions infested by wild beasts and brigands. This shows the singular character of Tibetan women. They do not ignore these real dangers, and they add to them by imagining legions of evil spirits, taking on thousands of strange forms, even that of a demoniacal plant which grows on the edge of precipices, seizes hold of travelers with its thorny branches, and drags them into the abyss. In spite of these many reasons for staying safely in their native villages, one finds here and there in Tibet communities of less than a dozen nuns, living in isolated convents situated at a great height, some of them blocked in by the snow for more than half of the year. Other women live as hermits in caves, and many women pilgrims travel, alone, across the immense territory of Tibet, carrying their scanty luggage on their backs. Visiting the lakhongs, houses of the gods where their images are placed, still existing among the ruined buildings of the monastery. I found a room containing a collection of small images made of colored clay and representing the fantastic beings which surround the spirits of the dead as they cross the bardo. See Chapter 1, Death and Hereafter. Above them, in the attitude of a Buddha meditating, Dorji Chang was seated naked, his blue body symbolizing space, that is to say, in mystic symbology, emptiness. One of the nuns surprised me by explaining their meaning. "All these are non-existent," she said, pointing out the monstrous forms of the bardo's phantoms. "Mind evokes them out of the void, and can also dissolve them into the void." "How do you know that?" I asked, doubting that the good woman could have evolved this theory by herself. "My lame has told it to me," she answered. "And who may your lama be?" "A Gomchen living near the Motitong Lake." "Does he come here sometimes?" "No, never." "The lama of Chertan Nyima lives at Tranglung." "Is he too a Gomchen?" "No, he is a Gagspa magician and a householder. He is very rich and works many kinds of wonders." "For instance?" "He can cure people or animals or cause them to become ill, even at a distance. He can stop or bring rain and hail at will. Listen to what he did a few years ago. When it was harvest time, the Lama ordered the villagers to cut and store his grain. Some of them made answer that they would certainly store his barley, but not until they had lodged their own grain. The weather was unsettled, and the peasants were afraid of hailstorms, frequent at that time of the year. So instead of begging the Lama to protect their fields while they were working for him, a number of them remained obstinate, meaning to cut their own barley first. Then the Lama used his magic powers. He performed a dubdab rite, called up his tutelary deities and animated some tormas, ritualistic cakes. As soon as he had ended uttering the magic words, the tormas flew away and traveling, like birds, through the air, they circled about, entered the houses of those who had refused to obey immediately and caused much damage. But they passed by the houses of the men who had first harvested the lame's barley, without doing any harm. Since then, no one dares to disregard the orders of the Lama. Oh, to talk with this magician who shot avenging cakes through space. I was dying with desire to meet him. Tranglung was not far from Chertan Nyima. The nun said a day's march would bring me there. But that day's march led through forbidden territory. I had once more ventured to cross the border to visit Chertan Nyima. Should I push on farther and show myself in a village? If it was known, was I not likely to be turned out of Sikkim? There was no question of starting a regular journey across Tibet. I was not at all prepared for this, and as the matter was only one of paying a short visit to a sorcerer, I did not think it worth while compromising my chance of continuing my Tibetan studies in the Himalayas. So I decided to return after leaving a present for the nuns and another to be sent to the lame of Tranglung. My regrets were later on wiped off the slate. For 2 years later I met the sorcerer and was several times his guest at Tranglung. Autumn was coming on, snow had invaded the passes, nights under the tent became hard. I recrossed the frontier and was delighted to find myself in a house beside a flaming fire. The house was one of those bungalows built by the British administration for the convenience of foreign travelers, all along the roads of India and the neighboring countries under British control. Thanks to them, trips that would otherwise have to be organized expeditions can be easily accomplished. The Thongu bungalow, 12,000 feet high and about 14 miles to the south of the Tibetan frontier, stood in a pretty solitary place surrounded by forests. I felt comfortable there and stayed on, little inclined to hasten my return to Gangtok or to Podang. There was not much more for me to learn from the lamas I had been associated with. Perhaps in normal times, I would have left the country for China or Japan, but the war which had begun in Europe just as I was leaving for Chertan Nyima made it rather dangerous to cross seas plowed by submarines. I was considering where I should spend the winter, when a few days after my arrival at Thangu, I learned that the Gamchen of Lakan was in his hermitage, half a day's march from the bungalow. I immediately decided to pay him a visit. The excursion could not help being interesting. What was this cave of the clear light, as he called it, and what sort of life did he live there? I was curious to know. I had sent back my horse when leaving for Korten Nyima and made the journey on a yak. The long-haired grunting Tibetan ox. I expected to hire a beast at Lakan for my return to Gangtok. Seeing me without a horse, the keeper of the bungalow proposed to bring his own. The animal, he said, was very sure-footed and would climb the rough steep path that led to the Gamchen's cave perfectly well. I accepted, and the next day was mounted on a small, not too ugly, beast with a red coat. Horses are bridled and bitted, but yaks are not, and when one rides the latter, one's hands are free. I had kept this habit, and thinking of other things, was putting on my gloves, forgetting to hold the reins as I should have done, especially as I was unfamiliar with the horse's character. While I continued dreaming, the animal rose on his 4 feet and kicked his heels at the clouds. Shot through the air, I fell down on a piece of ground, luckily covered with grass, below the path. The hard blow made me unconscious. When I came to myself again, a sharp pain in my back made it impossible to get up. As to the red horse, his fit of kicking over, he had not budged. Quiet as a lamb, with his head turned toward me, he watched with attentive interest the people busying themselves about me and carrying me into my room. The keeper of the bungalow was most grieved at my reproaches. "This horse has never before acted like that, I assure you. It is not vicious," he said. "I should not have offered it to you if I had not been sure of it. I have ridden it for several years. Watch me. I shall make it trot a little." Through the window I saw the beast standing quite still. His master approached it, spoke to it, took hold of the bridle, placing his foot in the stirrup, and sprung not as he intended, into the saddle, but into the air, where a good kick had hurled him. Less lucky than I had been, he fell upon rocks. Men ran to help him. He was badly wounded in the head and bleeding freely, but escaped with no bones broken. Between his groans he kept repeating, as he was carried home, "Never, never before has this horse acted in that way." This is very astonishing, I thought, as I lay stiff and bruised on my bed. While I was pondering on this strange manifestation of an animal supposed to be so gentle, my cook came in. "Reverend lady, this is not natural," he said. "I have questioned the keeper's servant. His master told the truth. The horse has always been quiet. The Gamchen must be at the bottom of this. He has demons around him. Do not go to his hermitage. Harm will come to you. Return to Gangtok. I shall find you a chair and porters if you cannot ride on horseback." Another of my men lighted incense sticks and a small altar lamp. Yongden, who at that time was only 15, wept in a corner. This stage setting looked as if I was dying. I started to laugh. "Come, come, I am not dead yet," I said. "The demons have nothing to do with the horse. The Gamchen is not a wicked man. Why are you afraid of him? Send up dinner early, and then let us all go to sleep. Tomorrow we will consider what is to be done." 2 days later the Gamchen, having heard about my accident, sent me a black mare to take me to him. No incident marked the trip. Through mountain paths that wound about the woody height, I reached a clearing at the foot of a very steep and barren mountainside that was crowned by an indented ridge of black rocks. A little farther up, a number of flags showed the place of the hermitage. The Lama came halfway down to welcome me. Then he led me through the loops of the winding path not to his own dwelling, but to another hermitage about a mile away below his own. He had a large pot of buttered tea brought there, and a fire lighted on the ground in the center of the room. The word room might prove misleading, for it was not in a house that the Gamchen showed me this hospitality. We were in a small-sized cave closed by a wall of uncemented stones, in which 2 narrow gaping holes less than 10 inches high served for windows. A few boards, roughly hewn with an axe, and bound together with strips of supple bark, formed the door. I had left Thongu late, and it was dusk when I arrived at the hermitage. My servants spread my blankets on the bare rock, and the Gamchen took them to sleep in a hut which, he said, was just beside his cave. Left to myself, I stepped out of my lair. There was no moon. I could only dimly see the white mass of a glacier against the shadow at the end of the valley, and the somber mountain tops that towered above my head toward the starry sky. Below me lay a mist of darkness from which ascended the roar of a distant torrent. I did not dare to go far in this blackness. The path was only large enough for a foothold and skirted the void. I had to put further explorations off until tomorrow. I went in and lay down. I had scarcely time to roll myself in my blankets before the light flickered and went out. The servants had forgotten to fill the lantern with kerosene. I could find no matches at hand, and being unacquainted with the formation of my prehistoric dwelling, I did not dare to move for fear of hurting myself on some pointed rocks. A bitter breeze began to blow in through the windows and the cracks of the door. A star peeped at me through the gap facing my ascetic couch. "Do you feel comfortable?" it seemed to say. "What do you think of a hermit's life?" Indeed, its ironical twinkling mocked me. "Yes, I am all right," I answered. "1,000 times better than all right, ravished. And I feel that the hermit's life, free of what we call the goods and pleasures of the world, is the most wonderful of all lives." Then the star left off mockery. It shone more brightly and, growing larger, lighted the whole cave. "That I may be capable of dying in this hermitage, and my wish will be accomplished." These verses belong to a poem composed by Milarepa in the 11th century, while he was living in a cave. It is popular in Tibet and means, "If I am capable of living in this hermitage until death, without being tempted to return to the world, I shall have reached my spiritual goal," it said, quoting the verses of Milarepa. And an expression of doubt dulled its grave voice. The next day I went up to the hermitage of the Gamchen. This too was a cave, but larger and better furnished than mine. The whole ground under the arched rocky roof had been enclosed by a wall of uncemented stones and provided with a solid door. This entrance room served as a kitchen. At the back of it, a natural opening in the rock led into a diminutive grotto. There the Gamchen had his living room. A wooden step led to the entrance, for it was higher than the kitchen, and a heavy multicolored curtain hid the doorway. There was no aperture to ventilate this inner chamber. A fissure in the stone through which air may have entered was closed with a glass pane. The furniture consisted of several wooden chests piled up behind a curtain which formed the back of the anchorite's couch, which was made of large hard cushions placed on the ground. In front of it were 2 low tables, mere slabs of wood set up on feet, painted in bright colors. At the back of the grotto on a small altar were placed the usual offerings: copper bowls filled with water, grain, and butter lamps. Scrolls of religious painting completely covered the rocky, uneven walls. Under one of these was hidden the small cabinet in which lamas of the tantric sects keep a demon prisoner. Outside the cave, half sheltered under protuberant rocks, 2 cabins had been built that served to store the provisions. As you can see, the Gamchen's dwelling was not entirely lacking in comfort. This eyrie commanded a romantic and absolutely solitary sight. The natives held it to be inhabited by evil spirits. They said that some men who had formerly ventured there, looking for stray cattle, or to work as woodcutters, had strange encounters which sometimes led to fatal consequences. Such spots are often chosen as dwelling places by Tibetan hermits. Firstly, they deem them a suitable ground for spiritual training. Secondly, they think that they find there the opportunity of using their magic powers for the good of men and animals, either by converting malignant evil spirits, or by forcibly preventing their harmful activity at least. Simple people ascribe that charitable desire to these holy ones. 17 years earlier, the Lama whom the mountaineers called Jowo Gamchen, Lord Contemplative Anchorite, had established himself in the cave where I saw him. Gradually the monks of the Lhasa monastery had improved it, till it became as I have just described it. At first the Gamchen had lived in total seclusion. The villagers or herdsmen who brought his provisions left their offerings in front of his door and retired without seeing him. The hermitage was inaccessible during 3 or 4 months every year, for the snows would block the valleys that led to it. When he grew older, he kept a young boy with him as attendant, and when I came to live in the cave below his, he called near him his initiated consort. As he belonged to the Red Hat sect, the Gomchen was not bound to be a celibate. I spent a week in my cave, visiting the Gomchen each day. Though his conversation was full of interest, I was still far more interested in watching the daily life of a Tibetan anchorite. A few Westerners such as Choma de Kuros or the French Reverend Fathers Huc and Gabet have sojourned in Lamiist monasteries, but none has lived with these Gomchins about whom so many fantastic stories are told. This was reason enough to incite me to stay in the neighborhood of the Gomchen. Added to this was my keen desire to myself experience the contemplative life according to Lamiist methods. However, my wish did not suffice. The consent of the Lama was needed. If he did not grant it, there would be no advantage in living near his hermitage. He would shut himself up, and I could only look at a wall of rock behind which something was going on. So I presented my request to the Lama in a manner that agreed with Oriental customs. I begged that he would instruct me in the doctrine he professed. He objected that his knowledge was not extensive enough, and that it was useless for me to stay in such an inhospitable region to listen to an ignorant man, when I had had the opportunity of long talks with learned lamas elsewhere. I strongly insisted, however, and he decided to admit me not exactly as a pupil but on a trial as a novice, for a certain time. I began to thank him when he interrupted me. "Wait," he said, "there is a condition. You must promise me that you will not return to Gangtok, nor undertake any journey toward the south without my permission." To go southward meant to go to Gangtok or to Kalimpong, where a few foreigners reside, and even if avoiding these places to follow a road sometimes frequented by Western tourists coming to these hills from India. The adventure was becoming exciting. The strangeness of it aroused my enthusiasm. "I promise," I answered without hesitating. A rough cabin was added to my cave. Like that of the Gomchen, it was built of planks roughly hewn with an axe. The mountaineers of this country do not know to use a saw, nor did they, at that time, care to learn. A few yards away, another hut was built, containing a small private room for Yongden and a lodging for our servants. In enlarging my hermitage, I was not altogether yielding to sybaritic tendencies. It would have been difficult for me to fetch water and fuel, and to carry these burdens up to my cave. Yongden, who had just left school, was no more experienced than I at this kind of work. We could not do without servants to help us. Therefore, an ample supply of provision and a storehouse was indispensable, since we were facing a long winter, during which we should remain completely isolated. Now these things seemed to me small difficulties, but at that time I was making my debut in the role of anchorite, and my son had not yet begun his apprenticeship as explorer. The days passed. Winter came, spreading a coat of immaculate snow on the whole country, and as we had expected, blocking the valleys that led to the foot of our mountain. The Gomchen shut himself up for a long retreat. I did the same thing. My single daily meal was placed behind a curtain at the entrance of my hut. The boy who brought it, and who later carried away the empty plates, left in silence, without having seen me. My life resembled that of the Carthusians, without the diversion which they may find in attendance at religious services. A bear appeared in search of food, and after its first feelings of astonishment and defiance were over, grew accustomed to coming and waiting for bread and other eatable things that were thrown to it. At last, toward the beginning of April, one of the boys noticed a black spot moving in the clearing beneath us and cried out, "A man!" just as early navigators must have cried, "Land ahead!" We were no longer blocked in. Letters arrived that had been written in Europe 5 months before. Then it was springtime in the cloudy Himalayas. 900 feet below my cave rhododendrons blossomed. I climbed barren mountain tops. Long tramps led me to desolate valleys studded with translucent lakes. Solitude, solitude. Mind and senses developed their sensibility in this contemplative life made up of continual observations and reflections. Does one become a visionary, or, rather, is it not that one has been blind until then? A few miles farther north, beyond the last range of the Himalayas which the clouds of the Indian monsoon cannot cross, the sun shone in the blue sky over the high Tibetan tableland. But there the summer was rainy, cold and short, In September, the tenacious snows already covered the neighboring heights, and soon our yearly imprisonment began again. What were the fruits of my long retreat? I should have found it difficult to explain, yet I learnt a number of things. Apart from my study of the Tibetan language with the help of grammars, dictionaries, and talks with the Gomchen, I also read with him the lives of famous Tibetan mystics. He would often stop our reading to tell me about facts he had himself witnessed, which were akin to the stories related in the books. He would describe people he had known, repeating their conversations and telling me about their lives. Thus, while seated in his cabin or in mine, I visited the palaces of rich lamas, entered the hermitages of many an ascetic. I traveled along the roads, meeting curious people. I became, in that way, closely acquainted with Tibet, its inhabitants, their customs, and their thoughts, a precious science which was later on to stand me in good stead. I never let myself be taken in by the illusion that my anchorite's home might become my final harbor. Too many causes opposed any desire of staying there and of laying down, once and for all, the burden of foolish ideas, routine cares and duties, to which, like other Westerners, I still fancied myself to be bound. I knew that the personality of a Gomchenma which I had taken on could only be an episode in my life as a traveler, or at the best, a preparation for future liberation. Sadly, almost with terror, I often looked at the thread-like path which I saw, lower down, winding in the valleys and disappearing between the mountains. The day would come when it would lead me back to the sorrowful world that existed beyond the distant hill ranges, and so thinking, an indescribable suffering lay hold of me. Besides more important reasons, the impossibility of keeping my servants any longer in this desert compelled me to leave my hermitage. Yet, before parting once more from Tibet, I wished to visit one of its two great religious centers, Shigatse, which was not a great distance. The famous monastery of Tashilhunpo lies near this town. It is the seat of the Grand Lama, whom foreigners call the Tashi Lama. Tibetans call him Tsang Panchen Rinpoche, the precious learned man of the province of Tsang. He is considered to be an emanation of Odpagmed, the mystic Buddha of infinite light, and at the same time a reincarnation of Subhuti, one of the foremost disciples of the historical Buddha. From a spiritual point of view, his rank equals that of the Dalai Lama, but as spirit in this world must often yield precedence to temporal power, so the Dalai Lama autocrat of Tibet is the master. Foreseeing the possible consequences of this journey, I put off starting for Shigatse until I was definitely ready to leave the Himalayas. I went from my hermitage to Chertan Nyima, where I had stayed before. From there I left for Shigatse accompanied by Yongden and a monk who was to act as our servant. We were all three on horseback. Our luggage was placed in large leather saddlebags. As is customary in Tibet, a pack mule carried 2 small tents and our provisions. The distance was not great. One could easily accomplish the trip in 4 days. I intended, however, to travel very slowly so as not to miss anything of interest on my way, and above all, that I might absorb in body and spirit as much as possible of Tibet, whose heart I was at last about to penetrate, but probably might never see again. Since my first visit to Chertan Nyima, I had met a son of the Lama sorcerer who sent ritualistic cakes flying through the air to punish his disobedient neighbors, and I had been invited, if circumstances permitted, to visit him. Tranglung, the village where he lived, was no more on the straight road leading from my hermitage to Shigatse than Chertan Nyima, but as I have just said, I intended to profit by all opportunities of seeing interesting things that my adventure in forbidden land might bring me. We reached Tranglung at the end of the afternoon. The village was quite different from any that Tibetan settlers have built in the Himalayas. It was indeed surprising to find such a complete contrast at so short a distance. Not only the tall stone houses differed from the cottages made of wood with thatched roofs I had been accustomed to see in Sikkim, but the climate, the soil, the landscape, the people's cast of features and general look had changed. I was really in Tibet. We found the sorcerer in his oratory, a huge room without any windows, scantily enough lighted through the roof. Near him were several men to whom he was distributing charms which consisted in toys like small pigs' heads, made of pink-colored clay and wrapped in woolen threads of different shades. The peasants listened with rapt attention to the Lama's endless instructions on the ways to use these objects. When they had gone, the householder Lama, with a gracious smile, invited me to take tea with him. A long conversation ensued. I was burning to ask my host about the flying cakes, but a direct question would have been against all rules of politeness. During the few days I remained there, I was told about a peculiar domestic drama and had the rare honor of being consulted by an authentic sorcerer. Here, as in a large number of families in central Tibet, polyandry was practiced. On the wedding day of the Lama's eldest son, his brothers' names had been mentioned in the marriage deed, and the young girl had consented to take them all as husbands. As in most cases, at that time some of the bridegrooms were mere children who had, of course, not been consulted. They were, nevertheless, legally married. Now the sorcerer of Tranglung had 4 sons. I was not told what the second son thought about his partnership with his elder brother. He was away in journey, and most likely all was right with him. The third son, whom I knew personally, was also traveling somewhere. It was he who had upset the peace of the family. He was much younger than his first 2 brothers, being only 25, and he obstinately refused to fulfill his conjugal duties toward the collective wife. Unfortunately for the lady, this purely nominal husband was far more attractive than the elder 2. Not only was he rather better looking than his brothers, but he surpassed them in social position, eloquence as learning, and maybe in various other accomplishments that I could not discover. While the 2 elders were but wealthy farmers, the third brother enjoyed the prestige attached, in Tibet, to clergy. He was a Lama, and more than a common Lama. He was a so-called Nalyorpa initiated in occult doctrines. He had the right to wear the 5-sided hat of the Tantric mystics, and the white skirt of the Respas who are adepts in Tumo, the art of keeping warm without fire in even the coldest weather. Regarding Tumo, see Chapter 6. It was this distinguished husband who refused to fulfill his part, and the offended wife could not resign herself to be disdained. What made the matter worse was that the young Lama courted a girl in one of the neighboring villages and meant to marry her. The law of the country permitted him to do so, but if he persisted in this marriage and thus broke up the unity of the family, the young husband would have to leave his father's house and establish a new home for his bride. The priestly son of my host, indeed, did not shrink from the responsibility, and even relied confidently on his earnings as a sorcerer to make that home comfortable. But by so doing, would he not be setting himself up as a rival to his father? Although the old Lama did not express his thought in words, I could read in the expression of his face that he feared a competitor in that obstinate son who refused to please a healthy, sturdy woman of 40, probably not too ugly. I could not dispute this point, for the wife's features were hidden under a thick coating of butter and soot that made her as black as a negress. What on earth is to be done? Groaned the aged mother of the family. I had no experience in such matters. Though I had met polyandrous ladies in the West, as a rule no family council was called in to settle the imbroglios that result from their affairs. And in my travels I had only been asked for advice by polygamous gentlemen whose homes had become a seat of war. Since polygamy is also legal in Tibet, I suggested that the young Lama might be persuaded to bring his bride home. Luckily for me, I was then wearing the respected monastic robe, for only this prevented the jealous, disdained wife from throwing herself upon me. "Reverend lady," cried the old mother as she wept, "you do not know that our daughter-in-law wanted to send her servants to beat the girl and to disfigure her. We had a hard task to prevent her from doing so. Think of people of our rank doing such thing. We should be dishonored forever afterwards." I could find nothing more to say, so I remarked that it was time for my evening meditation and asked permission to retire to the oratory which the Lama had courteously lent to me for the night. As I was leaving the room I noticed the youngest son, a lad of 18, the husband number 4. He was seated in a dark corner and looking at the common wife with a strange half-smile, as if he were saying, "Wait a little, old lady, I have worse things in store for you." During the following days, I wandered idly from village to village, sleeping at night in the peasants' houses. I did not try to hide my identity as I was obliged to later on the road to Lhasa. No one here seemed to notice that I was a foreigner, or at any rate, no one seemed to attach any importance to the fact. My road passed the monastery of Patur, which appeared to me immense compared with those of Sikkim. One of the ecclesiastic officials invited us to an excellent meal in a dark hall, where we enjoyed the company of several monks. Nothing there, with the exception of the massive buildings several stories high, was entirely new to me. Nevertheless, I understood that Lamaism, as I had observed it in Sikkim, was only a pale reflection of that which exists in Tibet. I had vaguely imagined that beyond the Himalayas the country would become wild, but now I began to realize that on the contrary, I was coming into touch with a truly civilized people. Among the various incidents of the journey, the Chi River, swollen by the rains and the melting snows, was difficult to ford in spite of the help of 3 villagers who took our horses across one by one. Beyond the village called Kuma extends a long tract of desert land. According to the description of our servant, who knew the road, well, I hoped to camp pleasantly near thermal springs, getting a hot bath and warm earth for bedding. A sudden storm compelled us to set up our camp hastily before reaching this desired paradise. First hail attacked us. Then the snow began to fall so hard that it soon came nearly up to our knees. A neighboring brook overflowed into our camp. I had to spend the night fasting and standing up most of the time on the small island that was the only spot, under my tent, not invaded by the muddy water. So much for the comfortable sleep I had expected. At last, at a turning of the road where I had stopped to look at a drunken man wallowing in the dust, my eyes suddenly fell on a glorious vision. In the bluish gloaming, the enormous monastery of Tashilhunpo stood in the distance. A mass of white buildings crowned with golden roofs that reflected the last dim rays of the setting sun. I had reached my goal. A strange idea had grown up in my mind. Instead of looking for a shelter in one of the inns of the town, I sent my servant to the Lama, who was responsible for entertaining the monks' visitors, or the native students from the Kham province. How could a foreign woman traveler, unknown to him, awaken his interest, and what reason could she have for requesting his good offices? I had not asked myself this question. I acted entirely on impulse, and the result was excellent. The distinguished official sent a trappa to order 2 rooms for me in the only house next to the monastery. There I settled myself. The very next day, according to the protocol, the requests for an audience with the Tashi Lama were begun. I had to give details of my native country and satisfied them by saying that my birthplace was called Paris. Which Paris? South of Lhasa there is a village called Phagri, that name being pronounced Pari. I explained that my Paris was a little farther away from the Tibetan capital and stood westward, but I insisted on the point that starting from Tibet, one could reach my country without crossing the sea, and that, consequently, I was not a filing stranger. This was a play upon the word filing, which literally means a continent over sea. I had stayed so long in the proximity of Shigatse that it was impossible to be unknown there, and moreover, the fact of having lived as a hermit made me somewhat famous in the country. An audience was immediately granted, and the mother of the Tashi Lama invited me to be her guest. I went over every corner of the monastery and, to pay for my welcome, I offered tea to the several thousand monks living there. The number of years that have elapsed and the chances I have taken, since that time, to visit the large lamaseries, or even to dwell in them, have dulled my impressions, but when I went round Tashilhunpo I was deeply struck by everything I saw. A barbaric splendor reigned in the temples, halls, and palaces of the dignitaries. No description can give an idea of it. Gold, silver, turquoises, jade were lavishly used on the altars, the tombs, the ornamented doors, the ritualistic implements, and even on mere household objects for the use of wealthy lamas. Should I say that I admired this opulent display? No, for it seemed unrefined and childish, the work of powerful giants whose minds had not grown up. That first contact with Tibet would even have impressed me unfavorably if I had not had ever present before me the vision of its calm solitudes, and known that they conceal ascetic sages who spurn the vulgarities that are the insignia of grandeur in the eyes of the masses. The Tashi Lama was most kind to me every time I saw him and showered me with attentions. He knew quite well where my Paris was and pronounced the word France with a perfect French accent. My zeal for the study of Lamaism pleased him very much. He was willing to help my researches in any way. Why should I not stay in Tibet? He asked me. Why, indeed? Desire was not lacking, but I knew that however great and honored he was in the country, the gracious Grand Lama had not enough temporal power to obtain permission for me to live in Tibet. Nevertheless, if I had at that moment been as free of ties as I was when I undertook my journey to Lhasa, I might have attempted to avail myself, in some secluded spot, of the protection which was offered to me. But I had not foreseen such an offer. My luggage, notes, collections of photo negatives, why should one think these things important, had been left behind, some in the care of friends in Calcutta, others in my hermitage. How many things remained for me to learn, how great was the mental transformation necessary to enable me to become, a few years later, a joyful tramp in the wilds of Tibet. While at Shigatse, I met the masters who had educated the Tashi Lama, his professor of secular sciences, and he who had initiated him into the mystic doctrines. I also came to know a contemplative mystic, the spiritual guide of the Tashi Lama, highly revered by him, who, if we must believe the stories told about him, ended his life a few years later in a miraculous way. See the end of Chapter 8. During my visit to Shigatse, the temple that the Tashi Lama meant to dedicate to the future Buddha Maitreya, the Lord of Infinite Compassion, was nearing completion. I saw the huge image placed in a hall with galleries that allowed the devotees to circle around it on the ground floor on a level with the feet and successively ascending the first, second, and third galleries, up to its belt, its shoulders, and its head. 20 jewelers were setting the enormous ornaments that were to adorn the gigantic Maitreya. They were resetting the jewels presented by the ladies, belonging to the nobility of Sang, the mother of the Tashi Lama, at their head, with the gift of all her sets of precious stones. I spent delightful days in the palaces of the Tashi Lama in Shigatse and the neighborhood. I talked with men of widely different characters. The novelty of what I saw and heard, the special psychic atmosphere of the place, enchanted me. I have seldom enjoyed such blissful hours. At last the dreaded moment came. Taking with me books, notes, presents, and the robe of a graduate lama that the Tashi Lama had bestowed on me, as a kind of diploma of Dr. Honori Causa of the Tashil Hunpo University, I left Shigatse, gazing sadly at the immense monastery, as it disappeared behind the same turning of the road from which it had first appeared to me. I went on to Narthang to visit the largest of the printing establishments in Tibet. The number of engraved wooden plates used for the printing of the various religious books was prodigious. Set up on shelves, in rows, they filled a huge building. The printers, spattered with ink up to their elbows, sat upon the floor as they worked, while in other rooms monks cut the paper according to the size required for each kind of book. There was no haste. Chatting and drinking of buttered tea went on freely. What a contrast to the feverish agitation in our newspaper printing rooms. From Narthang, I sought out the hermitage of a Gomchen who had been good enough to send me an invitation. I found the anchorite's abode in a desolate place on a hill, near the lake Moti Tong. It consisted of a spacious cave, to which one room after another had been added, till it looked like a small fort. The present Gomchen had succeeded his master, who himself had succeeded his own spiritual father, famous as a wonder-worker. Gifts of devotees to 3 generations of Lama magicians had led to the accumulation, in the hermitage, of a good number of objects affording comfort, and life could be passed there quite pleasantly, that is, from the point of view of a Tibetan, born in the wilds and accustomed since his youth to live as the disciple of an anchorite. Such was the case of my host. He had never been to Lhasa nor to Shigatse, nor traveled anywhere in Tibet, and knew nothing of the world outside his cave. His master had lived there for more than 30 years, and when he died, the present hermit had walled himself in. By walled in, one must understand that one door only gave access to the hermitage enclosure, and this door the Lama never approached. 2 lower rooms under the rock kitchen, storeroom and servants' quarter all together, opened on an inner courtyard closed in, on the side which gave on to the precipice, by a high wall. Above these rooms an upper cave was the private apartment of the Lama, which was reached by a ladder and a trapdoor in the floor. This chamber stood on a small terrace, also closed by walls, so the recluse could take a little exercise or sun himself, without being seen by anyone outside, and without himself seeing anything but the sky overhead. The anchorite mitigated the severity of his seclusion by receiving visitors and chatting with them, but he added to its austerity by never lying down to sleep, spending the nights in a gamti. There exist, in Tibet, special seats which are called gamti, box seat, or gomti, meditation seat. These are square boxes, each side being about 25 or 30 inches long, and one of the sides being higher to form the back of the seat. At the bottom of the box, a cushion is placed on which the ascetic sits cross-legged. Often he does not allow himself to lie against the back of the seat, and in order to support his body, either while sleeping or during long meditation, he uses the meditation rope, skantag. It is a sash usually made in woolen cloth, which one passes under the knees and behind the nape of the neck, or with which one encircles the knees and the back. Many Gomchins spend days and nights in that way, without reclining or stretching their limbs to sleep. They doze sometimes but never fall fast asleep, and except during these short periods of drowsiness, they do not stop their meditation. I had several interesting conversations with the hermit, and then I turned back towards the frontier. The British resident at Gangtok had already sent a letter by peasants from Sikkim ordering me to leave Tibetan soil. I had not obeyed because I wanted to end my trip as I had planned it, but now I had accomplished my object, and as I had foreseen the consequences of a prolonged incursion on the forbidden territory, I was ready to bid farewell to the Himalayas. A second letter commanding me to leave the vicinity of the Tibetan border found me already on the road to India en route for the Far East. Chapter 3. A famous Tibetan monastery. Once more I have crossed the Himalayas, proceeding downward to India. It is sad to leave the bewitching region, where during several years I have lived a most fantastic and captivating life. Though, wonderful as this entrance house of Tibet proved to be, I know that I am far from having obtained even a glimpse of all the strange mystic doctrines and practices which are hidden from the profane in the hermitages of the land of snow. My journey to Shigatse has also revealed me the scholastic Tibet, its monastic universities, its immense libraries. How many things are left for me to learn, and I am leaving. I go to Burma and spend days of retreat on the Sagan Hills with the Kamatangs, the contemplative monks of one of the most austere Buddhist sects. I go to Japan where I dive into the calm of the Tofukuji, a monastery of that Zen sect which, for centuries, has collected the intellectual aristocracy of the country. I go to Korea. Panyaan, the monastery of wisdom concealed in the heart of the forest, opens its door to me. When I went there to beg temporary admittance, heavy rains had washed the path away. I found the Panyaan monks busy repairing it. The novice sent by his abbot to introduce me stopped before one of the workers as muddy as his companions, bowed respectfully, and said a few words to him. The digger, leaning on his spade, looked at me intently for a while, then nodded his consent and began to work again, without taking any more notice of me. He is the head of the hermitage, my guide told me. He is willing to give you a room. The next day when I returned to Panyaan, I was led to a completely empty cell. My blanket spread on the floor was to be my couch, while my dressing case could be used as a table. Yongden was to share the room of a young novice of his age, which, excepting for a few books on a shelf, was as little furnished as mine. The daily routine included 8 hours of meditation divided in 4 periods of 2 hours, 8 hours of study and manual work, 8 hours devoted to sleep, meals and recreation according to individual tastes. Each day, a little before 3 a.m., a monk went round the houses, striking a wooden instrument to waken his brothers. Then, all met in the assembly room, where they sat in meditation facing the wall. Diet was truly ascetic, rice and some boiled vegetables without any flavoring. Even the vegetables were often missing, and the meal consisted of plain rice alone. Silence was not compulsory as it is amongst the Trappist, but the monks seldom spoke. They did not feel the need of talking, nor of spending their energy in outward manifestations. Their thoughts remained fixed on secret introspections, and their eyes had the inward gaze of the Buddha's images. I go to Peking. I live in Peling Sis, formerly an imperial mansion, now a Buddhist monastery. It is situated next to the large Lamias temple and near the stately temple of Confucius, several miles distant from the legations. There, Tibet calls to me again. For years I have dreamt of faraway Kumbum without having dared hope I would ever get there. Yet the journey is decided. I will cross the whole of China to reach its northwestern frontier into Tibetan land. I join a caravan composed of 2 rich lamas and their respective retinues who are returning to Amdo, a Chinese trader of the remote Kansu province with his servants, and a few monks and laymen who are glad to benefit from the protection that numbers ensure on the unsafe roads. The journey is most picturesque. Besides other incidents, my traveling companions supply abundant matter for amazement. One day, the gigantic head of our caravan entertains some Chinese harlots at the inn where we have put up. Slender and short, clad in pale green pants and pink coats, they enter the lama's room like a family of Tom Thumbs going into the ogre's den. The lama is Ngagspa, a follower of the very heterodox sect of the magicians, scarcely belonging to the clergy, and a married man. A harsh and noisy bargaining takes place with the door wide open. The cynical, yet candid terms of the borderer of Koko Nor wilderness are translated into Chinese by his imperturbable secretary-interpreter. Finally, 5 Chinese dollars are accepted as honorarium. One of the dolls stays overnight. Our libertine companion is also hot-tempered. Another day he quarrels with a Chinese officer. The soldiers of a neighboring post invade our inn, guns in hand. The lama calls his retainers, who arrive with their own guns. The innkeeper falls prostrate at my feet, beseeching me to intervene. With the help of the Chinese trader, a member of our traveling party, who knows Tibetan and acts as my interpreter, I succeed in convincing the soldiers that it is beneath their dignity to pay the least attention to the stupid actions of a barbarian from the Koko Nor wilds. Then I remonstrate with the lama against a man of his rank compromising himself with vulgar soldiers. Peace is restored. I become acquainted with civil war and robbery. I endeavor to nurse wounded men left without help. One morning I see a bunch of heads, those of newly beheaded robbers, hung above the door of our inn. That sight arouses philosophical thoughts about death in my placid son, which he quietly expounds to me. The road ahead of us is blocked by the fighting troops. I think I shall be able to avoid the vicinity of the battles by going to a town named Tungchao, situated several miles away from the direct road to Sianfu. The day after my arrival, Tungchao is besieged. I could watch storming enemies climbing the city walls on high ladders, while defenders hurled stones down on them. I seem to be living in an ancient picture depicting the wars of olden times. I escape from the besieged town during a tempest when the army remains sheltered on the other side of the walls. My cart rushes madly through the night. We arrive at the shore of a river beyond which we expect to be in safety. We call the ferryman. For answer, shots are fired at us from the other bank. I have an amusing remembrance of a tea party with the governor of Shensi. The enemy surrounds the city. Tea is served by soldiers with guns on their shoulders and revolvers in their belts, ready to resist an attack that may occur at any minute. Yet, the guests talk calmly with that exquisite and apparently serene courtesy which is one of the fruits of the old Chinese education. We discuss philosophical questions. One of the officials speaks French perfectly and acts as my interpreter. Whatever the feelings of the governor and his party may be in this tragic situation, their faces remain smiling. The conversation around the tea table is that of literati enjoying the intellectual game of exchanging subtle thoughts in a dispassionate way. How wonderfully refined and civilized are the Chinese, and how lovable, in spite of the faults that can be found in them. I came out at last from the troubled area. I am in Amdo, settled in the precinct of the Pegyai Lama's palace, in the Kumbum monastery. Again I plunge into Tibetan life. Salutation to the Buddha, in the language of the gods and in that of the Lhasa, snake demigods who live in the lakes and the ocean, and are said to be the owners of fabulous wealth. In the language of the demons, and in that of the men, in all the languages which exist, I proclaim the doctrine. A few lads stand on the flat roof of the assembly hall. They have hastily recited the liturgic formula, and simultaneously lift the conches to their lips. Each of them take turn at breathing, while his companions continue to blow, and so is produced an uninterrupted bellowing, whose sonorous waves, rising and falling in successive crescendi and diminuendi, spread over the still sleeping monastery. Above the peristyle of the hall the young novices, wrapped in the clerical toga, are silhouetted on the bright starry sky like a row of unearthly dark beings who have alighted to call the dead from their slumbers. And truly, the silent Gampa with its many low-roofed whitewashed houses appears in the night as a vast necropolis. The musical summons dies away. Moving lights appear through the windows of the princely garbas, Grand Lama's mansions, and noises arise from the tashas, houses of ordinary monks squatting around them. Doors open. A hurried stamping of feet is heard in all the streets and avenues of the monastic city. The lamas are going to the morning assembly. As they reach the precincts of the hall, the sky grows pale, the day breaks. Taking off their felt boots which they leave outside, piled here and there, each of them hastens towards his place. In large monasteries, the gathering monks number several thousands. A strange, shabby, ill-smelling crew, offering a strange contrast to the sumptuousness of the gold brocade vests worn by the dignitaries and the jeweled cloak and rod of office of the Tsogs Chen Shongo, the elected ruler of the Gampa. Hanging from the high ceiling, from the galleries and against the tall pillars, scrolls of painting show countless Buddhas and deities, while a host of other worthies, saints, gods, and demons, may be vaguely discerned on the frescoes which decorate the walls of the dark edifice. At the bottom of the hall, behind rows of butter lamps, shine softly the gilded images of former Grand Lamas and the massive silver and gold reliquaries which contain their ashes or mummified bodies. A mystic atmosphere envelops men and things, veiling all vulgar details, idealizing the attitudes and the faces. Whatever knowledge one may have acquired regarding the shortcomings of many of the monks assembled there, the sight of the assembly itself is most impressive. Now, everyone is seated cross-legged, motionless, the lamas and officials on their thrones, whose heights vary according to their rank, and the common ecclesiastic folk on long benches nearly on the level of the floor. Chanting begins, deep-toned in a slow rhythm. Bells, wailing guilings, a musical instrument like a hautboy, thundering ragdong, a kind of huge Theban trumpet, tiny drums and big drums on which the cadence is beaten, at times accompany the psalmody. The little novices, seated at the extremity of the benches near the door, hardly dare to breathe. They know the 100-eyed Chustimpa, an official who enforces discipline in the Gampa, especially during the religious ceremonies, soon detects any chatting or playful gestures, and fear-inspiring are the rod and whip that are hung at hand, next his high seat. Chastisement, however, is not for little boys only, and full-grown members of the religious order may well receive at times their good share of it. I have witnessed queer performances of that kind. One of them took place in a monastery of the Sakya sect during a solemn festival. Several hundred monks were assembled in the Tsokon, assembly hall, and the usual liturgy and music was going on, when 3 men communicated something to each other by gesture. As they were not seated on the front bench, they thought themselves sufficiently screened by the monks placed in front of them. The slight motion of their hands and the looks they exchanged would, they believed, not be noticed by the Chustimpa, but most likely the patron gods of the Lamaseries invest these stern officials with a supernormal keenness of sight. The The Chostimpa had seen the culprits and started towards them. He was a tall, dark Khampa, a native of Kham in eastern Tibet, with athletic features, and standing on his high seat as on a pedestal, looked like a bronze statue. Majestically he took down his whip, descended from his throne, and strode across the hall with the air of a destroying angel. He passed before me, tucking his toga above his elbows. The whip which he clutched in his large hand was made of several leather ropes, each the size of a forefinger, and ended by a knot. Having reached the place where the culprits awaited their unavoidable chastisement, he grasped their necks from behind, one after the other, lifting them brutally from the bench. It being impossible even to think of escape, the resigned fellows moved to the passage between the rows of monks and there prostrated themselves, their forehead against the floor. A few strokes of the whip sounded on the back of each one, and the fearful personage, with the same supreme dignity of demeanor, returned to his seat. However, only minor offenses, as breach of silence, incorrect attitude, etc., are punished in the assembly hall. More severe penalties are carried out elsewhere. A much appreciated intermission cuts the long service. Tea is brought in steaming hot, flavored with butter and salt, according to the Tibetan taste. It is carried in large wooden buckets whose bearer walk along the rows. Each Trapa produces his own bowl, kept till then under his vest next his skin. The bowls are of special patterns which vary according to the sex. No china or silver ornamented bowls are allowed at the assembly. The highest dignitaries must use a plain wooden one. Yet even that rule, meant as a symbolic remembrance of the renunciation and poverty enjoined by the original Buddhist discipline, is avoided by the astute lamas. The bowl of the richest among them is truly in wood, but some of these wooden utensils, made of special timbers out of the excrescences that grow on the trunk of certain trees, are highly prized and may cost as much as the equivalent of 6 pounds in local currency. In wealthy gampas, the tea is generously buttered, and the monks bring with them, to the assembly, a small pot in which they blow a certain quantity of the butter that rises to the surface of the liquid. This they use at home or sell to be put again in tea or to fill the lamps used in the house, not the altar lamps for which new butter is required. Trapas bring also some sampa, flour made with roasted barley, which is the staple food of all Tibetans, from their own houses, and this flour, together with the tea provided free, constitutes their breakfast. Upon certain days, tsampa and a piece of butter are distributed with the tea, or a soup served instead of tea, or even the meal includes both tea and soup. The inmates of the famous monasteries enjoy a rather large number of these special breakfasts offered by rich pilgrims or by wealthy grand lamas belonging to the monastery itself. On such occasions, hills of tsampa and huge heaps of pieces of butter, sewn in sheep's stomachs, fill the Gampa's kitchen to overflowing. The spectacle is still greater when it is a question of soup, for then a number of sheep's carcasses, amounting sometimes to several hundred, are cut up for the gargantuan broth. While living in Kumbum and in other monasteries, though, as a woman, I was not allowed to take part at the monastic banquet, a pot full of the special dainty of the day was brought to my house whenever I wished. It was in that way that I became acquainted with a certain Mongolian dish made of mutton, rice, Chinese dates, butter, cheese, curds, sugar candy, and various other ingredients and spices, all boiled together. This was not the only sample of their culinary science with which the Lamaist chefs treated me. A distribution of money takes place, sometimes, during the meal. Mongolians greatly outdo Tibetans in their liberality to the clergy. I have seen some of them leave more than 10,000 Chinese dollars at the Kumbum monastery during their visit. So day after day, in the frosty morning or the warm summer dawns, that peculiar Lamaist matins is performed in countless gampas all over the immense territories, the whole of Mongolia, parts of Siberia, of Manchuria, and even of European Russia, of which Tibet itself is but a small part. Each morning, half-awake lads, together with their elders, are bathed in that curious atmosphere which is a blend of mysticism, gastronomic preoccupations, and anticipations of a dole. That beginning of the day in the Gampa gives us an idea of the character of the whole Lamaist monastic life. In the latter we find also, always present, the same ill-assorted elements: subtle philosophy, commercialism, lofty spirituality, and eager pursuit of coarse enjoyments. And these are so closely interwoven that one endeavors in vain to completely disentangle them. Youngsters brought up amongst these conflicting streams of influence yield to one or other of the according to their natural propensities, and the way in which they are directed by their masters. Out of that early, rather incoherent monastic training issues a small elite of literati, a number of idle, dull, sleepy fellows, wanton braggarts, and a few mystics who resort to lonely hermitages and lifelong meditations. The majority of the Tibetan Trapas and Lamas do not, however, belong exclusively to any of these different classes. They rather harbor in their mind, at least in potentiality, all of these various characteristics, and, according to the circumstances, one or another appear on the stage to play its part. Plurality of personalities in the apparently single individual is, of course, not peculiar to Tibetan Lamas, but it exists in them in a remarkably high degree, and on that account their discourses and behavior provide the attentive observer with continual matter for wonder. Tibetan Buddhism differs widely from Buddhism as seen in Ceylon, Burma, and even China or Japan. So also, Lamaist monastic dwellings have their own quite peculiar aspect. As I have already mentioned, in Tibetan language, a monastery is called a gompa, spelling Dagon Pa, that is to say, a house in the solitude, and this name is entirely justified. Proudly isolated on summits beaten by the wind amidst wild landscapes, Tibetan gompas look vaguely aggressive, as if bidding defiance to invisible foes at the four corners of the horizon. Or, when squatting between high mountain ranges, they often assume a disquieting air of laboratories where occult forces are manipulated. That twofold appearance corresponds to a certain reality. Though nowadays the thoughts of the monks may be mostly occupied by mercantile and other vulgar cares, Tibetan gompas were not originally intended for such earthly-minded folk. The hard conquest of a world other than that perceived through the senses, transcendental knowledge, mystic realizations, mastery over occult forces, such were the aims for the pursuit of which were built the Lama's towering citadels and those enigmatic cities concealed in the maze of snowy hills. Yet nowadays mystics and magicians must be looked for mostly out of the monasteries. In order to escape an atmosphere that has become too much permeated by material cares and pursuits, they emigrate to more remote, inaccessible places, and the discovery of hermitages entails, sometimes, all the hardships of a real exploration. Nevertheless, with a very few exceptions, anchorites begin life as novices in the regular religious order. The boys whom their parents destine for a clerical life are taken to the monastery at the age of 8 or 9. They are given as wards to a monk of their own family parentage, or, failing a relative in the monastery, to some intimate friend. As a rule, the tutor of the novice is his first teacher, and in many cases his only one. However, wealthy parents, who can afford generous recognition to the tuition of an erudite monk, either entrust the guardianship of their sons to such a one, or make an arrangement to the effect that the lads be sent to him to be taught at appointed hours. Sometimes also, they beg for their sons the favor of being admitted as boarders in the house of an ecclesiastic dignitary. In that case, the latter will more or less supervise the youth's education. These novices are supported by their parents, who send to their tutor's house the usual supply of butter, tea, tsampa, and meat. Besides substantial provisions, rich Tibetans send to their sons various dainties: cheese, dried fruits, sugar, molasses, cakes, etc. Such treasures play a great part in the everyday life of the boys lucky enough to possess them. They allow of countless bartering, and many services can be bought from poor and gourmand fellow students with a handful of shrunk, stone-like apricots, or a few bits of desiccated mutton. Young Tibetans begin, in that way, the apprenticeship in the tricks of trade while they are spelling out the first pages of religious treatises. One may guess that their progress in the former science is, often, more rapid than in the latter. Entirely destitute boys become gayog, servant of virtue or virtuous servant. That is to say that in exchange for menial work, they get teaching and sometimes also food and clothing at the house of a monk. Needless to add that, in this case, lessons are, as a rule, rare and brief. The professor, who is often illiterate or nearly so, can only teach the lads to memorize parts of the liturgic recitations, which they mangle dreadfully, and whose meaning they will never understand. Numbers of Gayog remain without being taught anything at all. It is not that their work as servants is heavy, but the carelessness natural to their age prevents them from asking for lessons which are not imposed on them, and they spend their many leisure hours playing with other little fellows of their own condition. As soon as they are admitted to a monastery, the novices have a share in the income of the Gampa. As I have given in another book, My Journey to Lhasa, a large number of details regarding the organization of the monasteries, their source of revenues, information about their tenants, etc. I omit them here, and in the gifts made by the devotees to the community. If, when growing older, the novice feels inclined to study, and if circumstances allow, he may seek admission to one of the monastic colleges. There are 4 of them in all, large monasteries. As for the youths who belong to smaller gampas where no such colleges exist, they may at any time get leave to go and study elsewhere. The subjects taught are philosophy and metaphysics in the Tsen Need College, ritual and magic in the Gyud College, medicine according to Chinese and Indian methods in the Men College, and the sacred scriptures in the Du College. Grammar, arithmetic, and several other sciences are taught outside of these schools by private professors. Both junior and senior students of philosophy hold discussions at regular dates. Often the latter take place in the open, and in all large lamaseries a shady garden, surrounded by walls, is reserved for that purpose. Ritualistic gestures accompany the controversies and are a lively part of it. There are peculiar ways of turning one's rosary around one's arm, clapping one's hands, and stamping when putting a question. There are other prescribed ways of jumping when giving an answer, or replying to one interrogation by another. And so, though the words exchanged are usually but quotations, and only do honor to the memory of the controversialists, their antics and challenging attitudes create the illusion of passionate debates. Yet, all members of the philosophical college are not mere parrots. Amongst them one finds eminent literati and subtle thinkers. They too can quote for hours from countless books, but they are also able to descant on the import of the old texts and bring forward the results of their own reflections. A noteworthy feature of these public contests is that, at the end of them, he who has been acknowledged the victor is carried round the assembly, riding on the shoulders of his defeated opponent. The College of Ritualistic Magic is generally the most sumptuously housed of the Gampa's scholastic institutions, and its fellows called Jinpas are held in high esteem. They are believed to know the special technique which enables one to propitiate the fierce deities and subjugate evil spirits, and the protection of their monasteries is entrusted to them. The Ginpas belonging to the 2 great Gind colleges that exist at Lhasa act in the same capacity on behalf of the state. Their appointed duty is to attract prosperity to Tibet and its ruler, as well as to shelter them from all bad influences and malignant undertakings. Jindpas are also entrusted with the task of honoring and serving the aboriginal gods or demons, whose goodwill or neutrality had been previously won by promising them perpetual worship and attendance to their needs. They must, also by their magic art, keep the untamed evil spirits bound in captivity. Though for lack of another word in the English language we are compelled to refer to the Gampas as monasteries, they do not in the least resemble a Christian monastery. Excepting the fact that the inmates of the Gampa are celibates, and that the monastery owns property, I hardly see a point in common between the Christian and the Lamoist religious orders. As to celibacy, it must be remembered that all monks of the Gelug's Pa sect, familiarly called Yellow Cap sect, are celibate. But in the various Red Cap sects, celibacy is only enjoined on fully ordained monks called Gelongs. Married lamas or Trappas keep, outside of the Gampa, a home where their family lives. They have also a dwelling place in their respective monasteries where they stay occasionally, at the time of religious festivals or when retiring for a period of religious exercises or meditation. Wives are never allowed to cohabit with their husbands in the enclosure of a monastery. Lamaseries are meant, just as the viharas of Ceylon or the monasteries of any Buddhist country, to house people who pursue a spiritual aim. That aim is neither strictly defined nor imposed, and common to all Gompas dwellers. Humble or lofty as it may be, the goal of each monk remains his secret, and he may endeavor to reach it by any means he chooses. No devotional exercises in common, nor uniform religious practices are enjoined on the inmates of the lamaseries. The only rules that exist are of a lay character, relating to the good order, the keeping up of the monastery, or the attendance of the members of the Gompa to daily or occasional meetings. These assemblies themselves have nothing to do with the celebration of a cult in which each one present joins for his own sake, and from which he expects good fruits for himself. When Lamaist monks meet in the assembly hall, it is, beside hearing communications from the monastic authorities, to read parts of the scriptures for the benefit of the monastery, the state, or the supporters and occasional benefactors of the Gompa. Such readings are credited with happy results in bringing prosperity, averting illness and calamities, and keeping away malevolent beings. As for the ritualistic ceremonies, all of a magic nature, they are also performed for some aim in which the celebrants have no share. It is even believed that none can perform them for his own sake. The most proficient jind pas are compelled to call a colleague when they wish to have these rites celebrated on their behalf. Magic for personal purposes, meditation and exercises connected with spiritual life are accomplished privately by each monk in his own dwelling. None but the teacher whom he has chosen has the least right to interfere in that matter. No one either has any right to ask any account of the Lama's views. He may believe whatever doctrine he deems true. He may even be an utter unbeliever. This concerns himself only. There is no church or chapel in the Lamaist monasteries, for, as it has been explained, no worship is done in which the laity joins or even merely attends. Beside the assembly hall there exist a number of lakans, that is to say, God's houses. Each of them is dedicated to a deity or to some Buddhist worthies, historical or mythical. Those who wish it pay courteous visits to the images of these exalted persons. They light a lamp or burn incense in their honor, salute them with 3 prostrations and depart. Favors are often begged during such visits, but not always, and a number of these polite meetings are the outcome of disinterested reverence. Before the images of the Buddha boons are not requested, for Buddhas have passed beyond the world of desire, and in fact beyond all worlds. But vows are taken and spiritual wishes expressed such as, may I be, in this life or in the next one, able to distribute a quantity of alms, to contribute efficaciously to the welfare of many. Or, may I be able to understand the meaning of Buddha's doctrine, and to live accordingly. There are a larger number than one would suppose who, when raising a small lamp in the gesture of an offering before the Buddha's image, ask for no more than spiritual insight. Though they may make but little practical effort to reach it, the mystic ideal of salvation through enlightenment remains alive amongst Tibetans. To the complete spiritual freedom of the Lamaist monk corresponds a nearly equal material liberty. The members of a monastery do not live in community, but each one in his own house or apartment, and each one according to his own means. Poverty is not enjoined to them as it was to the early Buddhist monks. I must even say that the Lama who voluntarily would practice it would enjoy no special regard on that account. Quite the opposite. Anchorites only may indulge in that kind of eccentricity. Yet absolute renunciation, as India, and maybe India alone, has thoroughly understood it, is not an ideal altogether foreign to Tibetans. The ascetic poet Milarespa, 11th century, the most popular of Tibetan saints, is an instance, nor do they fail to pay homage to its loftiness. Stories of youths of good family who leave their home and take to the life of religious mendicants, and especially the story of Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, who gave up his estate and princely rank, are listened to with the deepest reverence and admiration. But these stories, relating to facts which took place in times long gone, are regarded as belonging to another world that has no connection whatever with that of their wealthy and honored lamas. One may be ordained in any grade of the religious order without becoming a member of a monastery, though this seldom happens, and only when the candidate is of an age to know what he is doing and intends to live as an anchorite. Admission in a Gampa does not confer any right to free lodging therein. Each monk must build his dwelling or purchase it from a previous owner, unless he inherits it from a relative or from his own teacher. Poor monks rent a room or two in the house of a more wealthy colleague. In the case of students and of learned or old trapa, lodging is often granted free to them in the houses of rich lamas. The poorest ones who, beside a shelter, need also board, engage themselves in the service of wealthy members of the monastery. Their condition depends on their ability. Some may be clerks, others cooks, or stable boys. Those who succeed in becoming stewards of a tulku often become important and wealthy persons. Learned monks belonging to poor families may earn their livelihood as teachers, as artists if they are gifted at painting religious pictures, as resident chaplains at the houses of rich lamas or laymen, or by occasionally performing religious ceremonies at householders' homes. Besides these various professions, divination, astrology, drawing horoscopes may be reckoned amongst their sources of income. The Lama doctors create very favorable situations for themselves if they show their skill by curing a sufficient number of distinguished people. But even with a small amount of success, the medical profession is a lucrative one. However, the profession which looks the most attractive to many is trade. The great majority of those Lamaist monks who are not especially religious-minded become traders. If they lack the money needed to undertake a business of their own, they engage themselves as secretaries, accountants, or even as mere servants of a trader. Transacting business in a more or less unostentatious way is to a certain extent allowed in the monasteries. As for those of their members who have a really big business, they obtain leave from the authorities of the monastery to travel with their caravan and open shops or branches wherever they like. One may think that trade does not fit in very well with religious pursuits, but we must also remember a monk has very seldom chosen his own profession. Most of them are led to the monastery as little boys, and it would be unjust to reproach them for not following a mystic avocation which has never been their own choice. Trading on a large scale is carried on by the lamaseries themselves as a means of increasing their income. They barter and sell the products of their land and cattle which they receive from their tenants. To these are added the revenue derived from the big collections called kartik. These collections take place at regular intervals, each year or every 2 or 3 years. The lamas resort also to occasional appeals when building a new monastery or a new temple in an already established lamasery, and for various other purposes. Small monasteries merely send some of their monks in the neighboring regions to beg alms, but in large gampas, going to Kartik takes all the forms of an expedition. Groups of trapas may go from Tibet to Mongolia, spend months traveling across the country, and return like triumphant warriors with hundreds of horses, cattle, gold, silver, and goods of every description, all offerings from the devotees. They have a peculiar custom of entrusting, for a time, a certain amount of money or a quantity of goods to an official of the monastery, who must traffic with that capital so as to provide for certain special expenses out of his profit. As an instance, he must supply during 1 year, or more, the butter needed to keep burning the lamps of a particular lakang, or he must give a fixed number of meals to the whole community, or, again, support the expenses of building repairs, horse fodder, reception of guests, and many other things. At the end of the period, be it 1 year or 3, the capital entrusted to him must be given back. If the man who has received it as a deposit has been able to make more profit than was needed to cover his expenses, so much the better for him. He can keep the balance. But if he has expended more than his profit, he must pay it from his own pocket. In any case, the capital must remain intact. The administration of a large monastery is as complicated as the administration of a town. Beside a population of several thousand men living between their walls, these Gampas own large estates inhabited by tenants to whom they owe protection and over whom they have the right of justice. A number of elected officials, helped by clerks and a kind of police body, all clerics, assume the care of these temporal affairs. A big personage called Tsogchen Shalngo is the elected head of the Gampa. To him belongs the infliction of punishments on those who infringe monastic rules. It is he who grants leave, dispensations, and admission to the Gampa. He is assisted by several other officials. All of them wear ceremonial cloaks adorned with precious stones and carry massive silver sticks encrusted with golden ornaments and inlaid with turquoise and coral. The policemen, called Dabdabs, are well worth special mention. They are recruited amongst the athletic, unlettered braggarts, whose fathers have placed them as children in the monastery, when their place ought rather to be in the barracks. Brave with the wild rashness of brutes, always on the lookout for quarrels and mischief, these impudent scoundrels have all the picturesque characteristics of medieval ruffians. The badge which they favor is dirt. Grease, they think, increases the martial appearance of a man. A true brave never washes himself. Nay more, he blackens his face with the greasy soot that sticks on the bottom of the cauldrons, till he looks like a real Negro. Sometimes poverty is responsible for the ragged garments worn by the Dabdab, but he often deliberately tears his monastic robe to look, he thinks, more terrible. Nearly always, when putting on a new dress, his first care is to make it greasy. Tradition commands it. However costly the material may be, the Dabdab, kneading butter in his black hands, spreads it all over his new clothes. These strange fellows consider that nothing can be more elegant than a robe and a toga, which has become as shining as velvet and stiff as armor, by the careful and constant application of dirt and filth. The miraculous tree of Tsongkhapa. The monastery of Kumbum owes its celebrity to a miraculous tree. I borrow from the Kumbum Chronicles the following details about it. In 1555, the reformer Tsongkhapa, founder of the Gelug-spa sect, Yellow Hats sect, literally Gelug-spa means those who have virtuous customs, was born in Amado in northeastern Tibet, at the place where now stands the great Lamasery of Kumbum. A short time after the child's birth, the Lama Dupchen Karma Dorje prophesied that his career would be an extraordinary one, and advised his parents to keep the spot where his mother had been delivered perfectly clean. A little later, a tree began to grow there. Even today, beaten earth is used as the floor in most houses of Amdo, and the natives sleep on cushions or carpets spread on that floor. This makes it easy to understand the tradition according to which the tree grew out of the blood that had been spilled during the confinement and cutting of the umbilical cord. At first the sapling did not bear any peculiar signs on its leaves, but owing to its miraculous origin, it enjoyed some fame and was worshipped by people of the neighborhood. A monk built a hut next to it and lived there. This was the beginning of the present large and rich monastery. Many years later, when Tsongkhapa had already begun his reformation work, his mother, from whom he had been separated for a long time, wished to see him again and sent him a letter to call him back. At that time, Tsongkhapa lived in central Tibet. During a mystic meditation, he understood that his journey to Amdo would benefit nobody, and therefore he only wrote to his mother. With his letter he gave to the messenger 2 pictures of himself intended for his mother and his sister, a picture of Gyalwa Sengi, more generally denominated Jampeyon. His Sanskrit name is Manj Ushri, Lord of Science and Eloquence, the patron of the intellectuals, and several pictures of Demchog, a deity of the Tantric pantheon. When these objects were being handed to the family of the reformer, the latter, exercising his magic powers from afar, caused the picture of the deities to appear on the leaves of the miraculous tree. The print was so neat, so perfect, according to the legend, that the most clever artist could not have drawn them better. With the pictures, various other marks, and the 6 writings, the formula in 6 syllables, Om Mani Padme Hum, appeared on the branches and the bark of the tree. This is the origin of the name Kumbum, 100,000 images, by which the monastery became known. In the account of their journey in Tibet, the French fathers Huc and Gabet affirm that they have read the words Om Mani Padme Hum on the leaves and the trunk of the tree. Now, what kind of tree did these two travelers see? The monastery's chronicles relate that after the miraculous appearance of the images on the tree, the latter was wrapped in a piece of silk, a robe, and that a temple was built around it. Was it an unroofed one? The word curtain used in the text does not favor that opinion, for a curtain is a monument with a needle-like top and consequently closed. Deprived of light and air, the tree could not but die. And as, according to the chronicles, the curtain was built in the 16th century, the fathers Huc and Gabet, at best, could only have seen the dried skeleton of the tree. But their description applies to a living one. The chronicles mention also that the miraculous tree remained unchanged in winter and summer, and that the number of its leaves was always the same. We read again that, once upon a time, noises were heard inside the curtain in which the tree stood. The abbot of Kumbum entered it, cleaned the space around the tree, and found near to it a small quantity of liquid which he drank. These details seem to indicate that the tree was in a closed room but seldom entered, while the wonder of keeping its leaves during the winter. The species to which belongs the kumbum tree has caducous leaves, can only be applied to a living tree. It is difficult to find one's way amongst these conflicting accounts. Today, a curtain about 40 to 50 feet high, in which the original tree is said to be enshrined, stands in the middle of a gold-roofed temple. Yet, when I lived in Kumbum, the Lama said that the shrine had been erected only a few years ago, or rather rebuilt alter a fire which destroyed it. In front of that temple grows a shoot of the miraculous tree, surrounded by a railing, and is venerated to a certain extent. Another larger tree, which is also believed to have originated from the miraculous tree, has been transplanted into a small garden before the temple of the Buddha. The leaves of these two trees are collected when they fall, and distributed to the devotees. Perhaps it is one of these two which the fathers Huc and Gabet saw. Foreign travelers who go to Kumbum, as a rule, do not know the history, or even the existence, of the tree hidden in the shrine. Some Europeans residing in Kansu, the Chinese province on the border of which Kumbum is situated, have told to me that they have read Aum Mani Padme Hum on the leaves of the living trees. However, Lamaist pilgrims and the monks of the monastery, about 3,000 men, do not notice anything peculiar about these leaves, and even listen with scornful skepticism to accounts of the foreigners' visions of the sacred trees. Nevertheless, their modern attitude is not supported by the old chronicles, which affirm that all people of Amdo saw the miraculous imprints on the tree when they first appeared, about 400 years ago, living Buddha. Besides the various officials, there exist in the Gompas another class of men who, as a rule, do not take any direct part in the business of the monastery and live more or less aloof in their sumptuous mansions. These are the Lamas Tulkus. Tulkus occupy a prominent place in Lamaism. They constitute one of its most striking features, which set it quite apart from all other Buddhist sects. The real character of the Lamas Tulkus has never been correctly defined by Western authors, and it would almost seem that they have never even suspected it. However, the theories regarding Tulkus are well worth our attention, for they are far removed from any belief in incarnations or transmigrating spiritual entities and, as we will see, border upon the field of psychic phenomena. The peculiar religious aristocracy which goes by the name of Tulkus is not of very ancient origin. It is only after AD 1650 that it developed in the form which exists at present. The fifth Grand Lama of the Gelugpa sect, Yellow Caps, Lobsang Gyatso by name, had then been newly enthroned as temporal ruler of Tibet by a Mongolian prince, and recognized as such by the Chinese emperor. Yet these earthly honors failed to satisfy the ambitious Lama, and he added to them by declaring himself to be an emanation of the Bodhisattva Chenrezig. At the same time, he established his religious teacher as Grand Lama of Tashilhunpo, affirming that he was a Tulku of Udpagmed, a mystic Buddha of whom Chenrezig is the spiritual son. Chenrezigs and Udpagmed are, respectively, the Tibetan names of the mystic beings called in Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara and Amitabha. The example set by the Lama king encouraged the creation of tulkus. Very soon, all monasteries of some importance deemed it a point of honor to have, at their head, an incarnation of one or another worthy. However, in setting himself up as a tulku of Chenrezigs, Lobsang Gyatso had not been entirely an innovator. Theories affording him some support can be traced in the Mahayanist speculations regarding the mystic Buddhas and their spiritual family of bodhisattvas and human Buddhas who are said to emanate from them. Moreover, since the death, about A.D. 1470, of Gedundub, the disciple of the reformer Tsongkhapa, his successors as head of the Yellow Caps sect had been recognized as his reincarnations. So, the fifth Dalai Lama was therefore already a tulku of Gedundub when he became Chenrezig's tulku. But even earlier, in the 11th century, Tibetans believed in tulkus. We read in the biography of Milarespa that one of his disciples, called Baraja, convinced that a divine being was incarnated in his master, asked him to disclose his name. Milarespa himself believed that his own master, the Lama Marpa, was the tulku of Dorji Chang. He called him by that name repeatedly, not only in his poems, but when addressing him directly. So, though recognized avatars were at first insulated cases and not in the regular lineal succession of incarnations, they have paved the way for the Dalai Lama Chenrezigs and the thousands of lordly tulkus who are nowadays to be found all over the Lamaist countries. Living Buddha is a current appellation given by foreigners to Lamas tulkus. Now, in spite of the many books on Buddhism which have been published in Western languages, there still remain a large number of Westerners who take the word Buddha for a proper noun, the name of the founder of Buddhism. To these people, the words living Buddha convey the idea of a reincarnation of Gautama, the historical Buddha. There is no Tibetan, even amongst the most ignorant, villagers or herdsmen, who entertain such a false view. As for learned lamas, they agree with all other Buddhists in declaring that the Buddha Gautama, Sakyatapa as he is called in Tibet, cannot be incarnated again. The reason of it is that Gautama has entered nirvana, a state which precludes all possibilities of reincarnation, for that which is called nirvana is precisely a setting free from the round of births and death. So much for avatars of the historical Buddha. There have never been any in the past, and none exist at present. Can there be incarnations of other Buddhas? In fact, no. And for the same reason, the Buddhas have entered nirvana. It is indeed because they have realized that condition that they are Buddhas. However, while in southern Buddhist countries the title of Buddha is exclusively given to the historical human Buddha, to his supposed predecessors, and to his expected successor, Maitreya, northern Buddhists have imagined a number of symbolic and mystic entities, certain of which are styled Buddha. It is these who are said to manifest themselves through avatars, and their avatars may assume other forms than that of human being. It follows that, according to popular belief, a tulkus is either the reincarnation of a saintly or peculiarly learned departed personality, or the incarnation of a non-human entity. The number of the former greatly exceeds that of the latter. Tulkus of non-human entities are limited to a few avatars of mystic Buddhas, bodhisattvas, or deities, such as the Dalai Lama, the Grand Lama of Tashalumpo, the Lady Dorji Phagmo, and, lower in rank, the tulkus of some autochthonous gods like Pikar. Tulkus of gods, daimons, and fairies, Kadomas, appear especially as heroes of stories, yet some living men and women enjoy as such some local renown. This category of tulkus is not reckoned amongst the Lamaist aristocracy. One may think that it originated not in Lamaism, but in the old religion of Tibet. Though Buddhism denies the existence of a transmigrating soul and considers the belief in a permanent ego as almost pernicious error, the large majority of unlearned Buddhists have lapsed into the old Indian doctrine which represents the jiva, self, periodically, changing his worn-out body for a new one, as we cast away a worn-out garment to clothe ourselves in a new. Bhagavad Gita 2.22. Based on that belief, lines of successive reincarnations of human worthies, Bhagavad Gita 22, have been recognized. These are styled Rosary of Births or Rosary of Bodies Kiai Treng, spelt Sky Het Preng, or more politely Kutring spelt Sku Frukring, because they are linked together like the beads of a rosary. When the Tulku is considered as the incarnation of a god or the emanation of a spiritual entity who coexists with him, the reason afforded by the self changing his flesh garment does not explain his nature. But average Tibetans do not think deeply, and for all practical purposes, Tulkus of celestial personages are considered as true reincarnations of their predecessors. The ancestor of a line of purely human Tulkus is called Ku Kongma. He is generally, but not necessarily, a lama. Amongst the exceptions I may mention the father and mother of the reformer Tsongkhapa. Both reincarnate in male children who become monks and as lamas, have their seat at Kumbum Monastery. The lama, who is held to be the reincarnation of Tsongkhapa's father, is called Agya Tsong and is the lord of the monastery. When I lived at Kumbum, he was a boy in his 10th year. There exist also nuns who are Tulkus of departed saintly ladies or goddesses. By the by, I may say that it is a cause of amusement for the observer to remark how intelligence and holiness often seem to become exhausted in a succession of incarnations. It is not unusual to find an utterly stupid fellow as the supposed embodiment of some eminent thinker, or to see an earthly-minded epicure recognized as the incarnation of a mystic anchorite famous for his austerity. The reincarnation of the Tulkus cannot astonish people who believe in a transmigrating ego. According to that view, we all are Tulkus, for the self, now embodied in our present form, cannot but have existed previously in other forms. The only peculiarity with Tulkus is that they are reincarnations of remarkable personalities, that they sometimes remember their previous lives and are able, at the time of death, to choose and make known the place of their next birth and their future parents. However, some lamas see a complete difference between the process of reincarnation in the case of common men and that of the enlightened ones. Men, they say, who have practiced no mental training, who live like animals, yielding thoughtlessly to their impulses, are like travelers who wander over the world without any fixed purpose. Such a man sees a lake in the east, and, being thirsty, hurries away to the water. When nearing the shore, he perceives the smell of smoke. This suggests the presence of a house or a camp. It would be pleasant, he thinks, to get hot tea instead of water, and a shelter for the night. So the man leaves the lake without having actually reached its shore and proceeds to the north, the smoke coming from that direction. On his way, before he has yet discovered any houses or tent, threatening phantoms spring up before him. Terrified, the wanderer turns away from the fearful beings and runs for life towards the south. When he deems that he has gone far enough to be safe, he stops to rest. Now other wanderers pass who tell him of some blissful land of joy and plenty that they intend to reach. Full of enthusiasm, the vagrant joins the party and goes off to the west. And on the road he will be tempted many times to change his direction again before seeing the enchanted country. So continually roaming at random all his life, that simpleton will reach no goal whatever. Death will overtake him on the road, and the conflicting forces of his disordinated activity will be scattered to the four winds. The coordinated amount of energy, in Tibetan Sol or Shugs, necessary to determine the continuation of a same current of force not having been produced, no Tulkus can arise. On the contrary, the enlightened one is likened to a traveler, well aware of the goal which he means to reach, well informed also of its geographical position and the roads that led to it. The mind unflinchingly fixed on his aim, indifferent to the various mirages, allurements of the roadside, this man controls the forces begotten by his concentration of mind and his bodily activity. Death may dissolve his body on the path, but the psychic energy of which that body is both creator and instrument will remain coherent. Pushing forward towards the same goal, it will provide itself with a new material instrument, that is to say, with a new form which is a tulku. Here we meet with different views. Some lamas think that the subsisting subtle energy attracts elements of congenial essence and thus becomes the nucleus of a new being. Others say that the disembodied force joins an already existing being, whose material and mental dispositions, acquired in previous lives, provide a harmonious union. Needless to say that several criticisms and objections may be brought forward against these theories, but the present book is meant only to relate Lamist opinions and not to discuss them. I can only say that all the views I have mentioned are consistent with a number of old Tibetan stories whose heroes determine, by an act of will, according to Lamaists, that will is determined, depends on causes, the nature of their rebirth, and the course of action of their future avatar. This shows that similar theories have been widely spread among Tibetans for a long time. In spite of the part which a conscious purpose plays in bringing about the continuation of a line of Tulkus, one must beware of thinking that the composition of the new personality is arbitrarily produced. The determinist idea is too strongly rooted in the mind even of the wildest Tibetan herdsman to allow of such an idea. Laws are said to be at work during the whole process, which proceeds according to natural attractions and repulsions. More learned Lamaists hold another view regarding the nature of Tulkus. This is, in fact, the only truly orthodox one, which fully agrees with the very meaning of the term Tulku. The word Tulku means a form created by magic, and in accordance with that definition, we must consider the Tulkus as phantom bodies, occult emanations, puppets constructed by a magician to serve his purpose. I cannot do better than quote, here, the explanation of Tulkus given to me by the Dalai Lama. As I have related it in the first chapter of the present book, I met the Dalai Lama in 1912 when he was living in the Himalayas, and asked him several questions regarding Lamaist doctrine to which he first answered orally. Afterward, in order to avoid misunderstandings, he told me to write a list of new questions on the points which still appeared to me obscure. To these he gave written answers. The present quotation is taken from the document with which the Dalai Lama favored me. A bodhisattva, a being who has attained the high degree of spiritual perfection immediately below that of a Buddha, is the basis of countless magic forms. By the power generated in a state of perfect concentration of mind he may, at one and the same time, show a phantom tulpa, written sprulpa, of himself in thousands millions of worlds. He may create not only human forms, but any forms he chooses, even those of inanimated objects such as hills, enclosures, houses, forests, roads, bridges, etc. He may produce atmospheric phenomena, as well as the thirst-quenching beverage of immortality. The latter expression I have been advised to take in both a literal and a symbolic sense. In fact, reads the conclusion, there is no limit to his power of phantom creation. The theory sanctioned in these lines by the highest authority of official Lamaism is identical with that expounded in the Mahayanist literature, where it is said that an accomplished bodhisattva is capable of effecting 10 kinds of magic creations. The power of producing magic formations, tulkus, or less lasting and materialized tulpas, does not, however, belong exclusively to such mystic exalted beings. Any human, divme, or demoniac being may be possessed of it. The only difference comes from the degree of power, and this depends on the strength of the concentration and the quality of the mind itself. The tulkus of mystic entities coexist with their spiritual parent. For instance, while the Dalai Lama, who is Chenrezig's tulku, lives at Lhasa, Chenrezig himself, so Tibetans believe, dwells in Nongkai Potala, an island near the Chinese coast. Putashang Island in the Choshan archipelago off the coast of Chekiang, the Dhyani Buddha Udpagmed, of whom the Tashi Lama is the tulku, resides in the western paradise Nub de Wachen. Men also may coexist with their magic progeny. King Srongstan Gampo and the warrior chieftain Gesar of Ling are illustrations of this. In our own days, it is said that when he fled from Shigatse, the Tashi Lama left, in his stead, a phantom perfectly resembling him who played his part so thoroughly and naturally that everyone who saw him was deceived. When the Lama was safe beyond the border, the phantom vanished. See the account of the Tashi Lama flight in my book, My Journey to Lhasa. The 3 men here mentioned are themselves tulkus, but according to Lamaists, that circumstance does not preclude the further creation of emanations. These spring from one another, and there exist denominations for emanations of the 2nd or the 3rd degree. Young tulku emanated from a tulku. Some tulku emanated from the tulku of a tulku. It may happen that the selfsame defunct lame, multiplying himself post-mortem, has several recognized tulkus who are contemporaries. On the other hand, there are lamas who are said to be tulkus of several entities. Before dismissing the subject, it may be interesting to remind ourselves that the followers of the Dasati sect in early Christianity looked upon Jesus Christ as being a tulku. They maintained that Jesus who had been crucified was not a natural being, but a phantom created to play that part by a spiritual entity. So also, in contradiction with the Orthodox tradition, which tells that the historical Buddha Gautama is the incarnation of a bodhisattva, who came down from the Tushita heaven, some Buddhists have affirmed that he who is the real Buddha was never incarnate, but that he created a phantom which appeared in India as Gautama. The Buddhist sect which held that view was that of the Vetulaka. In spite of the various more or less subtle theories held about tulkus in learned Tibetan circles, they are considered, for all practical purposes, as real reincarnations of their predecessors, and the formalities regarding their recognition have been devised accordingly. It happens, not unfrequently, that a lama, often himself one of a line of tulkus, foretells, at his deathbed, the country or district where he will be reborn. Sometimes he adds various particulars about his future parents, the situation of their house, and so on. Contrary to the opinion prevailing in the southern schools of Buddhism, Lamaists believe that a certain time of undetermined length elapses between the death and the rebirth of a being on the earth. In the interval, the main consciousness, that which causes the rebirth, is wandering in the labyrinth of the bardo. About bardo, see Chapter 1, Seeking its Way. As a rule, it is about 2 years. There are, however, no fixed customs regarding that matter. Circumstances decide the turn given to the procedure. After the death of a lama tulku, that the treasurer, the head steward, or other clerical officials of his household begin to look for his reincarnation. By that time the child who is that supposed reincarnation is usually 1 or 2 years old. There are cases when the reincarnation is delayed, but these are very exceptional. If the late lama left directions regarding his rebirth, his monks pursue their researches accordingly. If such directions are lacking, they resort to a lama tulku astrologer called Sispa, a calculator. It is the Sispa who draws horoscopes, discloses hidden things, etc. Any ordinary monk may act as Sispa, but the discovery of a tulku is always entrusted to another tulku, who points out generally in veiled and obscure sentences the country where investigations must be made, and various signs by which the child may be known. When the tulku to be discovered is of a high rank, one of the state oracles may be consulted, and this is always done for the reincarnations of the Dalai Lama and the Tashi Lama. Sometimes a young boy is quickly found whose birthplace and other characteristics answer the directions given by the late Lama or the astrologer. In other cases, years elapse without finding anyone, and some incarnations even remain undiscovered. This is a cause of deep sorrow to the devotees of the tulku, and still more to the monks of his monastery, which, lacking its worshipful head, does not attract the same number of pious benefactors, suppliers of feasts and gifts. Yet, while some lament, that sad plight may be a cause of secret joy to a cunning steward who, during the absence of a legitimate master, manages the business of the tulku estate on his own authority, and may thus find a way to make his own fortune. When a child is discovered who nearly answers the prescribed conditions, a lama clairvoyant is again consulted, and if he pronounces in favor of the child, the following final test is applied. A number of objects such as rosaries, ritualistic implements, books, teacups. Each Tibetan owns a private bowl in which he alone drinks tea. That bowl mauve be the wooden one of the poor or the costly jade one with golden saucer and cover of the rich, or any of the intermediate kinds, but it is never lent to anyone to drink in, etc., are placed together, and the child must pick out those which belong to the late tulku, thus showing that he recognizes the things which were his in his previous life. It sometimes happens when several children are candidates to a vacant tulku seat, that equally convincing signs have been noticed concerning each of them, and they all correctly pick out the objects owned by the defunct Lama. Or it sometimes occurs that 2 or 3 clairvoyants disagree among themselves as to which is the authentic tulku. Such cases are rather frequent when it is a question of succeeding to one of these grand tulkus, lords of big monasteries and large estates. Then many families are eager to place one of their sons on the throne of the departed grandee, which brings with it consideration and material profit. Generally, the parents of the tulku are allowed to live in the monastery till the child can dispense with his mother's nursing and care. Then a comfortable lodging is provided for them on the monastery land, but outside the Gompa's enclosure, and they are plentifully supplied with all they need. If the monastery has no special mansion reserved for the parents of its grand talks, the latter are well provided for at their own home. Beside a grand Lama tulku, who is the lord of the monastery, the Gompas often include several other tulkus amongst their members. In the largest of these monastic cities, their number may amount to a few hundreds. Some of them rank high in the Lamiest ecclesiastic aristocracy, and in addition to their seat in their parent monastery, they own mansions in other Gompas and estates in Tibet or Mongolia. In fact, to be the near relative of even the least of them is a connection profitable enough to rouse covetousness in the heart of any Tibetan. So countless intrigues are woven around the succession to a tulku, and, amidst the warlike folk of Kalm or of the northern borderland, bloody feuds spring from such passionate competitions. Countless tales are told throughout Tibet about extraordinary proofs of memory from previous lives and wonders worked by young tulkus to testify their identity. We find in them the habitual Tibetan mixture of superstition, cunning, comedy, and disconcerting events. I could relate dozens of them, but I prefer to confine myself to the relation of facts connected with people whom I have personally known. Next, the mansion of the Pygye Lama, in which I lived at Kunbum, was the dwelling of a minor tulku called Agnaitsang, not to be mistaken for Agyatsang, the grand tulku already mentioned. 7 years had elapsed since the death of the last master of the place, and none had been able to discover the child in whom he had reincarnated. I do not think that the steward of the Lama's household felt greatly afflicted by that circumstance. He managed the estate and seemed rather prosperous. Now it happened that in the course of a trading tour, he felt tired and thirsty and entered a farm to rest and drink. While the housewife made tea, the Nirpa, steward, drew a jade snuff box from his pocket and was about to take a pinch of snuff, when a little boy who had been playing in a corner of the room stopped him and, putting his small hand on the box, asked reproachfully, "Why do you use my snuff box?" The steward was thunderstruck. Truly, the precious snuff box was not his, but belonged to the departed Agnaitsang, and though he had not perhaps exactly intended to steal it, yet he had taken possession of it. He remained there trembling while the boy looked at him as his face suddenly became grave and stern, with no longer anything childish about it. "Give it back to me at once, it is mine," he said again. Stung with remorse, and at the same time terrified and bewildered, the superstitious monk could only fall on his knees and prostrate himself before his reincarnated master. A few days later, I saw the boy coming in state to his mansion. He wore a yellow brocade robe. As he had not yet been admitted into the religious order, he was not yet allowed to wear the ecclesiastic robes, and rode a beautiful black pony, the Nirpa holding the bridle. When the procession entered the house, the boy remarked, "Why do we turn to the left to reach the second courtyard? The gate is on our right side." Now, for some reason, the gate on the right side had been walled up after the death of the Lama, and another one opened instead. The monks marveled at this new proof of the authenticity of their Lama, and all proceeded to his private apartment where tea was to be served. The boy, seated on a pile of large hard cushions, looked at the cup with silver-gilt saucer and jeweled cover placed on the table before him. "Give me the larger china cup," he commanded, and he described one, mentioning the very pattern that decorated it. Nobody knew about such a cup, not even the steward, and the monks respectfully endeavored to convince their young master that there was no cup of that kind in the house. It was at that moment that, taking advantage of an already long acquaintance with the Nirpa, I entered the room. I had heard the snuff-box story and wished to see for myself my remarkable little new neighbor. I offered him the customary complimentary scarf and a few presents. These he received with a gracious smile, but, apparently following the trend of his thoughts regarding the cup, he said, "Look better, you will find it." And suddenly, as if a flash of memory had dashed through his mind, he added explanations about a box painted in such a color, which was in such a place in the storeroom. The monks had briefly informed me of what was going on, and I waited with interest to see how things would turn out. Less than half an hour later, the set, cup, saucer, and cover was discovered in a casket that was at the bottom of the very box described by the boy. I did not know of the existence of that cup, the steward told me later on. The Lama himself, or my predecessor, must have put it in that box which did not contain anything else precious and heart not been opened for years. I also witnessed a much more striking and fantastic discovery of a tulku in the poor inn of a hamlet, some miles distant from Mansi. Roads going from Mongolia to Tibet cross, in that region, the long highway which extends from Peking to Russia over a whole continent. So I felt annoyed but not astonished when, reaching the inn at sunset, I found it crowded with visitors from a Mongolian caravan. The men looked rather excited, as if something unusual had just happened. Yet, with their customary courtesy, still increased by the sight of the Lamaist monastic garments which Lama Yongden and I wore, the travelers immediately gave up a room for my party and made room for my beasts in the stable. As Yongden and I remained in the courtyard, looking at the camels of the Mongolians, the door of one of the rooms opened and a tall, handsome youth, poorly clad in a Tibetan robe, stood on the threshold and asked if we were Tibetans. We answered in the affirmative. Then a well-dressed elderly Lama appeared behind the young man, and he also addressed us in Tibetan. As usual, we exchanged questions about the country from which we came and where we were going. The Lama said that he had intended going to Lhasa by the Suchao winter road, but now, he added, it was no longer necessary to take this journey. The Mongolian servants who were in the courtyard nodded their assent. I wondered what could have caused these people to change their minds while en route, but as the Lama retired to his room, I did not deem it polite to follow and ask explanations that were not offered. However, later in the evening, when they had inquired about Yongden and me from our servants, the Mongolians invited us to drink tea with them, and I heard the whole story. The handsome young man was a native of the far distant Nari province in southwestern Tibet. He seemed to be somewhat of a visionary. At least, most Westerners would have so described him, but we were in Asia. Since his early youth, Migyur, this was his name, had been restless, haunted by the queer idea that he was not where he ought to be. He felt himself a foreigner in his village, a foreigner in his family. In dreams he saw landscapes that did not exist in Gari, sandy solitudes, round felt tents, a monastery on a hillock. And even when awake, the same subjective images appeared to him and superimposed themselves on his material surroundings, veiling them, creating around him a perpetual mirage. He was only a boy when he ran away, unable to resist the desire of finding the reality of his vision. Since then, Migyur had been a vagrant, working a little here and there on his way, begging most times, wandering at random without being able to control his restlessness or settle anywhere. Today he had arrived from Erech, tramping aimlessly as usual. He saw the inn, the encampment of the caravan, the camels in the courtyard. Without knowing why, he crossed the gate and found himself face to face with the Lama and his party. Then, with the rapidity of lightning, past events flashed through his mind. He remembered that very Lama as a young man, his disciple, and himself as an already aged Lama, both on that very road, returning from a pilgrimage to the holy places of Tibet and going home to the monastery on the hillock. He reminded the Lama of all these things, giving minute details regarding their journey, their lives in the distant monastery, and many other particulars. Now the aim of the Mongolians' journey was precisely to beg advice from the Dalai Lama as to the best way of discovering the tulku head of their monastery, whose seat had been unoccupied for more than 20 years, in spite of persevering efforts to find his reincarnation. These superstitious people were ready to believe that the Dalai Lama, through his supernormal power, had detected their intention and out of kindness had caused their meeting with their reincarnated lord. The Ngari wanderer complied immediately with the usual test, picking out without hesitation or mistake among a number of similar objects those that had belonged to the late Lama. No doubt subsisted in the mind of the Mongolians. On the morrow I saw the caravan retracing its steps, moving away to the slow pace of the big camels and disappearing on the skyline into the Gobi solitudes. The new tulku was going to meet his fate. Chapter 4. Dealing with Ghosts and Demons, the Lugubrious Communion. A rather large number of Tibetan occultists seem to delight in lugubrious musing and practices in which corpses play a prominent part. Vulgar sorcerers only seek by this means to acquire magic powers. But a number of more enlightened men affirm that esoteric teachings, and a special kind of spiritual training, is thus hidden under the veil of symbols and conventional language. I need not say that this repugnant mysticism has nothing at all in common with Buddhism. It is also foreign to true Lamaism, though a few Lamas secretly yield to its bizarre attraction. Its origin must be sought in the light of Tantric Hinduism and the doctrines of the ancient Bumpo shamanists. The following story will be sufficient to illustrate this dark side of Tibetan occultism. It was told me at Cherku only a few years after the death of those concerned, and by a man who had known them personally. The Lama who plays the principal part was the abbot of Mini Agpar Hakang near Tachienlu, known by the name of Chog Song. He is the author of a number of prophecies regarding events which are to take place in Tibet, China, and the world at large. He was regarded as having supernormal powers, among others of being able to cause death. Chog Song used to behave in a strange, often quite incomprehensible way, and was addicted to drinking. He lived for some time with the Tibetan chieftain of Takienlu, who bears the title of Gyalpo. King once, while talking and drinking with his host, the Lama asked for the sister of the master of horse as his wife. This official, who happened to be present, refused his consent. The Lama was so enraged that he violently threw the precious jade cup in which he had drunk on the ground, breaking it into pieces, and cursed the equerry, declaring that after 2 days he would die. The Gyalpo did not approve of the Lama's request for his officer's sister and had no faith in the power of his curse. The equerry was young and healthy, he argued. Still the Lama maintained that he would die, and indeed, 2 days later the man passed away. Then the Gyalpo and the parents of the young maid became frightened and hastened to bring the girl to the Lama, but he refused to take her. She would have been useful, he said, for obtaining an object which would have benefited a large number of beings. But the opportunity has passed, and I do not care for a wife. This story resembles that of Dugpa Kunlegs, mentioned in the first chapter. It is a common theme of Tibetan tales. Now one evening this same Chog Sang unexpectedly called up one of his trapas. "Saddle 2 horses, we are going," he ordered him. The monk remonstrated with the Lama, saying that it was already late and that it would be better to wait the next morning. "Do not answer back," said Chog Song laconically. "Let us go." They start, ride in the night, and arrive at some spot near a river. There they alight from their horses and walk towards the riverbank. Though the sky is completely dark, a spot on the water is lighted by sun rays, and in that illuminated place a corpse is floating upstream, moving against the current. After a while it comes within reach of the 2 men. "Take your knife, cut a piece of the flesh and eat it," commands Chog Sang to his companion, and he adds, "I have a friend in India who sends me a meal every year at this date." Then he himself begins to cut and to eat. The attendant is struck with terror. He endeavors to imitate his master, but does not dare to put the morsel into his mouth and hides it in his ambag. The breast pocket formed by the wide Tibetan robe tied with a belt. Both return to the monastery where they arrive at dawn. The Lama says to the monk, "I wished you to share the favor and the most excellent fruits of this mystic meal, but you are not worthy of it. That is why you have not dared to eat the piece which you have cut off and hidden under your dress." Hearing these words, the monk repents of his lack of courage and puts his hand into his ambag to take his share of the corpse. But the piece of flesh is no longer there. This fantastic story accords with certain information given me with great reserve by some anchorites belonging to the Dzogchen sect. There exist, so they said, certain human beings who have attained such a high degree of spiritual perfection that the original material substance of their bodies has become transmuted into a more subtle one which possesses special qualities. Few people can discern the change which has come over these exceptional men. A morsel of their transformed flesh, when eaten, will produce a special kind of ecstasy and bestow knowledge and supernormal powers upon the person partaking of it. A hermit told me that when a Naljorpa, through his clairvoyance, has discovered one of these wonderful beings, he sometimes begs from him the favor of being informed of his death in order that he may obtain a small portion of his precious body. Might fervent candidates for this gruesome communion not sometimes grow too impatient and refuse to wait for the natural death of the Holy One? Might they not hurry it forward? One of those who disclosed this secret rite to me almost seemed to confess that the thing had happened. However, he was careful to mention the attenuating circumstance that the victim consented to the sacrifice. The corpse who dances. Another mysterious rite is called Rolong, the corpse who stands up. Traditions and ancient chronicles relate that, before the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet, it was practiced by the Bunpo shamans during the funeral ceremony. However, the brief movement made by a dead body in such circumstances cannot be compared with what happens in the course of the horrible and grotesque tete-a-tete that Tibetan occultists depict. There exist several kinds of Rolong. These must not be mistaken for the Chong Jug, written Grong Jug, rite which causes the spirit of another being to pass into a corpse and apparently resuscitate it, though the corpse is not animated by its original occupant. One of these lugubrious Rolong was described to me as follows by Ngagspa, who said he had practiced it himself. The celebrant is shut up alone with a corpse in a dark room. To animate the body, he lies on it, mouth to mouth, and while holding it in his arms, he must continually repeat mentally the same magic formula. This differs according to the masters, excluding all other thoughts. After a certain time the corpse begins to move. It stands up and tries to escape. The sorcerer, firmly clinging to it, prevents it from freeing itself. Now the body struggles more fiercely. It leaps and bounds to extraordinary heights, dragging with it the man who must hold on, keeping his lips upon the mouth of the monster, and continue mentally repeating the magic words. At last the tongue of the corpse protrudes from its mouth. The critical moment has arrived. The sorcerer seizes the tongue with his teeth and bites it off. The corpse at once collapses. Failure in controlling the body after having awaked it means certain death for the sorcerer. The tongue, carefully dried, becomes a powerful magic weapon, which is treasured by the triumphant Gagspa. The Tibetan who gave me these details described most vividly the gradual awakening of the corpse. The first conscious look, which brightened its glazed eyes, and its feeble movements slowly growing in strength, until he became unable to prevent the agitation of the jumping monster, and needed all his strength to hold it. He described his sensations when he could feel the tongue issuing from the mouth of the corpse and touching his own lips, and realized that the terrible moment had come when, if he failed to conquer it, the horrible being would kill him. Had that fantastic struggle not been purely subjective? Had it not taken place during one of these trances which are frequently experienced by Tibetan Naljorpas, which they also voluntarily cultivate? I doubted and asked to see the tongue. The sorcerer showed me a desiccated blackish object, which might have been a tongue, but it was not sufficient to prove the origin of the hideous relic. Be that as it may, numbers of Tibetans believe that the Rolong rite really takes place. Beside corpses being revived by special rites, Tibetans believe also that any corpse is liable to rise suddenly and harm the living. It is for this reason that dead bodies are continually watched by someone who recites the liturgic words which prevent that sham resurrection. A Trapa from Sepagun in the vicinity of the Salween told me the following story. While still a boy novice, he had accompanied 3 lamas of his monastery to a house where a man had died. There the lamas were to perform the daily rite for the dead till the day appointed to carry the corpse to the cemetery. At night they had retired to sleep in a corner of the large room where the body was kept, tied up in a seated posture with many scarves and swathed in clothes. The charge of reciting the magic formulas had been entrusted to me. In the middle of the night I was overcome with the continuous wearisome repetition, and may have dozed a few minutes. A small noise awaked me. A black cat passed by the corpse and went out of the room. Then I heard a kind of cracking noise like tearing cloth, and to my horror I saw the dead body moving and freeing himself from his bands. Mad with fright, I ran out of the house, but before I had escaped from the room, I saw the ghost stretching out one hand and creeping upon the sleeping men. In the morning the 3 men were found dead. The corpse had returned to his place, but the scarves were torn and the clothes lay on the floor around him. Tibetans have great faith in such stories. The touch of the rolong is mortal, and the mischievous ghost does not fail to lay his hand on all who are within his reach. Only the lamas who perform the rites of the dead are said to know magic words and gestures which avert that danger, by controlling the corpse and causing it to sit back if it attempts to move. We are also told of rolangs which escape from the house, where they have revived and roam about the country. Again, others are said to disappear without leaving any trace. One could fill numbers of books with the stories one hears about rolangs among the good people of Tibet. The enchanted dagger. It is needless to say that tongs of the jumping corpse, if they exist at all, are exceptional implements of sorcery. The ritual weapons, called furba, generally used by Lamaist magicians, are made of bronze, wood, or even ivory, shaped to resemble a dagger and often beautifully chiseled or carved. A true initiate in the Tibetan secret lore, however, would scoff at the sorcerer and his repugnant practices. The power of the magic weapon does not, he thinks, depend on the substance of which it is made, but is communicated to it by the magician himself. Yet, as time goes on, a certain portion of this energy remains attached to the furba. Its strength increases with the repeated use which is made of it in magic rites. The inert object becomes possessed, just as an animated being could be. We shall read in a following chapter of the process employed by the Gagspas who hold this belief. On the other hand, it is said that the ritual implements which have served in coercion rites should not be kept in the house of a layman or of an uninitiated monk, for fear that the dangerous entities subdued by their means might use them to take revenge upon the possessor, if he does not know how to protect himself. To that belief I owe a few interesting objects which those who had inherited them begged me to carry. One day a windfall of this kind came my way so strangely that the story is worth telling. During a journey in northern Tibet I met a small caravan of lamas, and talking with them according to the custom along these trails where travelers are scarce, I learned that they were transporting a furba which had become a source of calamity. This ritualistic implement had belonged to a lama, their master, who had recently died. The dagger had started to work harm in the monastery itself. 2 of the 3 monks who had touched it had died, and the other one broke his leg by falling from a horse. Then the pole that held the banner of benediction, which was planted in the courtyard of the monastery, broke, and this is considered a very bad omen. Frightened, yet not daring to destroy the furba for fear of greater misfortunes, the monks had closed it up in a box. Soon after this, strange noises had been heard proceeding from the box. They had finally decided to place the baleful object in an isolated cavern consecrated to a deity, but the cowherds living in that region threatened armed opposition. They recalled the story of a furba that had moved through the air, wounding and killing numbers of men and animals. No one knew where, nor when these wonders had taken place, but such details are of little importance to superstitious minds. The cowherds did not want the Furba in their neighborhood. The unfortunate Trappas who carried the enchanted dagger wrapped in many papers printed with charms and sealed in a casket did not know how to get rid of it. Their dejected countenances prevented me from laughing at their credulity. I was also curious to look at the miraculous weapon. "Let me see the Furba," I said. "Perhaps I shall find some way of helping you." They did not dare to take it out of the box, but after long parleys, they allowed me to do so myself. The Furba was a fine piece of ancient Tibetan art, and I was seized with a desire to possess it, but I knew that the Trappas would not sell it for anything in the world. "Camp with us for the night," I said to them, "and leave the Furba with me. I will think it over." My words promised nothing but the bait of a good supper and of chatting with my men decided the travelers to accept. At nightfall, I went some distance from the camp, ostensibly carrying the dagger which, freed from its box, would have terrified the credulous Tibetans had I left it with them. When I thought I was far enough away, I stuck the enchanted weapon into the ground and sat down on a blanket to think out a way of persuading the monks to let me have it. I had been there for several hours when I seemed to see the form of a lama appearing near the spot where I had planted the Furba. He moved forward, bending cautiously. From beneath the toga in which his rather indistinct body was wrapped, a hand came out slowly and advanced to seize the magic dagger. Jumping up, I grabbed it before the thief had been able to touch it. So, I have not been the only one tempted. This man, less superstitious than his companions, had recognized the value of the Furba and very likely hoped to sell it secretly. He thought that I was asleep and should notice nothing. The next day, the disappearance of the enchanted dagger would be attributed to some new occult intervention, and one more story of magic would be circulated among the faithful. Too bad that such a clever scheme had not succeeded, but I kept the enchanted weapon. I even grasped it so tightly that my nerves, excited by the adventure or by the pressure of the bronze-carved handle on my flesh, gave me the impression that the dagger was feebly moving in my hand. And now for the thief. All around me the barren plain was empty. He must have made off when I was stooping down to pull the dagger out of the ground. I ran to the camp. The man who had just returned or who came back after me must be the culprit. I found everyone sitting up and reciting religious texts for protection against the evil powers. I called Yongden into my tent. "Which of the monks has been missing?" I asked him. "No one," he answered. "They are half dead with fright. They did not even dare to go far enough away from the tents to perform the necessities of nature. I had to scold them." Good. I must have been seeing things, but perhaps this would stand me in good stead. "Listen," I said to the Trappas, "this is what has happened." And I told them quite frankly about my illusion and the doubts I had conceived of their honesty. "Surely that was our Grand Lama," they exclaimed. "He wanted to take back his Furba, and perhaps he would have killed you if he had succeeded." "Oh, Jetsunma, you are a true Gomchenma, although certain people call you a filing. Foreigner, our Tsawai Lama, spiritual father, was a powerful magician. Yet he could not take his Furba away from you. Keep it now, keep, and it will no longer do harm to anyone." They all spoke together, excited and terrified to think that their Lama magician, more to be feared than ever, since he belonged to another world, had passed so close to them, and delighted at the same time to get rid of the enchanted dagger. I shared in their joy, but for a different reason. The Furba was mine. However, it was only honest not to take advantage of their confused state of mind. "Think it over," I said. "A shadow may have deceived me. I may have gone to sleep while sitting there and been troubled by a dream. They would have nothing of this. The Lama had come, I had seen him, and he had not been able to seize the Furba. So I, by my superior power, became its legitimate owner. I confess that I allowed myself to be easily convinced. Practices to acquire fearlessness, challenging demoniacal beings. There is hardly any country which can vie with Tibet as to the riches, variety, and picturesqueness of its folklore regarding ghosts and demons. If we were to rely on popular beliefs, we should conclude that evil spirits greatly outnumber the human population of the land of snow. Assuming thousands of different shapes, These malignant beings are said to dwell in trees, rocks, valleys, lakes, springs, and many other places. Always bent on mischief, they hunt men and animals to steal their vital breath and feed upon it. They wander for pure pleasure across forests and high barren hills, and every traveler risks being confronted by one of them at any turning of the road. Official Lamaist magicians undertake to convert or to subdue these dangerous neighbors in order to stop their undesirable activity and transform them into useful, obedient servants. Sorcerers compete with them in this art, but, nearly always, practice it with a view to using the power of the malevolent beings which they have tamed for their own, no less evil, purposes. As for Tibetan mystics, they patronize a certain kind of commerce with demons that is connected with psychic training. This consists in meetings deliberately sought by the disciple, either to challenge demoniac beings or to give them alms. These rites are very different from those which have been described at the beginning of this chapter. Though they, too, may sometimes appear ridiculous or even repugnant, according to our ideas, their purpose is useful or lofty, such as liberating from fear, awakening feelings of boundless practical compassion, leading to complete detachment, and finally, to spiritual illumination. It happens, not infrequently, that credulous men who firmly believe in the strictly objective existence of thousands of demons betake themselves to a mystic lama and, desirous of leading a religious life, beg to be accepted as his disciples. All these simpletons are not turned away and sent back to their village with good advice regarding morality and the practice of goodwill towards everyone. Some among them, who appear capable of progressing towards enlightenment, may well be favored with more extended teaching. If the Lama is a true adept of the short path, his first care will be to provide the new disciple with opportunities of liberating himself from his terror of the various demons. Lengthy explanations and demonstrations of truth and error are not part of mystic teachers' methods. They simply place their disciples in the conditions required to experience events and sensations that will awaken their reflection and allow them to acquire knowledge. The extent of the profit derived from such experiences depends on the pupil's intelligence. A young man of my acquaintance was sent by his master, a lama from Amdo, to a solitary gloomy ravine which was supposed to be haunted by evil non-human beings. There he was told to tie himself to a tree or to a rock, and at night, calling on the ferocious toos, which Tibetan painters show eating the brains of men, he was to challenge them. However terrified he might feel, he was commanded to resist the temptation of untying himself and running away. He must remain bound to his post until sunrise. This is nearly a classic practice. It is enjoined on many Tibetan novices as a first step on the mystic path. Sometimes the disciples must remain bound for 3 days and 3 nights, or for even a longer period, fasting, sleepless, experiencing the conditions of utter weariness and starvation that so easily bring hallucinations. Such exercises naturally at times have tragic consequences. Yongden was told a story that illustrates this by an old lama of Tsarong when I was traveling incognito to Lhasa. Seated in a corner of the room, the insignificant mama, whom I personified at that time, did not miss one word of the story. In their youth, this lama and his younger brother, called Lodo, had left their monastery to follow a wandering ascetic of another region who had established himself for a time as hermit on a hill called Phagri, a well-known place of pilgrimage situated not far from Daol. The anchorite commanded the young brother to tie himself by the neck to a tree in a woody place which was said to be haunted by Thags Yang, a demon who generally appears under the shape of a tiger, to whom the ferocious instincts of that animal are ascribed. Once bound as a victim to the sacrificial post, the man was to imagine that he was a cow which had been led there as a propitiating offering to Thags Yang, keeping his thoughts concentrated on that idea and lowing now and then to identify himself more completely with the beast. He would, if the concentration was strong enough, reach a state of trance in which, having entirely lost the consciousness of his own personality, he would experience the anguish of a cow in danger of being devoured. The exercise was to last for 3 consecutive days and nights. 4 days went by, and the novice did not return to his master. On the morning of the 5th day, the latter said to the eldest of his disciples, "I had a strange dream last night. Go and fetch your brother." The monk obeyed. An appalling sight awaited him in the forest. The corpse of Lodo, torn and half devoured, remained partly fastened to a tree, while bloody pieces lay scattered among the surrounding bushes. The terrified man collected the ghastly remains in his monastic toga and hastened back to his guru. When he reached the hut in which the latter lived with his 2 disciples, he found it empty. The Lama had left, taking with him all his belongings, 2 religious books, a few ritualistic implements, and his traveling stick with a trident at the top. "I felt that I was becoming mad," said the old Tibetan. "That sudden departure frightened me even more than the discovery of my brother's mangled body. What had our teacher dreamt? Did he know the awful fate of his disciple? Why had he gone? Without actually knowing any better than the afflicted monk what reasons had led the Lama to run away, I nevertheless thought that when he saw that his disciple had not returned, he might have feared some accident had befallen the young man in the forest haunted by wild beasts. Perhaps he had really received some kind of mysterious information in a dream about the tragic event, and thought it prudent to escape the anger and revenge of the victim's family. As for the novice's death, it could be explained quite naturally. Panthers are frequently found in that region. Some leopards roam also in the woods. I had met 2 myself a few days before hearing the story. See my journey to Lhasa, one of these animals, which the monk himself had perhaps attracted by his lowing, might have killed him before he had time to break his bonds and defend himself. But a very different interpretation was given to the sad story by the man who told it and those seated around him. According to them, the demon tiger had seized upon the offering imprudently presented to him. The young disciple, they said, ignored the magic words and gestures which would have protected him. And in this matter the fault of his teacher was very great, for he ought never to have sent him to challenge the demon tiger without arming him with the teachings and ritualistic formula which are efficacious weapons in such cases. But in the utmost depth of his soul the monk, wounded in his brotherly love, had a more terrible idea which he expressed in a low and trembling voice. "Who knows," he said, "if that strange Lama was not the demon tiger himself who had taken on a human form to attract a victim. He could not have killed my poor brother while in human form, but at night when I was asleep, resuming his tiger shape, he ran to the forest and satisfied his ferocious craving." The last words of the old man met with profound silence. He had probably told this terrifying episode of his long-lost youth many times, but his audience was once more deeply impressed. Might it not still happen any day? Thags Yang and so many other kindred beings continue to prowl around the villages and to follow the travelers, seeking to prey upon those who are insufficiently protected. Everyone there believed it. In the large kitchen, dimly lighted by the flames leaping now and then from the hearth, a woman lifted her eyes instinctively towards the protective charms pasted on the walls, as if she wanted to ascertain that they were still there. The grandfather went into the next room where the evening offering lamps burnt on the family altar, and the sweet fragrance of incense sticks he had lighted floated in to soothe our nerves. Although one may suppose that a number of accidents apparently of occult origin do actually happen during the performance of these rites, yet they can only be exceptional. So it seems only logical that, after spending a certain amount of time sitting in haunted places and challenging evil spirits, the disciple should come to doubt the existence of beings which never appear. I have questioned several lamas on this subject. "Incredulity comes sometimes," answered a Geshes from Derge. A Geshes is a graduate, a kind of LLD, and PhD Derge is a town in the province of Kham in eastern Tibet. Indeed, it is one of the ultimate objects of the mystic masters, but if the disciple reaches this state of mind before the proper time, he misses something which these exercises are designed to develop, that is fearlessness. Moreover, the teachers do not approve of simple incredulity. They deem it contrary to truth. The disciple must understand that gods and demons do really exist for those who believe in their existence, and that they are possessed with the power of benefiting or harming those who worship or fear them. However, very few reach incredulity in the early part of their training. Most novices actually see frightful apparitions. I shall not venture to contradict this latter opinion. A number of instances have proved to me that it is well grounded. Darkness, the peculiarly wild aspect of the places chosen for meeting the dreaded evil beings, the power that Orientals possess to a high degree of visualizing their thoughts, are sufficient to produce hallucinations. But must we classify all phenomena witnessed by the celebrants of these curious rites as hallucination? Tibetans affirm that we must not. I had the opportunity of talking with a Gomchen of Ga, eastern Tibet, called Kushog Wanchen, about sudden deaths which occurred while calling up demons. This Lama did not appear inclined toward superstition, and I thought he would agree with my opinion on the matter. Those who died were killed by fear. Their vision were the creation of their own imagination. He who does not believe in demons would never be killed by them. I was much astonished when the anchorites replied in a peculiar tone of voice. According to that, it must also follow that a man who does not believe in the existence of tigers may feel confident that none of them would ever hurt him if he were confronted by such a beast. And he continued, visualizing mental formations, either voluntarily or not, is a most mysterious process. What becomes of these creations? May it not be that, like children born of our flesh, these children of our mind separate their lives from ours, escape our control, and play parts of their own? See also in Chapter 8 what is said about tulpas. Must we not also consider that we are not the only ones capable of creating such formations? And if such entities exist in the world, are we not liable to come into touch with them, either by the will of their maker or from some other cause? Could one of these causes not be that, through our mind or through our material deeds, we bring about the conditions in which these entities are capable of manifesting some kind of activity? I will give you an illustration, he continued. If you are living on a dry spot of ground at some distance from the banks of a river, fishes will never approach you. But cut a channel between the river and your dwelling place, and dig a pond in the dry spot of ground. Then, as the water runs in it, fishes will come from the river, and you will see them moving before your eyes. It is only prudent to beware of opening channels without due consideration. Few, indeed, suspect what the great storehouse of the world which they tap unconsciously contains. And in lighter vein he concluded, one must know how to protect oneself against the tigers to which one has given birth, as well as against those that have been begotten by others. The dreadful mystic banquet. It is these theories and others akin to them which have determined the choice of the places deemed proper as exercise grounds for mental wrestling with occult adversaries, as well as the peculiar form of the rites to be practiced on these occasions. The most fantastic of them is called chudi, written shid, cutting off. It is a kind of mystery played by one actor only, the celebrant, and it has been so cleverly devised to terrify the novices that one hears of men who have suddenly gone mad or died while engaged in its performance. A cemetery, or any wild site whose physical aspect awakens feelings of terror, is considered to be an appropriate spot. However, the place is thought even more suitable if it is associated with a terrible legend, or if a tragic event has actually happened there quite recently. The reason of this preference is that the effect of chud, or kindred rites, does not depend solely on the feelings aroused in the mind of the celebrant by the stern words of the liturgy, nor upon the awe-inspiring surroundings. It is also designed to stir up the occult forces, or the conscious beings which, according to Tibetans, may exist in such places, having been enervated either by actual deeds or by the concentration of many people's thoughts on imaginary events. It follows that, during the performance of chud, which I have compared to a drama enacted by a single actor, the latter may happen to see himself suddenly surrounded by players of the occult worlds who begin to play unexpected roles. Whatever part autosuggestion and visualization may have in the production of these phenomena, they are deemed excellent for the good result of the training. But the test proves too hard for the nerves of some apprentice Naljorpas, and it is then that the accidents that I have mentioned occur, of madness or death. Like any other actor, the man who wants to perform Chud must first learn his role by heart. Then he must practice the ritual dance, his steps forming geometrical figures, and also turning on one foot, stamping and leaping, while keeping time with the liturgic recitation. Finally, he must learn to handle, according to rule, the bell, the dorji, and the magic dagger, furba, to beat rhythmically a kind of small drum, damaru, and to blow a trumpet made of a human femur, kangling. The task is not easy. I lost my breath more than once during my apprenticeship. The Lama teacher who directs the drill must be a kind of ballet master. But around him are to be seen no smiling dancing girls in pink tights. The dancers are young ascetics emaciated by austerities, clad in ragged robes, their unwashed faces lighted by ecstatic, hard, resolute eyes. They are preparing themselves, as they think, for a perilous undertaking, and the thought of the dreadful banquet at which they must offer their bodies to be devoured by the hungry demons haunts their minds. In such conditions this rehearsal, which might be comical, becomes rather lugubrious. Lack of place prevents me from giving a translation of the text of Chud in extenso. It includes long mystic preliminaries during which the celebrant Naljorpa tramples down all passions and crucifies his selfishness. However, the essential part of the rite consists in a banquet which may be briefly described as follows. The celebrant blows his bone trumpet, calling the hungry demons to the feast he intends to lay before them. He imagines that a feminine deity, which esoterically personifies his own will, springs from the top of his head and stands before him, sword in hand. With one stroke she cuts off the head of the Naljorpa. Then, while troops of ghouls crowd round for the feast, the goddess severs his limbs, skins him, and rips open his belly. The bowels fall out, the blood flows like a river, and the hideous guests bite here and there, masticate noisily, while the celebrant excites and urges them with the liturgic words of unreserved surrender. For ages, in the course of renewed births, I have borrowed from countless living beings, at the cost of their welfare and life, food, clothing, all kinds of services to sustain my body, to keep it joyful in comfort, and to defend it against death. Today, I pay my debt, offering for destruction this body which I have held so dear. I give my flesh to the hungry, my blood to the thirsty, my skin to clothe those who are naked, my bones as fuel to those who suffer from cold. I give my happiness to the unhappy ones. I give my breath to bring back the dying to life. Shame on me if I shrink from giving myself. Shame on you, wretched and demoniac beings. Buddhists extend their compassion and brotherly love to all beings, demons included. One must note that according to them, and especially according to Lamaists, a demon does not necessarily dwell in the purgatories. The inhabitants of these sorrowful worlds are beings who have been led there by their cruelty or other evil deeds. They may, while in their present sad condition, reject their former bad feelings and be animated by goodwill toward others, or with a desire for enlightenment, etc. As for so-called demons, they are beings who habitually harbor hatred and ill will, who rejoice in unrighteousness and cruelty, and these may, as a result of former deeds, have been born as men, demigods, or any other kind of beings, if you do not dare to prey upon it. This act of the mystery is called the red meal. It is followed by the black meal, whose mystic signification is disclosed only to those disciples who have received an initiation of high degree. The vision of the demoniacal banquet vanishes, till laughter and cries of the ghouls die away. Utter loneliness in a gloomy landscape succeeds the weird orgy, and the exaltation aroused in the Naljorpa by his dramatic sacrifice gradually subsides. Now he must imagine that he has become a small heap of charred human bones that emerges from a lake of black mud, the mud of misery, of moral defilement, and of harmful deeds to which he has cooperated during the course of numberless lives, whose origin is lost in the night of time. He must realize that the very idea of sacrifice is but an illusion, an offshoot of blind, groundless pride. In fact, he has nothing to give away because he is nothing. These useless bones, symbolizing the destruction of his phantom I, may sink into the muddy lake, it will not matter. That silent renunciation of the ascetic, who realizes that he holds nothing that he can renounce, and who utterly relinquishes the elation springing from the idea of sacrifice, closes the rite. Some lamas undertake tours to perform chud near 108 lakes and 108 cemeteries. They devote years to this exercise, wandering not only over Tibet, but also in India, Nepal, and China. Others only retire to solitary places for the daily celebration of chud for a longer or shorter time. Chod has a fascinating aspect which cannot be conveyed by a dry account read in surroundings totally different from those in which this rite is celebrated. Like many others, I have yielded to the peculiar attraction of its austere symbolism and been impressed by the fantastic natural background of the Tibetan wilds. The first time that I started alone for one of these strange peregrinations, I stopped near a clear lake set between stony shores. The surrounding landscape, completely barren and impassive, excluded all feelings of fear or of security, of joy or of sadness. There one felt oneself sinking into a bottomless abyss of indifference. Evening darkened the bright mirror of the lake, while I mused on the strange mind of the race that has invented chud and so many other grim practices. The fantastic procession of clouds, lighted by the moon, marched along the neighboring summits and descended towards the valleys surrounding me with a troop of nebulous phantoms. One of them came forward walking alone over a path of light, suddenly spread out on the dark water like a carpet before his steps. The transparent giant, whose eyes were two stars, made a gesture with his long arm emerging from a floating robe. Did he call me? Did he drive me away? I could not tell. Then he approached still nearer, looking so real, so lifelike, that I closed my eyes to dispel the hallucination. I felt myself wrapped in the folds of a soft, cold cloak whose subtle substance penetrated me, causing me to shiver. What strange visions must the sons of these haunted wilds behold, these novices brought up in superstition sent by their spiritual fathers, through the night all alone, their imagination excited by the maddening rites. How many times, in the storm sweeping across the high tablelands, they must hear their challenge answered and shudder with terror in their tiny tent, miles and miles away from all human beings. I very well understood the fear experienced by some celebrants of chud. Yet I thought there was much exaggeration in the stories circulated about the tragic effects of this rite, and I treated them with considerable skepticism. However, as the years went by, I gathered together a few facts which compelled me to have more faith in these tales. There is one that I will relate. At that time I was camping in northern Tibet, in the desert or grassland. I had established myself in the vicinity of 3 black tents inhabited by herdsmen who spent the summer with their cattle in a large pasture thing, a tableland of level ground between hill ranges or a very wide valley. Chance, which is but an easy word to designate unknown causes, had led me there while hunting for butter, of which I had run short. These few cowherds happened to be good men. My presence near them as a lady lama, and also as a purchaser from whom silver might be obtained, did not displease them in the least. They offered to keep my horses and mules with their own, which would save my servants a good deal of work, and I decided to let men and beasts enjoy a week of rest. 2 hours after my arrival, I already knew all about the neighboring region. Truly, there was not much to be said about it. The void immensity of the grassy solitudes extended towards the 4 quarters, broken only by streams and solitary hill ranges, while over all lay the great sky, luminous and void. Yet there was an object of interest in that desert. I learnt that a lama, whose seat was somewhere north among Mongolian tribes, had chosen a cave near my camp for practicing meditation during the summer months. With him, the cowherd said, were 2 Trappas, his disciples, who lived in a small tent below their master's ascetic lodging. Beside boiling tea, these 2 had no work to do, and they spent most of the time in religious exercises. They often wandered out at night, and no doubt I should sometimes hear the sounds of the damaris, canglings and bells accompanying the celebration nocturnal offices, here or there, on the hills. As for the lama, whose name was Rabjam's Gyatso, he had not left his cave since his arrival, 3 months ago. From this information, I guessed that the Lama was engaged in the performance of a dubthab or some other magic practice. The following day, at dawn, I started for the Lama's cave. I wanted to reach it while the Trapas were busy in their tent with their morning devotions. I hoped, if I was not seen by them, to be able to approach their master unexpectedly and have a look at what he was doing. This is not at all etiquette, but being well acquainted with the customs of Tibetan lamas, I feared that Rabjam's Gyatso would refuse to see me if I asked permission to pay him a visit. Guided by the directions which the cowherds had given me, I easily found the cave on a slope dominating a glen in which flowed a purling brook. A low wall built of stones, sods and turf, and a curtain of rough yak hair had been added to the prehistoric dwelling to provide the Lama with some sort of comfort and to hide him from passers-by. My stratagem met with failure. As I climbed towards the cave, I met a sickly-looking, matted-haired fellow dressed in ragged ascetic garb who stopped me. I had difficulty in persuading him to go to his master and beg for me the favor of an interview. The answer which he brought was polite but negative. The Lama said that he could not see me, but that if I would come again in a fortnight he would receive me. As I had already planned to stay where I was for another week, and, indeed, was not in a hurry to continue my journey, there was no special reason against some further delay. But, on the other hand, I did not know whether it was worthwhile waiting for the Lama. I merely told the Trapa that I might return, but would not engage to do so. Twice a day, one or the other of the Lama's disciples passed by my tent to fetch milk from the cowherds. The lean young man who had stopped me near the Lama's cave attracted my attention by his wretched appearance. I thought that I might help him with some medicine, and made up my mind to have a talk with him. At my first words about medical treatment, he denied that he was suffering from any kind of illness, and as I pressed him with questions about the cause of his skeleton-like appearance, an expression of intense terror appeared in his wild eyes. It was impossible to obtain any explanation from him. I told my servants to try and learn something about the matter from his companion, but he too evaded all questions. Unlike the majority of Tibetans, who are rather talkative folk, these men were both uncommonly silent. After my inquiries, they went to the Dakpa's tents by a roundabout way to avoid my camp, and as it was clear that they did not want me to interfere, even in order to help them, I let them alone. I had been staying there for 7 days, when I was informed that a man had died among a group of herdsmen, established about a mile away, in the middle of the Thang, and this decided me to postpone my departure to witness the rustic funeral. In great haste, 2 riders set off for a Lama's camp, or as Dakpas, cowards, herdsmen call it, a Banag Gampa, that is to say a monastery composed of an agglomeration of black tents, situated 2 days' journey from their home. They were to request the service of 2 monks to perform the rite for the dead. Only the ecclesiastics belonging to the monastery with which a layman is connected, as spiritual son or supporter, are rightly entitled to attend his post-mortem needs. But, in the meantime, the disciples of the foreign Lama, our neighbor, went each in turn to read religious books over the dead man. Some friends of the deceased, who had learnt the sad news, arrived from different directions, bringing presents to console the family in its bereavement, and the riders returned with the 2 monks and a few lay acquaintances. Then the chanting, ringing bells, beating of drums and cymbals by the Trapas, and the copious eating and drinking by all concerned, continued as usual in these circumstances, in front of the decaying corpse tied in many wrappings, and seated in a big cauldron. At last, when all was over, the dead body was carried to a small tableland on the mountains, cut into pieces and abandoned there as supreme alms to the vultures. To edify the Dakpas in complying with the time-honored custom of their Naljorpas, whose costume I was wearing, I wrapped myself in a thick zen, the toga worn by Buddhist monks and nuns, at nightfall, and walked to the place where the corpse had been carried, to spend the night there in meditation. The moon was nearly full, and beautifully lit up the immense plain extending from the foot of the hills which I skirted to other distant ranges. Nocturnal tramps in these solitudes have a peculiar charm. I could have walked for joy the whole night, but the cemetery, my goal, was less than an hour's march from my camp. As I neared it, I suddenly heard a strange sound, at the same time hoarse and piercing, that broke the perfect stillness of the desert. It was repeated several times, rending, it seemed, the calm atmosphere in which the sleeping steppes lay. Then the rhythmic beating of Damaru followed. This language was clear enough to me. Someone, no doubt one of the Lama's disciples, had gone to the place and performed chud near the corpse. The configuration of the land allowed me to reach unnoticed a small hillock, and to hide myself in a cleft sheltered from the moonlight. From there I could perfectly observe the celebrant of chud. He was the lean, sickly-looking Trappa to whom I had offered medicine. He wore his usual ragged Naljorpa dress, a garnet-colored pleated skirt, a yellow chemise with wide sleeves, and a red sleeveless waistcoat of a Chinese shape. But now the monastic toga was thrown over it, and though as shabby as the rest of the clothes, its folds imparted a dignified and impressive mien to the tall, emaciated monk. When I arrived, the young ascetic recited the mantra of praise to the Prajnaparamita. O wisdom that is gone, gone, gone to the beyond, and beyond the beyond Svaha. The monotonous dong of the deep-voiced drums became slower and finally ceased. The young ascetic seemed sunk in meditation. After a while he wrapped himself more tightly in his zen, the kangling in his left hand, the damaru lifted high in the right and beating an aggressive staccato. The man stood in a challenging attitude, as if defying some invisible enemy. I, the fearless Naljorpa, he exclaimed. I trample down the self, the gods, and the demons. His voice sounded still louder. Ye lamas, spiritual teachers, heras, katamas, by thousands, come join me in the dance. Then he began the ritualistic dance, turning successively towards the four quarters, reciting, I trample down the demon of pride, the demon of anger, the demon of lust, the demon of stupidity. Each exclamation I trample down was accompanied by actual stamping and ritual vociferations of Samshas Tsam, which grew louder and louder, till the last ones were thundered out in truly deafening tones. He rearranged his toga, which trailed on the ground, and having put aside his damaru and the bone trumpet, he spread the tent, seized a peg in one hand, a stone in the other one, and drove home the pegs while chanting the liturgy. The tent stood there now, a puny thing made of a thin cotton fabric that had once been white and appeared grayish under the moonlight. It was ornamented with the words Om, A, Hum, cut out in blue and red material and sewn on its three closed sides. Several frills of the 5 mystic colors, red, blue, green, yellow, and white, hung from the little roof. The whole thing was faded and shabby. Apparently agitated by disturbing thoughts, the lean ascetic looked at the pieces of the corpse scattered on the ground and then turned his head, as if inspecting the surroundings. He seemed hesitating, and, heaving a deep sigh, he passed his hand twice or thrice over his forehead. Then, shaking himself as if summoning up his courage, he seized his kangling, blew loudly a number of times, first slowly, then accelerating the rhythm as if for an exasperated summons, and entered his tent. The nocturnal landscape that had been animated by the performance recovered its serenity. What was I to do? The Naljorpa, I knew, would not leave his tent before daybreak. Nothing more was to be seen. I was not in a meditative mood. I might as well go away. But there was no hurry. I continued to listen. At intervals I heard a few words of the ritual, then low indistinct muttering and moaning. It was useless to remain there any longer. I moved cautiously out of my hiding place. Then, as I took a few steps forward, I heard a low growl. An animal quickly passed in front of me. It was a wolf. The noise made by the Naljorpa had kept it away, and now, since all was silent, it had ventured to approach the feast laid there for those of its kind. As I began to round the hillock and climb down, a sudden exclamation stopped me. I pay my debts, shouted the Naljorpa. As I have been feeding on you, so feed upon me in your turn. Come, ye hungry ones, and you that ungratified desires torment. In this banquet offered by my compassion, my flesh will transform itself into the very object of your craving. Here I give you fertile fields, green forests, flowery gardens, both white and red food, clothes, healing medicines. Eat, eat! The excited ascetic blew furiously his kangling, uttered an awful cry, and jumped on his feet so hastily that his head knocked against the low roof of the tent, and the latter fell in on him. He struggled a while under the cloth, and emerged with the grim, distorted face of a madman, howling convulsively, with gestures betokening intense physical pain. Now I could understand what Chud means for those who work themselves up until they are absolutely hypnotized by its ritual. No doubt that the man felt the teeth of some invisible ghouls in his body. He looked around him in all directions and addressed unseen bystanders, as if he had been surrounded by a host of beings from other worlds. Most likely he beheld some kind of ghastly vision. The sight was deeply interesting, but I could not look at it with complete indifference. This poor fellow would kill himself with his dreadful ritual. I had discovered the secret of his sickly appearance and why he had deemed my medicines of no avail in his case. I felt most anxious to awaken him from his nightmare, yet I hesitated because I knew that my intervention would go against the established rule. Those who have engaged in such training must fight it out unaided. As I remained undecided, I heard the wolf growling again. It had stopped on the top of the hillock. From there, as if petrified and in an attitude of intense terror, the animal looked fixedly in the direction of the tumble-down tent, as if it, too, beheld some appalling sight. The Naljorpa continued to groan in agony. I could not bear it any longer. I rushed towards the poor mad fellow, but as soon as he caught sight of me, he called to me with a vehement gesture, shouting, "Come, angry one, feed on my flesh. Drink my blood." This was too absurd indeed. He took me for a ghost. In spite of the pity which I felt, I nearly laughed. "Do be quiet," I said. "There are no demons here. I am the Reverend Lady Lama whom you know." He did not appear even to hear my voice, but continued to address me in the words of the ritual. I thought that the toga in which I was wrapped gave me, perhaps, a somewhat ghost-like aspect. So throwing it on the ground, I spoke again. "Now, do recognize me." It was of no use. The poor novice was utterly out of his mind. He stretched his arms towards my innocent Zen and addressed it as if it were a newcomer among the troop of phantoms. Why had I not let him alone and gone away without interfering with his performance? I had only made things worse. As I pondered over the matter, the young man, who was staggering round his tent, stumbled on one of the pegs and fell heavily to the ground. He remained immobile as if he had fainted, and I watched him to see if he would get up. But I did not dare to approach, for fear I should frighten him even more. After a while he moved, and I deemed it better to withdraw before he looked at me again. I decided to inform the Lama of what was happening to his disciple. Though I guessed that the latter often went into such a state while performing chud, and probably his teacher did not ignore it, still he might be particularly mad tonight. Rabjams could send the other Trapa to fetch him, and spare the poor young man several hours of suffering. As I had failed in my attempt to help him directly, I did not see any better way. I went down to the Thang. All the way I continued to hear, at intervals, the sound of the kangling, to which the howling of the wolf sometimes made answer. Then the noise gradually decreased until I heard it no more, and I plunged with delight into the great silent peace of the desert. The feeble light of a small altar lamp, a tiny star on the slope of the hill, indicated the Lama's dwelling place. I avoided the tent where his attendant was likely to be asleep and climbed up quickly to the cave. Rabjam's Gyatso was seated cross-legged, in meditation. Without moving, he only lifted his eyes when I opened the curtain and addressed him. In a few words, I told him in what condition I had left his disciple. He smiled faintly. "You appear to know Chud, Jetson lady, a very polite term of address for a nun of high rank. One says also Jelson Kushugs. Do you really?" he inquired calmly. "Yes," I said. "I have practiced it too." He did not reply. After a while, as the Lama remained silent and seemed to have forgotten my presence, I tried again to appeal to his pity. "Rinpoche, Rinpoche, precious one." A very polite word to address a Lama, I said. "I warn you seriously. I have some medical knowledge. Your disciple may gravely injure his health and be driven to madness by the terror he experiences." He really appeared to feel himself being eaten alive. "No doubt he is," answered the Lama with the same calm, "but he does not understand that he is himself the eater. May be that he will learn it later on." I was about to reply, arguing that the poor novice might, before that time came, give other candidates for secret lore the opportunity of performing chud before his own corpse. Perhaps the Lama guessed what I was about to say, for without allowing me time to utter a word, he added, slightly raising his voice, "You seem to imply that you have had some kind of training in the short path. Did your spiritual teacher not inform you of the risks, and did you not agree that you were ready to run these three: illness, madness, and death?" "It is hard to free oneself from delusion," he continued, "to blot out the mirage of the imaginary world and to liberate one's mind from fanciful beliefs. Enlightenment is a precious gem and must be bought at a high price. Methods to reach Thirpa, supreme liberation, are many. You may follow another one, less coarse than that suited to the man whom you pity. But I am certain that your way must be as hard as that of my disciple. If it is easy, it is a wrong one. Now, pray, go back to your camp. You may come to see me tomorrow in the afternoon if you wish to." It was useless to add another word. The ideas expressed by the Lama are current among Tibetan mystics. I bowed my parting good night and returned to my tent. The next afternoon I availed myself of the permission which Rabjam's Gyatso had given me to pay him a visit, and during the few days that I still spent at that place, I saw him again several times. He was not a great scholar, but had a rather deep insight into a number of subjects, and I was glad to have met him. Inborn tendencies to distrust and incredulity prevent me from granting full faith to the many dreadful stories told by Tibetans regarding the practice of chud. I persist in believing that such a dramatic performance as that which I chanced to witness is exceptional. Yet the feeling of being devoured during the celebration of this rite and the wasting away of the novices are not very rare occurrences. I have personally known 2 or 3 cases of the kind beside that related above, and like Rabjam's Gyatso, the masters of these unfortunate candidate Nalyorpas also declined to reassure their disciples by disclosing to them the subjective nature of their sensations. Moreover, as I have already mentioned, a number of mystic masters hold that these sensations are not in fact always entirely subjective. The liturgic text of chud and its scenic part are said to be the work of a certain Lama, Padma Rigzin, head of the Dzogchen sect of the Great Accomplishment, the last in date of the Red Hat sects. Nowadays it is practically divided in 2 branches. The southern original one, whose head has his seat at Mindoling Monastery near the Brahmaputra's bank, and the northern one, with the Tulku of Padma Rigzin at its head, who lived about 200 years ago. In 1922 I paid a visit to his successor, or rather, according to the Tibetan belief, to himself who, having several times died and been reborn, still occupied the seat of the abbot in the Dzogchen Gompa. The wild aspect of the site where the monastery stands at the border of the immense northern grassy solitudes is well fitted to incline the mind to fantastic, dismal broodings. Yet the good Padma Rigzin, who was my host, did not in the least appear to indulge in melancholy musing. Mercantile schemes, together with childish whims, occupied his mind. He questioned me at length on French Indochina and Burma, inquiring about import and export in these countries. He especially wanted to know if he could get peacocks from there, as he had a great desire to add some of these birds to his little zoological collection of live animals. However, far away from the sumptuous apartments of the Lama Tulku, isolated, small dwellings sheltered monks, whose grave look and mysterious demeanor matched the surrounding scenery more harmoniously. Some of these samkongs, houses for recluses, see Chapter 7, were inhabited by strict recluses who had intercourse with nobody. Among them, some aimed at obtaining supernormal psychic faculties or magic powers, while others were absorbed in mystic contemplations which, according to the views held in their sect, should lead them to spiritual enlightenment. For long, the monastery of Dzogchen has been famous as a center where secret methods of psychic training are taught and practiced. Those who have obtained the fruit of chud may dispense with the theatrical side of the rite. Its different phases are, then called to mind only in the course of silent meditation, and soon even this exercise becomes unnecessary. Nevertheless, either because they enjoy remembering through that performance the exertions of their novitiate days, or for other reasons known to themselves alone, certain Gomshins sometimes meet to celebrate Chode together. But then, the dismal rite changes its character and becomes a mystic feast in which the exulting Naljorpas rejoice over their utter freedom. I have had the rare opportunity of beholding some of these ascetics, tall men of calm, clad in the picturesque garb of the hermits, their plaited hair falling to their feet. Under the starry sky, they dance to the strange music of hand drums and femur trumpets, in these majestic wilds which lay at the summit of our globe. On their ecstatic faces shone the proud joy of having trampled down the feelings that keep the mind feverish through hopes and fears, through the burning thirst, the distressing race towards mirages. And then they sank in endless meditations that kept them till late after dawn, sitting cross-legged, the body erect, the gaze cast down, motionless, like stone images. It was a sight never to be forgotten. Chapter 5. Disciples of Yore and Their Contemporary Emulators. The incidents connected with the admission of a disciple by a mystic teacher, the first years of his novitiate, the tests imposed on him, the peculiar circumstances in which spiritual illumination dawns upon him, might in many cases supply the material for a most curious novel. Hundreds of such wonderful stories, either ancient or of recent date, handed down by oral tradition, written in the biographies of famous lamas, or even told by living witnesses, are circulated all over Tibet. Translated into a foreign language, read in countries whose customs, thoughts, and physical aspect are so different from those of Tibet, the charm of that strange golden legend largely vanishes. But when told with the pathetic accent of a believer, in the chiara oscura of a monastic cell, or under the rocky ceiling of a cave hermitage, the very soul of Tibet reveals itself in all its mystic, powerful originality, a thirst for occult knowledge and spiritual life. I shall first tell briefly the fantastic and symbolic story of Tilopa's initiation. Though he himself was a native of Bengal and never crossed the border of Tibet, he is considered as the spiritual ancestor of one of the most important of the Red Hat sects, that of the Kagayudpas. I may add, by the way, that it is in a monastery of this sect that the Lama Yongden began his novitiate at the early age of 8. Tilopa is seated reading a philosophic treatise when an aged beggar woman appears behind him, reads or makes a pretense of reading a few lines over his shoulder, and asks him abruptly, "Do you understand what you are reading?" Tilopa feels indignant. What does this witch mean by putting him such an impertinent question? But the woman does not allow him the time to express his feelings. She spits on the book. This time, the reader jumps up. How can that diabolical wretch dare to spit on the Holy Scriptures? In answer to his vehement reproaches, the woman spits a second time on the book, utters a word that Tilopa cannot understand, and disappears. Strangely enough, that word, which was nothing to him but an unintelligible sound, yet suddenly calmed Tilopa's anger. An uncomfortable sensation spreads all over his frame. Distrust, doubt of his knowledge arise in his mind. After all, it may be true that he has not understood the doctrine expounded in the treatise, or any doctrine whatever, and that he is but an utter ignoramus. What did that strange woman say? What word has she pronounced that he has not been able to catch? He wants to know it. He feels that he must know it. And so Tilopa started in search of the old woman. After much wandering and exertion, he found her at night in a solitary wood, others say in a cemetery. She was seated alone, her red eyes shining like live coals in the darkness. It must be understood that the strange woman is a Dakini. Tibetans call them Kadoma, but in mystic terminology they often use the Sanskrit name Dakini, or its abbreviation Daki. These are a kind of fairies who play a great part in mystic Lamaism, as teachers of secret doctrines, and are styled mothers. They often appear in the shape of an aged woman, and one of their peculiar signs is that they have red or green eyes. There are two kinds of Kadomas, the spiritual ones who do not belong to our world and are called Kadomas of wisdom, and the Kadomas who, either incarnated as woman or not, belong to our world. In the course of the conversation that followed, Tilopa was directed to go to the Dakinis' land in order to meet their queen. On the road, dangers of countless kinds awaited him: abysses, roaring torrents, ferocious animals, delusive mirages, ghastly apparitions, hungry demons. If he allowed himself to be overpowered by fear, or missed the narrow, thread-like path winding across that terrible region, he would fall a prey to the monsters. If, driven by thirst or hunger, he drank at the clear springs, or ate the fruits hanging at hand on the trees by the road, if he yielded to the fair maidens inviting him to sport with them in pleasant groves, he would become bewildered and incapable of finding his way. For his protection, the woman gave him a magic formula. This he must repeat all along the road, keeping his mind entirely concentrated on it, uttering no word, listening to nothing. Some believe that Tilopa actually achieved the phantasmagoric journey. Others, better informed regarding the various experiences that may be undergone during certain peculiar states of trance, see in it a form of psychic phenomena. Anyhow, Tilopa saw the countless frightful or alluring sights. He struggled across steep rocky slopes and foaming rivers. He felt himself freezing amid snows, scorched on burning sandy steppes, and never departed from his concentration on the magic words. At last he reached the castle whose bronze walls were glowing with heat. Monstrous gigantic females opened wide mouths to devour him. Trees, with branches holding weapons, barred his way. Yet he entered the enchanted palace. Their innumerable sumptuous rooms formed a labyrinth. Tilopa wended his way through them and reached the queen's apartment. There was the beautiful fairy seated on her throne, adorned with precious jewels, and she smiled at the daring pilgrim as he crossed the threshold. But he, unmoved by her loveliness, ascended the steps of the throne and, still repeating the mantra, wrenched from her the glittering jewels, trampled underfoot the flowery garlands, tore away her precious silk and golden robes, and as she lay naked on her wrecked throne, he violated her. Such conquests of a Dakini, either by sheer violence or by magic devices, are a current theme in Tibetan mystic literature. They are an allegory referring to the realization of truth and to some psychic process of self-spiritual development. Tilopa handed down his doctrine to Naroda, a learned Kashmiri, and a Tibetan pupil of the latter, the Lama Marpa, brought it to his own country. The foremost disciple of Marpa, the famous anchorite poet Milarespa, in his turn, communicated it to his disciple Dagpol Haje, and the lineal succession still continues nowadays under the name of the Kagayupa sect. We find in the biography of Naroda an amusing description, not as fantastic as might be supposed, of the tests devised by a master of the short path to train and direct his disciple. A brief summary will give an idea of it. Naroda, or Naropa as Tibetans call him, was a Brahmin of Kashmir who lived in the 10th century AD. Deeply learned in philosophy, he was also believed to be an adept in magic. Having been greatly offended by a Raja to whom he was chaplain, he resolved to kill the prince by an occult process. For this purpose, he shut himself up in an isolated house and began a dragpoi dubthab, a magic rite to bring about death or injury. As he was performing the rite, a mother fairy appeared at a corner of the magic diagram and asked Naropa if he deemed himself capable of sending the spirit of the Raja towards a happy place in another world, or of bringing it back into the body which it had left and resuscitating it. The magician could only confess that his science did not extend so far. Then the mother fairy assumed a stern mien and reproached him for his heinous undertaking. She told him that no one had the right to destroy who could not build up again the being destroyed, or establish it in a better condition. The consequence of his criminal thought, she added, would be his own rebirth in one of the purgatories. Terror-stricken, Naropa inquired how he could escape that terrible fate. The Kadoma advised him to seek the sage named Tilopa and to beg, from him, initiation into the secret doctrine of Tsi-Chig Luschig Sangyais. That is to say, the mystic doctrine of the short path, which frees a man from the consequences of his actions, whatever they may be, by the revelation of their true nature, and ensures the attainment of Buddhahood in one single life. That is to say that Buddhahood is attained in a short time, during the very life in which one has begun the training, instead of the usual course which requires many centuries, during which death and rebirth take place several times. If he succeeded in grasping the meaning of that teaching and realizing it, he would not be reborn again, and consequently would escape a life of torment in the purgatories. Naropa stopped the performance of the rite and hastened towards Bengal, where Tilopa lived. Tilopa, whose fantastic initiation by a Dakini I have just related, enjoyed a great reputation when Naropa started to meet him. He belonged to a tantric sect and was one of those avadhutas, an ascetic who has cut himself entirely off from the world and has renounced all social and moral rules and laws, believing that he has reached a state of enlightenment where the distinction between good and evil does not exist anymore, of whom it is said that they like nothing, hate nothing, are ashamed of nothing, do not glorify in anything, are utterly detached from all things, having cut off all family, social, and religious bonds. Mahanirvana Tantra. It is a current description of the sage which is found in countless texts. As for Naropa, history shows him to have been a man of refinement, deeply convinced of his superiority as a member of the Brahmin caste and a learned doctor. The meeting of these two different characters brought about a series of incidents which may well appear to us rather like rough practical jokes, but must have been a heartbreaking drama for Naropa. The first meeting of Naropa with Tilopa occurred in the courtyard of a Buddhist monastery. The cynic ascetic, naked, or nearly so, was seated on the ground eating fish. As the meal went on, he put down beside him the fish's backbones. In order not to defile his caste purity, Naropa was on the point of passing by at some little distance from the eater, when a monk started to reproach Tilopa for parading his lack of compassion for the animals, because the food he ate had been obtained by killing the fish in the very premises of a Buddhist monastery. And so saying, he ordered him to depart at once. Tilopa did not even condescend to answer. He muttered some magic words. Such resurrections are a favorite theme in Oriental stories. We read in Milarespa's biography that the Lama Khoserdor of Nag resuscitated, in the same way, a number of birds and field mice which had been killed during a hailstorm. A still queer story was told me by a Korean. A holy monk, so runs the story, met on his way a man who was boiling, near a river, a broth made with the fishes he had just caught. The monk, without uttering a word, took the pot and swallowed the boiling broth. The man was astonished to see how he could bear the touch of the boiling liquid, but yet scoffed at him, reproaching him for his sinfully gluttony. Chinese and Korean Buddhist monks never eat animal food. But the monk, still keeping silent, entered the river and micturated. And then with his water, the fishes came out living and went away swimming in the river, snapped his fingers, and behold, the fish bones were again covered with flesh. The fishes moved as if living. They went up in the air for a while and vanished. No vestige remained of the cruel meal on the ground. Naropa was petrified, but suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. This strange wonder-worker, no doubt, was the very Tilopa whom he was seeking. He hurriedly inquired about him, and the information given by the monks agreeing with his own intuition, he ran after the yogin, but the latter was nowhere to be found. Then, in his eagerness to learn the doctrine that could save him from the purgatories, Naropa wanders from town to town, with the only result that each time he reaches a place where Tilopa is said to be staying, the latter has, invariably, just left it a little before his arrival. It is quite probable that Naropa's biographers have lengthened and exaggerated his peregrinations, but their account is certainly grounded on actual facts. Sometimes, so goes the story, Naropa met, as if by chance on his way, singular beings who were phantoms created by Tilopa. Once, knocking at the door of a house, to beg food a man comes out who offers him wine. Naropa feels deeply offended and indignantly refuses the impure beverage. Orthodox Brahmins are not allowed to drink strong drink. To offer wine or spirit to them is to treat them like a low-caste man, and is consequently an insult. The house and its master vanish immediately. The proud Brahmin is left alone on the solitary road, while a mocking voice laughs, "That man was I, Tilopa." Another day, a villager asks Naropa to help him to skin a dead animal. Such work in India is only done by untouchable outcasts. The mere approach of such men makes a Hindu, belonging to one of the pure castes, unclean. Naropa flees, utterly disgusted, and the invisible Tilopa scoffs at him. That man was myself. Again, the traveler sees a brutal husband who drags his wife by her hair, and when he interferes, the cruel fellow tells him, "You had better help me. I want to kill her. At least, pass your way and let me do it." Naropa can hear nothing more. He knocks the man down on the ground, sets free the woman, and lo! Once more the phantasmagoria disappears while the same voice repeats scornfully, "I was there, I Tilopa." The adventures continue in this same vein. Proficient magician though he may be, Naropa has never even conceived the idea of such display of supernormal powers. He stands on the brink of madness. But his desire to become Tilopa's disciple grows still stronger. He roams at random across the country, calling Tilopa aloud and, knowing by experience that the guru is capable of assuming any form, he bows down at the feet of any passer-by and even before any animal he happens to see on the roads. In one of the deceitful apparitions, Tilopa had taken the shape of a hare. To be able to show oneself under various shapes is one of the supernormal powers with which Tibetans credit their great Naljorpas. It is related that Milarepa showed himself as a snow leopard and as a crow to people who visited him in his snow-buried hermitage of Lachi Kangs. The legend of Gesar of Link contains numbers of such prodigies. Suggestion, no doubt, plays an important part in visions of this kind which are not all mere tales. I have been able to see something of them myself. One evening, after a long tramp, he reaches a cemetery. A crumbled-down pyre is smoldering in a corner. At times, a dark reddish flame leaps from it, showing shriveled-up carbonized remains. The glimmer allows Naropa to vaguely discern a man lying beside the pyre. He looks at him. A mocking laugh answers his inspection. He has understood. He falls prostrate on the ground, holding Tilopa's feet and placing them on his head. This time the yogin does not disappear. During several years, Naropa follows Tilopa without being treated as of any importance. His master teaches him nothing, but by way of compensation, he tests his faith in him by means of 12 great and 12 small ordeals. Space is lacking to describe each of the 24 tests, which in fact often repeat the same details. I shall confine myself to a few. According to the custom of Indian ascetics, Naropa went on a begging round. Coming back to his master, he offered him the rice and curry which he had received as alms. The rule is that a disciple eats only after his guru is satisfied, but far from leaving something for his follower, Tilopa ate up the whole contents of the bowl, and even declared that the food was so much to his taste that he could have eaten another bowlful with pleasure. Without waiting for a more direct command, Naropa took the bowl and started again for the house where generous householders bestowed such tasty alms. Unfortunately, when he arrived there, he found the door closed. Burning with zeal, the devoted disciple did not let himself be stopped for so little. He kicked the door open, discovered some rice and various stews keeping warm on the stove in the kitchen, and helped himself to more of what Tilopa had so much enjoyed. The masters of the house came back as he was plunging a spoon in their pots and gave him a first-rate thrashing. Bruised from head to feet, Naropa returned to his guru, who showed no compassion whatever for his suffering. "What an adventure has befallen you on my account," he said with mocking calm. "Do you not regret having become my disciple?" With all the strength that his pitiful condition left at his disposal, Naropa protested that far from regretting having followed such a guru, he deemed the privilege of being his disciple could never be paid for too dearly, even if one was to purchase it at the cost of one's life. Another day Tilopa, passing by an open drain, asked the disciples who walked with him, "Which of you would drink of that drain water if I ordered him to?" It must be understood that it was not here only a question of overcoming natural disgust for the filthy liquid, but of being defiled according to the religious Hindu law. At that time, 10th century AD, Buddhism had already greatly degenerated, reverting to a number of Hindu superstitions strongly condemned by the Buddha. Nevertheless, while his companions hesitated, The Brahmin Naropa ran forward and drank the foul beverage. Another test was still more cruel. Master and disciple lived at that time in a hut near a forest. Once, returning from the village with Tilopa's meal, Naropa saw that during his absence, the latter had fabricated a number of long wooden needles and hardened them in the fire. Greatly astonished, he inquired about the use Tilopa meant to make of these implements. The yogin smiled queerly. "Could you," he asked, "bear some pain if it pleased me?" Naropa answered that he belonged entirely to him, and that he could do whatever he liked with him. "Well," replied Tilopa, "stretch out your hand." And when Naropa had obeyed, he thrust one of the needles under each of the nails of one hand, did the same to the other, and finished with the toes. Then he pushed the tortured Naropa into the hut, commanded him to wait there till he returned, closed the door, and went away. Several days elapsed before he came back. He found Naropa seated on the ground, the needles still in his flesh. "What did you think while alone?" inquired Tilopa. "Have you not come to believe that I am a cruel master and that you had better leave me? I have been thinking of the dreadful life of torments which will be mine in the purgatories, if I do not succeed, by your grace, in becoming enlightened in the mystic doctrine, and so escaping a new rebirth," answered Naropa. As years went by, Naropa threw himself down from the roof of a house, crossed a blazing fire, and performed a number of other fantastic feats which often put his life in jeopardy. To conclude, I shall relate one more of these curious tests, the story being rather amusing. Master and disciple were strolling in the streets when they happened to meet a wedding procession, accompanying a bride to her husband's house. "I desire that woman," said Tilopa to Naropa. "Go, bring her to me." He had scarcely finished speaking before Naropa joined the cortege. Seeing that he was a Brahmin, the men of the wedding party allowed him to approach the bride, thinking that he meant to bless her. But when they saw that he took her in his arms and intended to carry her away, they seized on everything they could find, the palanquin sticks, the torches that lighted the way of the procession, and other implements, to belabor poor Naropa. So soundly was he cudgeled that he fainted and was left for dead on the spot. Tilopa had not waited for the end of the performance to pass quietly on his way. When he came to his senses again and had painfully dragged himself along until he overtook his whimsical guru, the latter, as welcome, asked him once more the usual question, "Do you not regret?" And, as usual also, Naropa protested that 1,000 deaths seemed to him but a trifle to purchase the privilege of being his disciple. At last, Naropa got the reward of his long tribulations, but not in the form of regular teaching and initiation. If we trust the tradition, Tilopa seems to have used, on that occasion, a queer method somewhat akin to that patronized by the Chinese teachers of the San sect. There is no doubt that, though left apparently untaught, Naropa had been able to grasp a number of points in the short path's doctrine during his lively period of probation. However, the manner of his full enlightening is related as follows. Naropa was seated near a fire in the open with his master. Quite unexpectedly, the latter took off one of his shoes and soundly slapped the disciple's face with it. Naropa saw all the stars of heaven, and at the same time the inner meaning of the short path's doctrine flashed into his mind. Naropa had later on a large number of disciples and, according to the tradition, was a most kind master, sparing his pupils the painful ordeals which he had himself so bitterly experienced. Already advanced in age, he left the monastery of which he was a reputed doctor, and retiring in solitude, devoted 12 consecutive years to uninterrupted contemplation. He is said to have finally reached the excellent success, Machagidnos Grub, that is to say Buddhahood. Naropa is especially known in Tibet as the spiritual teacher of the Lama Marpa, who was himself the master of the famous ascetic poet Milarespa, whose religious songs are most popular all over Tibet. If Naropa showed himself a mild spiritual father, such was not the case with Marpa, who tortured the poor Milarespa for years, commanding him to build a house unaided, and then ordering him several times to pull it down when nearly finished, and rebuild it again. Milarespa was to dig out the stones alone and to carry them on his back. The repeated rubbing of these hard loads caused sores which became infected on account of the earth and dirt that entered them. Marpa pretended to ignore the martyrdom which his disciple endured. When at last, yielding to the supplications of his wife Dagmedma, Marpa, who lived before the reform of Tsongkhapa, was a married lama, the lama condescended to look at the bleeding back of Milarespa. He coldly advised him to place a piece of felt on it with holes to isolate the sores. This is a process commonly used in Tibet for the sore backs of pack animals. The house built by Milarespa still exists in Lobrog, southern Tibet. Tibetans do not entertain the least doubt regarding the complete authenticity of such stories. If we cannot vie in faith with them, we must, however, beware of considering all traditional account of the novice Naljorpa's exertions as mere fictions. It would be also an error to believe that such facts belong to a remote past and cannot occur again nowadays. The Tibetan mind has not changed since the time of Marpa. In the house of many lamas I have recognized the very picture of his home and customs, as they are depicted in Tibetan literature, while Marpa himself appeared to me personified by the master of the house. The young monk in quest of a spiritual guide has also remained the image of predecessors. If not quite equal in zeal to Naropa and Milarespa, who have been in all times exceptional characters, he is still ready to bear uncommon hardship, make a number of sacrifices, and see many prodigies. And so the fantastic adventures of yore are lived over again every day at the four corners of the land of snows. However barbarous the physical ordeals with which the hermits think useful to test the quality of their disciples may appear, these are, nevertheless, the lightest part of the training. The really dreadful trial is the purely mental one. This begins when the first idea arises in the candidate for initiation of begging the guidance of a mystic anchorite. So many things are rumored about these Gomchins. Their life is so mysterious. Their appearance and the rare words they utter are so exceedingly strange that, for Tibetans already inclined to superstitious terror, they seem 1,000 times more to be feared than gods and demons. Indeed, they must be so, for they are credited with the power of enslaving gods and demons. Lost travelers or hunters have more than once related that while wandering across solitary hills, they have had a glimpse of inhuman beings attending on some of these hermits. To betake oneself to such a master, to put one's present life and one's fate hereafter in his hands is a hazardous step. It is easy to imagine the hesitations, the conflicting feelings, and the anguish which prey on the mind of the aspirant to secret lore. The long distances which the candidate generally has to travel through desert regions to reach the hermitage of the master whom he has chosen. The wild majesty of the site in which such hermitages are generally situated. All these again contribute to deeply impress the young monk. Psychic training undertaken in such a disposition, in such surroundings, and under such a master cannot help being fantastic. Around the disciple abandoned to prolonged solitary meditations, heaven and earth quake and whirl so that he can nowhere find a firm footing. Gods and demons mock him with visions, at first appalling, then ironical and disconcerting when he has conquered fear. The maddening succession of impossible occurrences may continue 10 or 20 years. It may torture the disciple until his death, unless one day he awakes from the nightmare, having understood that which was to be understood, and, bowing at the feet of his impassive master, takes leave of him without asking for any more teaching. Among several stories which I have heard from anchorites and Naljorpas regarding their initiation, the following is typically Tibetan. When he betook himself to a Lama Gomchen, Yeshe's Gyatso was not quite a novice in mystic training. He had spent several fairly long periods in strict seclusion, endeavoring to find an answer to a question which puzzled him painfully. What is the mind? He asked himself, and he tried to catch his mind in order to examine and analyze it. But the fugitive thing, as the water that a child endeavors to keep in its closed hand, always escaped. His guru, a lama from the monastery to which Yeshes belonged, seeing him tortured by his unsuccessful efforts, directed him to an anchorite whom he knew. The journey was not very long, only about 3 weeks, which is reckoned a short time in Tibet, but the track went across desert regions and passes 18,000 feet high. Yeshe started, carrying on his back a few books, a blanket, and the usual provisions: roast barley flour, butter, and tea. It was in the second month of the Tibetan year, in March. The Tibetan New Year fell early in February. Deep snow covered the ground, and all along his way the traveler could behold those awe-inspiring frozen landscapes of the high summits which seemed to belong to another world. One evening, at sunset, he reached the Gamchen hermitage, a vast cave, in front of which extended a small natural terrace that had been enclosed by a wall. Some distance below, a few huts sheltered those disciples who for a short time were allowed to stay near the Lama. The anchorites' dwellings stood on the upper heights of a mountain formed by blackish rocks, commanding a view of the emerald-green water of a small rippleless lake. I arrived there once, at dusk, as Yeshe had done many years before, and, looking at the desolate scenery lighted by the dim twilight, I could understand how strong an impression it had made on him. Yeshe asked one of the Lama's disciples to beg for him the permission to be admitted to his master. The Gamchen did not allow him to climb to his cave. This is habitual and did not astonish Yeshe, who had never expected to be received immediately. He shared the cell of a novice and waited. After a week had elapsed, he timidly ventured to have the hermit reminded of his request. The answer came at once. He was ordered to leave the place immediately and to return to his monastery. He cried out his despair to the eyrie of the teacher and prostrated himself at the foot of the rocky slope. But no compassionate answer broke the dead silence of the desert. Yeshe had to go. The same evening, a hailstorm swept across a barren tableland which he had to cross. He distinctly saw giant threatening phantoms, lost his way in the darkness, and was wandering about all the night. The following days brought nothing but trouble. The weather remained awful, the traveler had exhausted his provisions, he was nearly drowned in crossing a mountain stream, and reached his Gampa, at last, a victim of disease and despair. Yet, the faith which he had intuitively put in the stern Gamchen remained unshaken. 3 months later he started again. As during his previous journey, he met terrible storms on the high passes. The credulous Yeshe did not fail to ascribe them to supernormal cause. Either, he thought, the Lama had let the winds loose to test his steadiness of purpose, or evil spirits had stirred them up to prevent him from reaching the Gamchen's hermitage and being initiated by him in the mystic doctrine. That second journey did not prove more successful than the first one. Yeshe was not even allowed to bow at the feet of the hermit, but was sent back immediately. He made 2 more journeys to the anchorite during the next year, and the second time he was at last admitted before him. "You are mad, my son," the Gamchen told him. "Why are you so obstinate? I do not accept new disciples. I have also got some information about you. You have already pursued philosophic study and spent a long time in meditation. What do you hope for from an old, ignorant man? If you really wish to learn the secret mystic lore, go to the Lama N at Lhasa. He is conversant with all works of the more learned authors and is fully initiated in the esoteric traditions. Such a master is just what a young, well-read man like you needs." Yeshe knew that this way of speaking is usual with gurus. It is a way of testing the degree of confidence and esteem in which the candidate disciples hold them. Moreover, he was full of faith. So he remained obstinate, testified in various manners of his sincere devotion and earnestness, and was finally accepted by the Lama. Another monk whom I have known had sought an anchorite teacher for reasons that had nothing to do with philosophic or mystic pursuits. If I relate his case, it is because it contrasts with that of Yeshe's and shows another aspect of the Tibetan mind. Karma Dorji was low-born. As a little boy, in the monastery where he was a gayak, a young novice of poor parentage whose family cannot maintain him, and who does menial work at a lama's house for his living. See Chapter 3. He had been the butt of ridicule and contempt of the young novices of his age who belonged to a higher social class. These vexations had embittered his young mind, and he confessed to me that he was but a little over his 10th year, when he had sworn that he would rise above those who humiliated him. When he was grown up, His companions had at last to refrain from too open manifestations of their scorn, but they revealed it clearly enough by their silence and their aloofness. Karma Dorji was proud and possessed a strong will. He still dreamed of keeping the oath taken in his early youth. His low birth and his monastic condition left him only one way of reaching his aim. He must become a famous Naljorpa, a magician, one of those who coerce the demons and make them their retainers. In this way he could revenge himself on his tormentors and make them tremble before him. In this not very pious frame of mind, Karma Dorjes applied to the head of his monastery for a 2 years' leave, being desirous, he said, to retire to the forest for meditation. Permission, he knew, is never refused to such requests. Karma climbed high up on the hills, found a convenient place near a spring, and built a hut there with branches and mud. Immediately, in order to imitate the Reskyangpas, the Naljorpas who have acquired the power of developing tumo, the internal heat, and wear but a single cotton dress, Reskyang, or even remain naked. See Chapter V. He discarded all clothes and let his hair grow. Those who brought him supplies of food at long intervals found him seated cross-legged and naked even in the heart of winter, apparently sunk in a deep trance. People began to talk about him, but he was still far from the fame he desired. He realized that his hermitage in the forest and his nakedness were not sufficient to obtain it for him. So he went down to his monastery, and this time asked permission to leave the country in search of a spiritual teacher. No one endeavored to detain him. Karma's peregrinations were much more fertile in incidents than those of Yesh's, for the latter at least knew where he was going, and under which Lama he wished to practice the mystic life, while Karma had no idea of either and tramped at random. After a time, as he did not succeed in discovering a magician whom he thought capable of leading him to the topmost heights of the secret lore, he resolved to seek one by an occult process. Karma was a staunch believer in gods and demons. He knew by heart the story of Milarespa, who, with their help, had caused a house to fall down on his enemies, and remembered many other tales of terrible deities who brought the bloody heads which he had claimed into the middle of the Kilkor, magic diagram constructed by the magician. He had acquired himself a certain knowledge regarding Kilhors. So he drew one with stones in a narrow gorge and began his conjurations in hopes that the mighty wrathful lords Toos would direct him to one of the masters whom they serve. In the course of the 7th night, a mountain stream that flowed in the gorge suddenly rose with startling rapidity. An enormous quantity of water, probably due to the breaking of a natural dam or to a cloudburst higher up the hill, suddenly swept across the defile, and the young monk was swept away with his Kilkor and his small luggage. Whirled along amongst the rocks, Karma was lucky enough to escape being drowned and came aground at the end of the gorge in an immense valley. When day broke, he saw at a distance a ritted hermitage that stood sheltered by a rocky wall on the spur of a mountain range. The sun rose bright as it does on the tableland of Central Asia, and the little whitewashed house appeared rosy and luminous under its first touch. Karma could clearly discern the rays of light that flashed from it and rested on his head. Certainly his long-sought-for master lived there. The help of the deities answering his summons was not to be doubted. He had intended to walk up the gorge and to cross the mountain range, but they had brought him down to the Ritid. The intervention had manifested itself in a somewhat rough way, Karma admitted, but he ascribed this to a cause that could not but flatter his vanity. The Toos, he thought, have not been able to resist the strength of my conjuration, but foreseeing what a powerful magician I shall become after I have received proper teaching, felt angered at the idea of eventually becoming my slaves. Rejoicing in his glorious future, Karma did not give a thought to the loss of the provisions and clothes that had been carried away by the flood. And as he had stripped himself of all garments to resemble Heruka, a deity represented as a naked ascetic, when officiating before his Kilkor, he now confidently marched toward the hermitage in a state of nature. As he neared it, a disciple of the anchorite came down to fetch water at a stream. The Trappa almost let fall the bucket he carried when he caught sight of the strange apparition. Tibetan climate greatly differs from that of India, and if unclad ascetics or pseudo-ascetics are legion in the latter country, it is not so on the heights of the land of snows. There, only a very few Naljorpas adopt that simple fashion, and as they live far away from all tracks, in the recesses of wild mountains, one has few opportunities of catching a glimpse of them. "Who lives in that retreat?" inquired Karma. "My master the Geshes, a high graduate monk scholar Tobsgyas," answered the Trapa. The aspirant magician did not put a second question. What information did he now require? He knew all that he needed to know. The deities had led him to his very Tsawa Lama, the spiritual guide. Tell the Lama that the Chuskyongs, according to Lamaists, deities who have taken an oath to protect the Buddhist doctrine and its followers, have brought him a disciple, said the naked traveler. Quite bewildered, the water carrier reported his words to the hermit, who commanded him to show in the strange visitor. Lama Tobsgyas was a well-read man, the grandson of a Chinese official and of his Tibetan wife. According to Karma's account, he appears to me to have been a gentle agnostic, who had perhaps adopted a hermit's life by the desire to study without being disturbed by troublesome people and by an aristocratic taste for solitude. This is rather frequent in Tibet. In fact, Karma really knew very little about his guru. As we shall learn by his own story, he did not see much of him, and the few particulars he could tell me about his parentage and character he had learnt from 2 disciples of the Lama who were inmates of the retreat. In situation, Kushag Tobsgyas's hermitage followed the rule set down in Buddhist scriptures. Not too near to a village, not too far from a village. From his small window the anchorite saw a wide uninhabited valley, while crossing the hill on which his dwelling was built was a hamlet, at a distance of half a day's march. The hermitage was furnished with an ascetic simplicity, but a large library and some beautiful scrolls of painting on the walls showed that the hermit was neither poor nor ignorant of art. As Karma Dorji, a tall athletic fellow, clad only in his long plaited hair, stood before the thin, refined scholar he has described to me, they must have formed a curious picture. After having prostrated himself with the utmost fervor before the Lama, he once more announced himself as a disciple brought by the deities to the very feet of the master. The Lama allowed him to relate the story of the Kilkor, the miraculous flood, and so on, without interruption. Then, as Karma once more repeated that he had been brought to his feet, Kushag Tobsgyas remarked simply that the place where the water had carried him was rather far from them. Then he inquired the reason of his wearing no clothes. When Karma, full of his own importance, had mentioned Haruka and the 2 years which he had spent naked in the forest, the hermit looked at him silently for a while. Then, calling one of his attendants, he said calmly, "Take that poor man into the kitchen, that he may sit near the fire and drink very hot tea. Find him also an old fur robe and give it to him. He has been shivering for 2 years." And with these words he bid him leave. Karma put on the shabby pagsa, sheepskin, with pleasure. The flaming fire, the generously buttered hot tea refreshed him agreeably after his nocturnal bath. Yet his physical comfort was diminished by the mortification of his pride. The Lama, he thought, had not welcomed him as he ought to have welcomed a disciple brought to him, miraculously. However, he intended, after having satisfied his hunger and taken a little rest, to make the Gomchen understand who he was and what he expected from a teacher. But Kushag Tobsgyas did not give him the opportunity of further explanations. He seemed even to have entirely forgotten his presence in the retreat, though no doubt he had given instructions about him, for the 2 disciples continued to feed him well, and the very same place, next the fire, was always put at his disposal. Days and weeks went, and Karma grew impatient. The kitchen, however comfortable it was, now seemed to him a prison. He wanted to work, to go out to fetch water or fuel, but the Lama's disciples did not allow him to leave the hermitage. The Lama's orders were positive. He had to eat and warm himself. That was all his duty. Karma felt more and more ashamed at being treated like a pet animal that is not expected to do anything in return for its food. At the beginning of his stay, he had repeatedly asked his companions to remind the Lama that he expected an audience. but the latter had always declined to take any message, saying that they would not dare to trouble their Lama, and that when Rinpoche, precious one, the most reverential title of address for a Lama, wanted to see him, he would send for him. After a time, Karma gave up asking useless questions. His only comfort was to watch for the Lama's appearance on a small balcony where he sometimes sat, or to listen when at long intervals he explained a philosophical treatise to his disciples or to an occasional visitor. Beside these rare gleams, the empty hours dragged on while he revolved the various circumstances which had led him where he was again and again in his mind. A little more than 1 year passed in this way. Karma became a prey to despair. He would gladly have borne the most cruel ordeals the Lama could have had devised. But this complete forgetfulness amazed him. Though during his first and only interview with the hermit, he had carefully avoided telling him anything regarding his low birth, he now suspected that the latter, through his supernormal powers, had discovered it. Thus he explained the way in which he had been treated. Probably the master despised him, did not consider him worthy to be taught, and fed him only out of pity. Every day this idea took firmer footing in his mind, and cruelly tortured the proud Karma, still convinced that a miracle had brought him to Lama Tobsgyayas, and that no other guru existed for him in the world. He did not think of undertaking a new journey to find another master, but the thought of committing suicide sometimes came into his mind. Tibetans believe that in order to progress on the mystic path, one must meet one's true Tsawai Lama, that is to say, the spiritual teacher of whom one has already been the disciple during previous lives, or, if this cannot be contrived, the Lama of whom one has been the loving relative, supporter, or faithful servant. The tie formed in that way is that of the past deeds, skonlas as Tibetans call it. Karma was sinking in despondency when a nephew of the anchorite arrived at the retreat. The visitor was a Lama Tulku, head of a monastery, and traveled with a large retinue. Clad in shining robes of yellow brocade, wearing a gilt-glittering hat shaped like a pagoda, the Lama and his attendants stopped in the plain at the foot of the hermitage. Beautiful tents were pitched, and after having refreshed himself with tea that the hermit had sent in an enormous silver teapot, the Tulku went up to his uncle's dwelling. During the following days, the Tulku noticed the strange figure of Karma with his ragged sheepskin robe and his hair which reached to the floor. He asked him why he was always seated next the fire, doing nothing. The aspirant magician took time by the forelock. He had at last found favor with the deities. There could be no doubt that they had aroused this interest in the Tulku's mind. He introduced himself with all his titles, told about his long retreat naked in the forest, the conjuration and the kilcore in the gorge, the flood, the rays of light which, springing from the hermitage, rested on his head. He ended by relating the forgetfulness of Kushag Tobsgyayas and entreating the Tulku to plead on his behalf. From the account which I have heard, it appears probable that the Lama to whom Karma now told his story was of the same stamp as his uncle. He does not appear to have been in the least moved by pity, and merely inquired about the kind of teaching which his interlocutor craved from the hermit. The question gladdened Karma. Now he had found somebody who would speak to him about the matter he had so much at heart. He boldly declared that he wished to acquire magic powers, such as that of flying in the air, of causing the earth to quake. But he prudently avoided confessing why he wanted to work wonders. The Tulku, Karma realized later on, was only amused by such childish ambitions, but he promised to convey his request to Kushag Tobsgyayas. Then, during the 2 weeks of his visit, he did not even look in the young man's direction again. The day came when the Tulku took leave of his uncle. Karma looked sadly at the Trappa's attendants at the foot of the hill, who were holding by the bridle the richly caparisoned horses ready to start. The man whom he had considered as a heaven-sent protector was to depart without having obtained any answer to his request. Most likely Kushag Tobsgyayas had not granted it. Despair again overwhelmed him. The Tulku passed the hermitage's door, and Karma was about to salute him with the usual triple bowing down, when the latter gave him this laconic order: "Follow me." Karma Dorji felt rather astonished. He had never been asked to do any service. What could the Lama want? When he reached the foot of the hill, the Tulku turned toward him. I conveyed to Kushog Rinpoche your desire of acquiring the various magic powers which you mentioned, he said. Rinpoche's reply was that he has not got the books which you must study in his retreat. A full collection of them exists in the library of my monastery, so Rinpoche has desired me to take you there, in order that you may begin work. There is a horse for you. You will travel with my trappas. Then he left Karma and joined the small group of the dignitaries of his Gampa who had accompanied him in his journey. All turned towards the hermitage, respectfully bowed their farewell to the invisible anchorite, vaulted into the saddle, and started at full trot. Karma remained motionless, lost in amazement. A trappa gave him a push and put the bridle of a horse in his hand. He found himself on the back of the beast, trotting fast with the Lama's attendants, before he had realized what happened. The fourth day after his arrival at the Gampa, a trappa informed Karma that, according to the Tulku's order, the collection of books mentioned by Kushog Topskyais had been carried into a chamkang. He could begin his study at once. Food would be sent regularly to him from the monastery. Karma followed his guide and was led uphill to a tiny, pleasantly situated, whitewashed house. From the window he could look down on the monastery with its gilded roofs and beyond it a valley enclosed by woody slopes. Inside the cell, next a small altar, 30 big podi, a volume, carefully wrapped in their robes. Tibetan books are made of detached oblong sheets of paper and usually wrapped in a piece of cloth, cotton or often silk, which is called their robe. Namza, spelt nabza, and tied between carved boards, were placed on several shelves. A wave of joyful pride swept across Karma's mind. At last, someone had begun to treat him with proper respect. The trappa informed him that the Tulku did not wish him to remain in strict seclusion. He was at liberty to live as he liked, to fetch his water at the stream nearby, and to walk outside wherever and whenever he wished. Left alone, Karma buried himself in the books. He learnt by heart a large number of magic formulas, built scores of kilkors, using more tsampa and butter to make the tormas than for his meals. He also practiced the many various meditations described in the treatises. For about 18 months his zeal did not slacken. He went out only to fetch water, did not speak a single word to the trappas who twice a month brought him his food and fuel supply, and never so much as glanced through his window at the world outside. Then slowly, thoughts that had never occurred to him crept into his mind during his meditations. Certain words of the books, certain figures of the mystic diagrams appeared to him as pregnant with significations formerly unsuspected. He often stood long in front of his window, watching the monks going in and out of the monastery. Finally, he walked across the hills, examining the plants and pebbles, looking attentively at the clouds traveling in the sky, observing the ever-flowing water of the stream, the play of the lights and shadows. He also spent hours watching the villages scattered in the valleys below, the peasants working in the fields, the animals passing loaded on the roads, and those who roamed free across the pasture grounds. Every evening after lighting the altar lamp, Karma Dorji sat in meditation, but he gave up trying to follow the practices taught in the books. Late in the night, and sometimes till dawn, he remained sunk in a trance, dead to all sensations, to all cogitations, seeing himself as on a shore, watching the slowly mounting tide of a white luminous ocean ready to submerge him. Several months elapsed, and then one day or one night, he did not know which, Karma Dorji felt that his body was being lifted from the cushion on which he was seated. Without changing his usual cross-legged attitude of meditation, he passed through the door and, floating in the air, traveled a long time. At last he arrived in his country, in his monastery. It was morning. The monks were coming out of the assembly hall. He recognized a number of them, officials, tulkus, certain of his old mates. They appeared tired, painfully preoccupied, with dull, joyless faces and heavy gait. Karma examined them with curiosity. How puny and insignificant they seemed from the height where he now stood. How astonished, how awestruck they would be when in a moment he would appear to them enthroned in mid-air. and how those who had treated the low-born monk with contempt would prostrate themselves, trembling before the triumphant Dubtab, the magician who baffled the apparent laws of nature. Then, as he dwelt on these ideas of victory, scorn awakened in the inmost depth of his mind, and his elation subsided. He smiled in derision at the meanness of a revenge on such paltry puppets. They did not interest him any longer. His thoughts went out to the bliss of watching the flowing tide of the strange rippleless, white, luminous ocean. No, he would not show himself to the monks. That Karma Dorji who had suffered in the monastery was as contemptible as those who had wickedly humiliated him. He rejected them altogether. Thus thinking, he started to leave the place. Then, suddenly, the monastery buildings were shaken and cracked. The neighboring mountains pitched and tossed in confusion. Their summits tumbled on each other, while new ones arose. The sun crossed the sky like a thunderbolt and fell on the earth. Another sun sprang out, piercing the heavens, and the rhythm of the phantasmagoria went on with increasing speed till Karma discerned nothing but a kind of furious torrent, whose foaming waves were made of all beings and things of the world. Visions of this kind are not very rare among Tibetan mystics. They must not be mistaken for dreams. The visionary is not asleep. Often, in spite of his imaginary peregrinations, the sensations he experiences, and the scenery he perceives, he remains quite clearly conscious of his actual surroundings and of his own personality. Often, also, when going into a trance where they are liable to be interrupted, they quite consciously hope that none come by, or speak to them and trouble them in any other manner. Though they may be themselves incapable of speaking or moving, they hear and understand what is going on around them. But they do not feel connected with any material objects, all their interest being absorbed in the events and sensations of the trance. If that state of trance is abruptly broken by any exterior agent, or if he who experiences it has to break it himself by a strong effort, the shock that ensues is peculiarly painful and leaves a prolonged feeling of discomfort. It is to avoid these unpleasant effects and the consequences which they may have on the general health of those who suffer them that rules have been devised for coming out of a period of ecstatic meditation, or even of ordinary meditation, if it has lasted for any length of time. As an instance, one is advised to turn the head slowly from one side to another, to massage the forehead and the crown of the head, to stretch the arms while clasping the hands behind the back and bending the body backward. There are numbers of similar exercises, and each one may choose whichever suits him best. The followers of the Zen sect in Japan, who meditate together in a common hall, appoint a kind of superintendent who is skilled in detecting when a monk is overcome by fatigue. He refreshes the fainting and revives their energy by striking them on one shoulder with a heavy stick. Those who have experienced it agree that the ensuing sensation is a most pleasant relaxation of the nerves. When he returned from his strange journey, Karma Dorji found himself seated at his usual place in his cell. He curiously inspected the objects around him. His small room, with the books on the shelves, the altar, the hearth, was the same that he had seen the day before. Nothing had changed during the years that he lived in the Chams Kong. He got up, looked through the window. The monastery, the valley, the woods wore their usual appearance. Nothing had changed, yet everything was different. Karma calmly lighted the fire, and when the wood burnt brightly, he cut his long hair and threw it into the flames. Then he made tea, drank and ate without haste, put some provisions in a bag and went out, carefully closing the Shams Kong's door behind him. In the monastery he walked straight to the Tulku's mansion, and meeting a servant in the courtyard, he told him to inform his master that he was leaving, and to convey him his gratitude for his kind hospitality. Then he left the Gompa. He had already gone some way when he heard somebody calling him. One of the young monks belonging to the Tulku household ran after him. "Kushag Rinpoche wishes to see you," he said. Karma Dorji returned with him. "You leave us?" asked the Lama politely. "Where are you going to?" "To bow down at the feet of my guru and thank him," answered Karma. The Tulku remained silent for a while and then said sadly, My worshipful uncle is gone beyond sorrow, a reverential expression to say that a lama is dead 6 months ago. Karma Dorji did not utter a single word. If you wish to go to his retud, continued the lama, I will give you a horse, it shall be my parting gift. You will find one of Kushag Tubsgye's disciples living in the hermitage. Karma thanked his host, but accepted nothing. A few days later, he again beheld the white little house, from which he had seen the light springing and coming towards him. He entered the lama's small private room, where he had been admitted but once, remained long prostrated before the seat of the departed anchorite, and spent the night in meditation. In the morning he took leave of his master's successor. The latter handed him a monastic toga that had belonged to the late hermit. Before he died, Kushag Tobsgyes had expressly commanded that it should be given to him when he came out of his Shams Kong. From that time on, Karma Dorji led the life of an itinerant ascetic, somewhat like that of the famous Milarespa, whom he deeply venerated. When I happened to meet him, he was already old, but he did not appear to be thinking of settling anywhere. Few are the anchorites or other Naljorpas whose novitiate has proved so strange as that of Karma. It is because it is, indeed, quite peculiar that I have ventured to give so long an account of it. Nevertheless, the spiritual training of a disciple always includes a number of curious incidents. Many strange descriptions which I have heard, and my own experiences as a disciple on the heights of the land of snows, incline me to believe that most of them are perfectly authentic. Chapter 7. Mystic Theories and Spiritual Training. The religious world in Tibet, generally speaking, is divided into 2 sections. The first includes those who advocate the strict observance of moral precepts and monastic rules as the means of salvation. The second is formed of those who prefer an intellectual method which frees its followers from all laws whatsoever. Nevertheless, there exists no rigid division between these 2 categories. Though their respective theories are always a favorite subject of controversy between the followers of the 2 schools, it seldom happens that one stands in the position of a harsh, pugnacious adversary towards those in the opposite camp. Even the monks attached to morality acknowledge that a virtuous life and the monastic discipline, though of great value and advisable for the many, are but a mere preparation to a higher path. As for the adepts of the second system, they all believe in the beneficial results of a faithful adherence to the moral laws and the rules laid down for members of the religious order. Moreover, all are unanimous in declaring the first method the safer of the 2. A pure life, the performance of good deeds, righteousness, compassion, detachment from worldly cares, selflessness, and quietness of mind act, they say, as a cleansing process which gradually removes the impure dust that covers the mental eyes. A favorite Buddhist illustration. We read in the Mahavagga 1.10, Bhagavan, looking over the world with his eyes of a Buddha, saw beings whose mental eyes were darkened by scarcely any dust, and beings whose eyes were covered by much dust, beings sharp of sense and blunt of sense, of good disposition and bad disposition, easy to instruct and difficult to instruct, therefore leading to enlightenment, which is salvation itself. As for the method which mystics call the short path, the direct path, technically, in mystic parlance, sekshig, lustig sangergyayas, to attain Buddhahood in one life, one body, that is to say, in the very life in which one has begun one's spiritual training. Tibetans say also, Lam Chung, the short road, it is considered as most hazardous. It is, according to the masters who teach it, as if instead of following the road which goes round a mountain, ascending gradually towards its summit, one attempted to reach it in straight line, climbing perpendicular rocks and crossing chasms on a rope. Only first-rate equilibrists, exceptional athletes, completely free from giddiness, can hope to succeed in such a task. Even the fittest may fear sudden exhaustion or dizziness, and there inevitably follows a dreadful fall in which the too presumptuous alpinist breaks his bones. By this illustration, Tibetan mystics mean a spiritual fall leading to the lowest and worst degree of aberration and perversity to the condition of a demon. I have heard a learned lama maintain that the bold theories regarding complete intellectual freedom, and the enfranchisement from all rules whatever, which are expounded by the most advanced adepts of the short path, are the faint echo of teachings that existed from time immemorial in Central and Northern Asia. The Lama was convinced that these doctrines agree completely with the Buddha's highest teaching as it was made evident in various passages of his discourses. However, said the Lama, the Buddha was well aware that the majority do better to abide by rules devised to avert the baleful effects of their ignorance and guide them along paths where no disasters are to be feared. For that very reason, the all-wise master has established rules for the laity and monks of average intelligence. The same Lama entertained serious doubts as to the Aryan origin of the Buddha. He rather believed that his ancestors belonged to the yellow race, and was convinced that his expected successor, the future Buddha Maitreya, would appear in Northern Asia. Where did he get these ideas? I have not been able to find out. Discussion is hardly possible with Oriental mystics. When once they have answered, "I have seen this in my meditations," little hope is left to the inquirer of obtaining further explanations. I have also heard similar ideas expressed by Newers from Nepal. Their argument was that the native land of the Buddha was their own country. The great sage of India, they said, belonged to the same stock as ourselves, and as for us, we are of the same race as the Chinese. It is, of course, only the learned lamas and mystics who hold the theories just mentioned, regarding the path of the rules and the short path. Now, in Tibet as elsewhere, scholars and thinkers are few. So while amongst the partisans of the rules the many merely vegetate in the monasteries, the doctrine of complete freedom affords a raison d'etre to countless people scarcely capable of haunting any summit, but whose originality cannot be denied. Most magicians shelter themselves under the flag of the latter party. Not that many of them seek rapid spiritual achievement. That which appeals to them in the short path is freedom from the bondage of discipline, and the permission thus granted to proceed with whatever experiments may be useful for their own advancement. The formula is vague enough to allow interpretations that fit all kinds of characters. A broad classification of Tibetan professed magicians and students of the magic art divides them into two categories. The first includes all those who do not seek direct mastery over nature, but only the power of coercing certain gods and demons to secure their help. The men who practice that method believe in the real existence of the beings of the other worlds as entities completely distinct from them. They also think that their own ability and power are much inferior to those of the personalities whom they endeavor to enslave, and that they would be incapable of obtaining the results which they expect from the latter's help by their own efforts. Again, whatever other means they use, spells, charms, etc., they also implicitly recognize that their active power, though put into motion by the man who uses them, does not emanate from him. In the second category, only a small number of adepts are to be reckoned. These employ, at times, the very same means as their less enlightened colleagues, but they do it for different reasons. They hold the view that the various phenomena which the vulgar consider as miracles are produced by an energy arising in the magician himself and depend on his knowledge of the true inner essence of things. Most of them are men of retired habits, even hermits, who do not exhibit any singularity in their ways and appearance. They make no attempt to exhibit their powers and often remain entirely unknown. On the contrary, the magicians of the first group are fond of indulging in many kinds of showy and bewildering eccentricities. Sorcerers, soothsayers, necromancers, occultists from the meanest beggarly class to those of high social standing can be met with among them. A lover of odd discourses and deeds may enjoy himself listening to the theories regarding integral freedom and its practice that are current in such society. But behind these absurd extravagances, there are elements of knowledge regarding old traditions, forgotten history, and the handling of psychic forces to be gleaned. But in these circles, as elsewhere in Tibet, the great difficulty is to gain a footing. It is unnecessary to be an ordained monk to enter the short path to deliverance. According to its adepts, only initiations are of value. So any layman, if recognized as fit to undertake the spiritual climbing, may be accepted by a mystic master, and in due time initiated by him. The same rule applies to students of magic. Nevertheless, most mystics and magicians have begun their career as youths in the religious order. The choice of the master who is to guide him along the mystic path, arduous and fraught with deceitful mirages, is a momentous decision for the candidate to initiation. The course which his life will follow depends to a great extent upon the character of the Lama he elects. For having asked admittance at a door from which they ought to have turned away, some have met with fantastic adventures. Yet, if the young monk is satisfied with begging the spiritual guidance of a Lama who is neither an anchorite nor an extremist of the short path, his novitiate will probably not include any tragic incidents. During a probation period of undetermined length, the master will test the character of his new disciple. Then he may simply explain some philosophical treatises and the meaning of a few symbolic diagrams, kielkors, teaching him the methodic meditations for which they are used. If the Lama thinks his pupil capable of proceeding farther, he will expound him the program of the mystic training. The latter includes 3 stages, namely, El Tawa, to look, examine, Ulgampa, to think, meditate, Ulchipa, to practice, realize. This is the fruit of accomplishment through the 2 former stages. Another less current enumeration makes use of 4 terms to convey the same meaning as follows. First stage, Tan, meaning reason. That is to say, investigation of the nature of things, their origin, their end, the causes upon which they depend. Lab, study of various doctrines. Second stage, Gam, thinking or meditating on that which one has discovered and learnt, practicing introspective meditation. Third stage, Togs, understanding. In order that the novice may practice in perfect quietness the various exercises which that program requires, it is nearly certain that the Lama will command him to shut himself in Sams, written in Shams and pronounced Sam. The word Sam signifies a barrier, the border of a territory. In religious parlance, to stay in Sams means to live in seclusion, to retire beyond a barrier which must not be passed. That barrier may be of different kinds. With advanced mystics, it becomes purely psychic, and it is said that the latter need no material contrivances to isolate themselves while meditating. There exist several categories of Sams, each one being subdivided into a number of varieties. Proceeding from the less austere towards the most severe forms, we find the following ones. A Lama or a lay devotee shuts himself in his room or private apartment. He does not go out or only does so at fixed time to perform some devotional practices such as walking around religious edifices, making repeated prostrations before sacred objects, or the like. According to the rule which he has adopted, the Samspa, he who practices Sams, not to be mistaken for Tsampa. Flour of roast barley, written Retsampa, either may be seen or must remain invisible. In the first case, he is generally permitted to talk briefly with the members of the household, his relatives or servants, and even to receive a few visitors. In the second case, he may only be seen by those who attend him. If a visitor is admitted, he must remain within hearing outside the Tsamspa's room. A curtain screens the entrance, and the interlocutors remain invisible to each other, as in some Roman Catholic contemplative orders of nuns. A number of Tibetans resort occasionally to one or another of these mild forms of seclusion for non-religious motives, seeking merely to avoid disturbance while engaged in the study of any branch of Tibetan learning, grammar, philosophy, astrology, medicine, etc. Next comes the recluse who sees but one attendant, he who renounces speaking and makes known his needs by writing, he who partly covers his window, so that he cannot see the surrounding landscape, nor any outside object except the sky, he who renounces the sight of the sky, covering his window entirely, or living in a windowless room which nevertheless admits the daylight indirectly, he who sees no one at all. In this case, if the Samspa enjoys the use of a suite of rooms, his meals are brought into one of them, while he retires into another. When he lives in a single room, food is placed next the entrance. Someone knocks at the door to inform the recluse that what he needs is ready. and then the inmates of the house leave the adjacent room or corridors for a moment to allow the tsamspa to come out without being seen. Any object is returned in the same way, the tsamspa calling attention by knocking at the door or ringing a bell. Among those who practice this particular kind of sams, some ask by writing for the things which they require, but others renounce this facility. Consequently, whatever may be their needs, they cannot make them known. Even if those who attend on them forgot to give them their meal, they ought to fast in silence. Generally, sams in one's own house do not last long, especially of the strict kind. 1 year seems to be an exceptional period. One usually hears of people who live in seclusion for 3 months, 1 month, and even a few days only. Laymen rarely shut themselves in their apartment for more than 1 month. It is easy to understand that prolonged and severe sams cannot be practiced in an ordinary residence. There, whatever care is taken, the moving about of people busy with worldly affairs, and the noise inevitably reach the tsamspa, through the thin barrier of his closed door. The silence and quiet surroundings which may be enjoyed to a high degree in the monasteries are not even deemed sufficient by some. And many Gompas own special small houses built for the use of their members who wish to live in strict seclusion. These houses are called tsamskang, from shams and kang, house, a house where to live in seclusion. They are sometimes situated in an out-of-the-way spot inside the monastery's walls, but more frequently stand aloof on some hill, at a little distance outside the walled enclosure. It is not unusual to find groups of these meditation houses standing in the solitude, at a few days' march from their parent monastery. The plans of the tsamskangs correspond to the various rules and requirements here above mentioned. From the windows of some of them, the recluse may end of the sight of beautiful landscapes, while others are surrounded by walls that cut off the view on all sides. In that case, the enclosure often forms a small courtyard or terrace, where the tsamspa may sit or walk in the open, without being seen or himself seeing anything of the outside world. Most tsamskangs are divided into 2 rooms. In one of them, the recluse sits and sleeps. The other one is the kitchen in which an attendant may live. When the tsampa must see no one and keep the rule of silence, his attendant lives in a separate hut. A double wicket is then built in he wall, or the door of the recluse's room, and through it meals are given to him. Solid food is generally served only once a day, but buttered tea is brought several times. If the lama belongs to one or another of the red cap sects, beer, though drinking fermented beverages is strictly prohibited by Buddhism, Tibetan red caps declare that Padmasambhava, their founder, allowed it. Nevertheless, some of them seem to know better. Padmasambhava, they say, allowed the drinking of alcohol when performing certain rites, and then the quantity to be drunk was that which fills the hollow of the palm. Padmasambhava, who was a Western Indian and an adept of Tantrism, taught his Tibetan converts the form of worship of his sect, and, as with many Tantrikas, the 2 drops of wine to be drunk in sacramental fashion led to habitual drinking. An Indian saying goes, "Some drink to perform the rite, and some perform the rite in order to drink." But Tibetans addicted to drinking do not seek a religious excuse any more than their Western brethren in drunkenness, alternates with the tea. Tibetans having the custom of keeping a small bag of barley flour at hand, the recluse is at liberty to eat some with his tea or beer whenever he likes. Only members of the religious order retire in the cottages specially built to be used as meditation houses. Some remain in seclusion during several consecutive years. A canonic period is 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days. Some repeat that long retreat twice or thrice in the course of their life, and a few shut themselves in sams for life. There exists a still more austere form of sams, that of dwelling in complete darkness. Meditation in darkness is not a practice peculiar to Lamaism. It is known in all Buddhist countries. I have seen different kinds of rooms in Burma, specially built for the purpose, and made use of them myself during my stay on the Sagaing Hills. But while Burmese and other Buddhist monks only spend a few hours at a time there, certain Tibetan ascetics bury themselves for years, and even till death, in such grave-like dwellings. However, these extreme cases are rare. When complete night is desired and the sojourn in the Tsamskong is to be long, the latter is often established in a grotto or a partly underground building, ventilated by chimneys constructed in such a way that they do not allow the light to penetrate into the recluse's cell. This, however, is very seldom done. Usually the dark hermitage is aerated in a natural, and indeed very imperfect, way, through fissures and the like. Though these must perforce admit some light together with air, that light seems often of a purely theoretical kind, for in some of these obscure abodes it is impossible to distinguish any object. Yet, after a time, the eyes of the samspas get accustomed to dark, and succeed in vaguely seeing their surroundings. According to what I have heard from men who have spent long periods of seclusion in darkness, these hermits enjoy at times wonderful illuminations. Their cell becomes bright with light, or, in the darkness, every object is drawn with luminous outlines. Or again, a phantasmagoria of shining flowers, landscapes, and personages arises before them. Optic phenomena of that kind are certainly common, for they have also been described to me in Burma by bhikkhus who practiced meditation in darkness, and I suppose that everybody has seen something of the kind at night. Tibetans see in this a way of testing the degree of fixity attained by the mind. The kaleidoscopic mirage is considered by them as entirely subjective. It is, they think, caused by the uncontrolled agitation of the mind. When the latter is brought near stillness, the phantasmagoria vanishes. There remains only a spot, thiggle, which may be either dark-colored or like a diminutive globe of light. At first that spot moves, and the aim of the practice is to fix it. The stage in which the spot remains motionless, without undergoing any change in size, color, etc., is the moment when the mystic is able to concentrate his thoughts on any object he chooses without any other ideas breaking his one-pointedness of mind. The next stage is marked by the disappearance of the spot which sinks in utter darkness. This, however, is not always attained. Many continue to proudly enjoy the fairy scene, thinking that they have obtained a glimpse of paradise. Besides recreations of this kind, a number of subtler enchantments await the samspa in his hermitage. These, according to religious teachers, are traps which catch the unintelligent disciple who ventures on the mystic path. When the samspa, who has spent a long time in darkness, is nearing the end of his retreat, he gradually accustoms his eyes to see the daylight again. For that purpose, a hole, the size of a pin's head, is pierced in a mud part of the wall and is enlarged each day till the aperture forms a small window. This operation may take several months and is either done by the recluse himself or by another person, his guru or a friend. The longer the time spent in obscurity, the slower is the admission of light into the cell. Novices who shut themselves up entirely for the first time, either in light or dark samskongs, generally receive instructions from their guru during their seclusion. The lama speaks to them from outside through the double wicket which is used to pass in the recluse's meal. The guru of a samspa, who must see nobody, often shuts the entrance of the latter's cell with his own seal. A religious ceremony is performed on that occasion, and another one when the master breaks the seal and the recluse steps out. If the tsams is not of the severe kind, a flag may be placed at the recluse's door, on which are written the names of the persons who are allowed to enter his rooms, attendants or visitors allowed by the samspa's teacher. A dry branch is sometimes driven in the earth or stuck in a pot, near the hermitage of a samspa who shuts himself up for life. The term tsamskong is more generally applied to meditation, cottages built in the vicinity of a monastery. Those standing in more remote places are called ritod, Reeton Re-Crowed. Reteds are never built at the bottom of a valley, they are always perched on a dominating spot, and the choice of the site is made in accordance with special rules. Two well-known Tibetan verses depict the main condition required. Gyabri tag Dunritso, spelt Gyabri brag, Dunrihi Sho, the mountain rock behind, the mountain lake in front. That is to say that the hermitage should be built on the hillside with a background of rocks, or better still against the rock itself, looking down on a lake, or at least a stream. Various other regulations have been laid down, in accordance with the requirements of peculiar spiritual and psychic trainings. Thus, some dwellings must permit an extended view so that the anchorite can see the sun rising and setting. The noises produced by running water or wind must be muffled as far as possible. The vicinity of woodland is advised or a barren landscape deemed more suitable, etc. Ritudpas do not remain continually shut in their houses. Outside the periods of strict sams, most of them go out between the hours which they devote to meditation or other practices. According to the rule imposed by their guru, or self-imposed, they are either allowed or forbidden to talk with their neighbors while fetching water, collecting fuel, or taking a walk around their cabin. Meditation in the open is sometimes advised by the Ritudpa spiritual guide, or some practice it from their own inclination. Though the term Ritud, properly speaking, means a group of hermitages, current usage applies it to all single isolated anchorite abodes, huts or caves. It is to such primitive dwellings far away from inhabited regions that staunch Naljorpas who aim at climbing the rugged rocks of spiritual heights retire. Those who are still at the novice stage tramp at long intervals to their guru's place to tell him about their psychic experiences, the ideas to which their meditation have given birth, and also to receive his advice and communication of spiritual power, anchor right. Several years may elapse between such meetings. As for the hermits who are teachers, some of them allow a few promising beginners to live in their vicinity. Vicinity, in however a wide term. The disciple may stay on the same hill as his master at a spot situated lower down than the latter's dwelling, or at 1 or 2 days' march. One can well imagine that all of the many Sams, Kongs, and Rituds dwellers are not saints or sages. False presence and sham mysticism have long ago crept into the world of Tibetan anchorites. Even on the shining snowy ranges, one can meet the hypocrite. Under the guise of Gomchins, boasting of secret knowledge and supernormal powers, they deceive simple-minded peasantry or tent-dwelling herdsmen. It may appear to a Westerner that they pay dearly for the material advantages or the fame they enjoy, by purchasing them at the cost of the hardships of hermit life. But one must appreciate the bargain from a Tibetan, and not from a Western, point of view. Tibetans are a strong and sturdy people. The cold, sleeping on the ground in the open, solitude, and many other things from which the average Westerners would shrink, do not frighten them in the least. There are but a few of them, even among the upper classes, who have not experienced something of the kind whilst traveling or on other occasions. Adventurous clerical charlatans, often illiterate and of poor parentage, who cannot expect any standing in their monastery, enjoy a much more agreeable life in a ritud than they could hope for elsewhere. The more ambitious among them may indeed submit to uncommon austerities in order to gain repute, but they give up all these after a few years, when their fame is sufficiently well established. Then they may settle in some private abode, relying on the gifts of the laity to enable them to spend their days in comfort. Others make no attempt at calling attention to themselves. They merely settle down in a cabin or a cave, conveniently situated at a few miles from a prosperous village or herdsman's tribal ground. Things may be a little hard at first, and food not always plentiful, for Tibetans are not hasty in giving their confidence and faith to uncommissioned lamas. But if the man is clever and knows the ways, he will gradually succeed. He must play the soothsayer, of course, and drive away the demons which cause illness. If chance favors him, a few of the oracles he delivers may prove true, man or beast recover after he has exorcised the evil one. Nothing more is needed to secure quite brilliant prospects. I suppose that few Westerners would enjoy the life of a pseudo-ascetic in the Tibetan wilds, but Tibetans do. Frauds of this kind always end by being caught at their own tricks. Of course, they do not attain the bliss which awaits true mystics, but they live free, respected, without any occasion for working, and they receive enough tea, butter, and sampa for all their daily wants. Beyond this, any cabin or cave roughly fitted up as a dwelling place satisfies the unsophisticated craving of these ingenious yet simple rogues. Many of them are far from being bad characters and altogether unsympathetic. They nearly always struck me as practical jokers, and the fun I derived from their naive cunning inclined me to kindly judgment. The current idea in the West is that a man cannot maintain seclusion or absolute solitude for a considerable length of time. It is believed that these unavoidably bring in their train brain disorders, finally leading to stupidity and madness. This is perhaps true about the individuals on whom the effects of isolation have been studied. Lighthouse guards, travelers thrown on to desert island after a shipwreck, explorers lost in uninhabited regions, prisoners in solitary confinement, etc. But such observations do not apply to Tibetan hermits. The latter, after 10 or 20 years, or even a longer time, in the wilderness or in samskongs, are far from being insane. One may dispute the theories which they have conceived during their protracted meditations, but it is impossible to question their sanity. There is nothing really remarkable about this. These men are prepared for loneliness. Before shutting themselves in their samskong or settling in a rited, they have accumulated in their mind a store of ideas which keep them company. Moreover, they are not inactive during their retreat, long as it may be. Their days are occupied by methodical exercises in spiritual training, the search for occult knowledge, or meditations on philosophic problems. And so, often passionately interested in these manifold investigations and introspections, they are actually very busy and hardly notice their solitude. I have never heard a Tibetan hermit say that, even at the beginning of his retreat, he had suffered from lack of associations with men. Generally, those who have tasted the anchorite life find it difficult, if not impossible, to resume life among other people, or to enjoy regular social intercourse. Whatever those unacquainted with it may think, solitude and utter loneliness are far from being devoid of charm. Words cannot convey the almost voluptuous sweetness of the feelings experienced when one closes the door of one's samskong, or when one looks down from the heights at the first wintry snow heaping up in the lower valleys, creating for months around the hermitage an impassable white and cold rampart. But, most likely, only those who have lived through it themselves can understand the irresistible attraction that hermit life exerts on many Orientals. The practices to which Tibetan recluses apply themselves while shut in their samskong or ritids are many and of a various nature. Any attempt to compile a complete list of them would be vain, for most probably nobody in the world knows them all. One finds in the Tibetan mystic literature more or less exhaustive descriptions of a few practices, but, as a rule, they are reticent on the points which interest us most, that is to say, the purpose of the practices. Reliable information can only be obtained from those who are acquainted with traditional oral teaching for each particular exercise. One must, especially, beware of remaining satisfied with interpretations obtained of only one initiate, for they vary not only among different sects, but among individual teachers. It would be a mistake to fancy that all Tibetans who live in seclusion in a samskong or betake themselves to solitude are endowed with uncommon intelligence and ponder over transcendental problems. I have already spoken of the sham gomchens who have taken to religious life as to a profession. There also exists a very large number of well-meaning simpletons and men of average mental power who bring the superstitions of popular Lamaism to their retreat. Amongst those, many devote the time of their seclusion repeating thousands and even millions of times one single formula, generally a Sanskrit mantra which is unintelligible to them. Others recite a Tibetan text, but often they understand no more of its meaning than if they were uttering words in a foreign language. The most ordinary formula is the well-known Om Mani Padme Hum. I say well-known as far as the words are concerned because foreigners have read it in many books. It does not follow that its meaning has been made clear to them. Lay travelers and even Orientalists are sometimes a little too quick to declare that meaningless which they do not at once understand. Erudite authors, even today, translate the first word of the formula, ah, by our commonplace exclamation, ah, and hum, the last word, by amen. There exists an immense literature in India devoted to the explanation of the mystic word, ah-om, The latter has exoteric, esoteric, and mystic meanings. It may signify the three persons of the Hindu Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. It may signify the Brahman, the one without a second of the Advaita philosophy. It stands as a symbol of the inexpressible absolute, the last word to be uttered in mysticism, after which there follows only silence. It is, according to Sri Sankaracharya, in his commentary on Mundakopanishad, the support of the meditation, or, as declared in the Mundakopanishad's text itself, it is the bow by the means of which the individual self attains the universal self. The pranava, that is the name of the sacred syllable Om, is the bow, the Atman, the individual self, is the arrow, and the Brahman, universal self, the absolute, is said to be the mark. Again, Om is the creative sound whose vibrations build the worlds. When the mystic is capable of hearing all in one the countless voices, cries, songs, and noises of all beings and things that exist and move, it is the unique sound Om which reaches him. That same vibrates also in the utmost depth of his inner self. He who can pronounce it with the right tone is able to work wonders, and he who knows how to utter it silently attains supreme emancipation. Tibetans who have received the word Om from India, together with the mantras with which it is associated, do not appear to have been acquainted with its many meanings among their southern neighbors. Nor do they know the very prominent place it occupies in their religions and philosophies. Om is repeated by Lamaists, along with other Sanskrit formulas, without having a special importance by itself, while other mystic syllables as hum, and especially fat, are supposed to possess great power and are much used in magic and mystic rites. So much for the first word of the formula. Mani Padme are Sanskrit terms that mean jewel in the lotus. Here we come, it seems, to an immediately intelligible meaning, yet the current interpretation does not take any account of that plain meaning. Common folk believe that the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum will assure them a happy rebirth in Nubdewa Chen, the western paradise of the great bliss. The more learned have been told that the 6 syllables of the formula are connected with the 6 classes of sentient beings, and are related to one of the mystic colors as follows. Om is white and connected with gods, La. Ma is blue and connected with non-gods, Lamian, a kind of titans always at war with the gods. Ni is yellow and connected with men. Pad is green and connected with animals, Tudo. Mi is red and connected with non-men, Yidog. The bodies of Yidogs are as big as a hill, their necks are as thin as a thread. These miserable beings are perpetually tortured by hunger and thirst. When they approach water to drink it, transforms itself into flame. Every morning the lamas offer consecrated water to the Yidogs to relieve their sufferings. This consecrated water does not turn into flame at their approach, or other Mima Yin. In the Mima Yin class are included demigods, Geni, spirits of various kind, either friendly or malevolent. Hum is black and connected with dwellers in purgatories. There are several opinions regarding the effect of the recitation of these 6 syllables. Popular tradition declares that those who frequently repeat the formula will be reborn in the western paradise of the great bliss. Others who deem themselves more enlightened declare that the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum may liberate from a rebirth in any of the 6 realms. Om Mani Padme Hum is used as a support for a special meditation which may approximately be described as follows. One identifies the 6 kinds of beings with the 6 syllables which are pictured in their respective colors, as mentioned above. They form a kind of chain without end that circulates through the body, carried on by the breath, entering through one nostril and going out through the other. As the concentration of mind becomes more perfect, one sees mentally the length of the chain increasing. Now when they go out with the expiration, the mystic syllables are carried far away, before being absorbed again with the next inspiration. Yet the chain is not broken, it rather elongates like a rubber strap and always remains in touch with the man who meditates. Gradually also, the shape of the Tibetan letters vanishes, and those who obtain the fruit of the practice perceive the 6 syllables as 6 realms in which arise, move, enjoy, suffer, and pass away the innumerable beings belonging to the 6 species. and now it remains for the meditator to realize that the 6 realms, the whole phenomenal world, are subjective, a mere creation of the mind which imagines them and into which they sink. Advanced mystics reach, by the way of this practice, a trance in which the letters of the formula, as well as the beings and their activity, all merge into that which, for lack of a better term, Mahayanist Buddhists have called emptiness. Then, having realized the void, they become emancipated from the illusion of the world and, as a consequence, liberated from rebirths which are but the fruit of that creative delusion. Another of the many interpretations of Om Mani Padme Hum ignores the division in 6 syllables and takes the formula according to its meaning. A jewel in a lotus. These words are considered as symbolic. The simplest interpretation is, in the lotus, which is the world, exists the precious jewel of Buddha's teaching. Another explanation takes the lotus as the mind. In the depth of it, by introspective meditation, one is able to find the jewel of knowledge, truth, reality, liberation, nirvana, these various terms being different denominations of one same thing. Now we come to a meaning related to certain doctrines of the Mahayanist Buddhists. According to them, nirvana, the supreme salvation, is not separated from samsara, the phenomenal world, but the mystic finds the first in the heart of the second, just as the jewel may be found in the lotus. Nirvana, the jewel, exists when enlightenment exists. Samsara, the lotus, exists when delusion exists, which veils nirvana, just as the many petals of the lotus conceal the jewel nestling among them. Hum, at the end of the formula, is a mystic expression of wrath used in coercing fierce deities and subduing demons. How has it become affixed to the jewel in the lotus and the Indian This again is explained in various ways. Hum is a kind of mystic war cry. Uttering it is challenging an enemy. Who is the enemy? Each one imagines him in his own way, either as powerful fiends or as the trinity of bad propensities that bind us to the round of rebirth, namely lust, hatred, and stupidity. More subtle thinkers see him as the I. Hum is also said to mean the mind devoid of objective content, etc. Another syllable is added to conclude the repetition of Om Mani Padme Hum 108 times on the beads of a rosary. It is the syllable Hari. Some understand it as signifying an inner reality hidden under the appearances, the basic essence of things. Beside Om Mani Padme Hum Hari, other formulas are also repeated as Om Vajrasattva, that is to say, Om Most Excellent, Diamond Being. It is understood that the excellent one meant is the Buddha. The followers of the Red Cap sects often repeat Om Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum as praise of their founder Padmasambhava. These words mean Om, Most Excellent, Powerful Guru Padma, Miracle Worker Hum. Amongst longer formulas, one of the most popular is that called Kyabdo, going to the refuge. It is Tibetan without admixture of Sanskrit, and its significance is plain, yet far from crude. The text runs as follows: I take refuge in all holy refuges, ye fathers and mothers, ancestors, who are wandering in the round of rebirths under the shapes of the 6 kinds of sentient beings. In order to attain Buddhahood, the state devoid of fear and sorrow, let your thoughts be directed towards enlightenment. Often this formula is given to beginners for the first period of SAMs. Its words are well known, and anyone can repeat them without being shut in SAMs. They are held as meritorious and efficacious under any circumstance. For this reason, I had chosen them during my journey to Lhasa, to break the monotonous repetition of Om Mani Padme Hum, when I deemed it prudent to appear absorbed in a pious exercise, to avoid annoying talks and embarrassing questions that might have put my incognito in jeopardy. The common Kyabdo, SAMs, consists in remaining in seclusion, in a hut, or in one's own room, and repeating the above-mentioned formula 100,000 times, while prostrating oneself the same number of times. Any formula may be repeated in the same way, with 100,000 prostrations. Tibetans perform prostrations in 2 ways. One is very much like the Chinese kowtow. The difference is that before kneeling, one lifts the arms above the head, joining the palms, and then brings the folded hands successively in front of the forehead, the mouth, and the heart. Obeisances of that kind are repeated 3 times when saluting the images in the temples, the lamas of rank, one's own guru, and the sacred books or edifices. The second kind of prostration is called kyangchag. It is made in Indian fashion, the body lying flat on the ground, and is only performed in a few special very devotional exercises, such as the kyabdo practice. Samspas, who aspire to the title of chagbum, repeat 100,000 times a kyabdo formula, while prostrating themselves as many times, their foreheads actually touching the ground or the floor of the room at each prostration. This repeated contact of the flesh with a hard surface produces a bump or even a sore. The latter must show certain peculiarities understood by experts in the matter, which indicate whether the object of the rite has or has not been obtained. Samspas, who consider themselves far above the practice of kyabdo, perform breathing exercises. These consist in taking different, often extraordinary, postures while one trains oneself to inhale, exhale, hold the breath in and keep it out. That is to say, after having breathed out, one remains for a while without breathing in. In technical terms, this is called to stay void in various ways. Often the samspas drill themselves naked, and the shape of the belly during the exercises is a sign that shows the degree of proficiency attained by the disciple. Beside physical results, some of which have been described in a preceding chapter, Tibetans affirm that through mastery over breath, one may conquer all passion and anger, as well as carnal desires, acquire serenity, prepare the mind for meditation, and awake spiritual energy. Breath is the courser and mind is the rider, say the Tibetan mystics. So it is essential that the courser must be well trained. But breath, in its turn, influences bodily and mental activity. Consequently, two methods have been devised. The most easy one which quiets the mind by controlling the breath, and the more difficult way which consists in regulating the breath by controlling the mind. To the breathing drill repeated several times each day, the recluse often adds the contemplative meditation practiced with kilkors. Written kilkor, the latter are also most important and conspicuous in the magic rites called dubthabs. Method of success. Kilkors are diagrams drawn on paper or material, or engraved on stone, metal, or wood. Others are constructed with small flags, altar lamps, incense sticks, and vases containing various things such as grain, water, etc. The personalities who are supposed to dwell in the kilkor and their requisites are represented by pyramidal cakes named torma. Kilkors are also drawn with colored powders on the temple floor or on boards. I have seen some which measured about 7 feet in diameter. The word kilkor means a circle. Nevertheless, amongst the numberless kinds of kilkors, there exist square and quadrangular forms, while those used in black magic or for the coercion or destruction of malignant entities are triangular. The monks who wish to become proficient in this kind of art spend years studying its rules. One of the 4 high colleges which exist in all large monasteries teaches the art of drawing the kilkors that are parts of the official Lamaist magic rites. As for secret ones connected with mystic training or black magic, each student must learn them privately from his own teacher. The least mistake in the drawing of a kilkor, or the place given to the tormas in its construction, may have most terrible consequences, for the kilkor is a magic instrument which hurts him who handles it unskillfully. Moreover, no one should construct or draw a kilkor if he has not been empowered to do so by a proper initiation, and each variety of kilkor requires the corresponding initiation. That which is the work of a non-initiated cannot be animated and remains powerless. As for the true understanding of the symbolic meaning of the kilkors, and the theories which support their use in psychic training, very few are aware of them. Needless to say that elaborate and large-sized kilkors cannot find room in the Tsamskongs. Their form there is very much simplified. At the beginning of his spiritual education, the novice is likely to be taught by his teacher the way of constructing a diagram which is to be used as support, merton, to fix the attention during meditation. One of the exercises most generally practiced, either with or without a kilkor, at that stage of the training, is the following. A deity is imagined. It is first contemplated alone, then from its body spring out other forms, sometimes like its own, sometimes different. There are often 4 of them, but in some meditations they become hundreds or even innumerable. When all these personages have appeared quite clearly around the central figure, they are one after another reabsorbed in it. Now the original deity remains again alone and gradually begins to disappear. The feet vanish first, and then slowly the whole body, and finally the head. Only a dot remains. This may be dark, colored, or purely luminous. Mystic masters interpret this as a sign which shows the degree of spiritual progress attained by their disciples. Then, the dot moves towards the man who beholds it and sinks into him. One must note the part of the body in which it seems to disappear. A period of meditation follows that exercise, which may be done again and again as many times as desired. One may also imagine a lotus. It opens slowly, and on each of its petals stands a bodhisattva, one of them being enthroned in the heart of the flower. After a while, as the lotus begins to fold its petals again, each one emits a ray of light that sinks into the center of the flower, and when it closes entirely, light escapes from its heart and penetrates the man in meditation. There exist many kinds of similar practices. Many novices do not proceed farther. Thus dryly described, such visions cannot but appear absurd, yet they constitute a somewhat fascinating puzzle on account of the multifarious, unexpected aspects they assume after a certain time of training. They provide the recluse with spectacles which rival the most beautiful fairy plays that can be seen on the stage. Even those who are well aware of their elusive nature may enjoy them, and as for those who believe in the reality of the divine players, it is not surprising that they are bewitched. However, it is not to amuse the hermits that these exercises have been invented. Their true aim is to lead the disciple to understand that the worlds and all phenomena which we perceive are but mirages born from our imagination. They emanate from the mind, and into the mind they sink. In fact, this is the fundamental teaching of Tibetan mystics. If we now consider the case of a monk, who instead of placing himself under the spiritual guidance of a lama, who is a regular member of a monastery, ventures to solicit the teaching of a contemplative anchorite Naljerpa, the training takes another aspect. Methods become strange, sometimes even cruel. We have seen it in a previous chapter. The trilogy, examination, meditation, understanding, takes a peculiar importance among the followers of the short path, and the intellectual activity of the disciple is exclusively directed towards these results. Sometimes the means that are used seem extravagant, yet when closely investigated, one sees that the object aimed at is quite reasonable. It is also clear that inventors of these curious methods perfectly understand the mind of their brethren in religion and have devised them accordingly. Padmasambhava is said to have described the stages of the mystic path in the following way. 1. To read a large number of books on the various religions and philosophies. To listen to many learned doctors professing different doctrines. To experiment oneself with a number of methods. 2. To choose a doctrine among the many one has studied and discard the other ones, as the eagle carries off only one sheep from the flock. 3. To remain in a lowly condition, humble in one's demeanor, not seeking to be conspicuous or important in the eyes of the world, but behind apparent insignificance, to let one's mind soar high above all worldly power and glory. 4. To be indifferent to all, behaving like the dog or the pig that eat what chance brings them. Not making any choice among the things which one meets, abstaining from any effort to acquire or avoid anything, accepting with an equal indifference whatever comes, riches or poverty, praise or contempt, giving up the distinction between virtue and vice, honorable and shameful, good and evil, being neither afflicted nor repenting whatever one may have done, and on the other hand, never being elated nor proud on account of what one has accomplished. 5. To consider with perfect equanimity and detachment the conflicting opinions and the various manifestations of the activity of beings, to understand that such is the nature of things, the inevitable mode of action of each entity, and to remain always serene, to look at the world as a man standing on the highest mountain of the country looks at the valleys and the lesser summits spread out below him. Compare Dhammapada, When the learned man drives away vanity by earnestness, he, the wise one, climbing the terraced heights of wisdom, looks down upon the fools. Free from sorrow, he looks upon the sorrowing crowd, as one that stands on a mountain looks down upon them that stand upon the plain. The Dhammapada is a work belonging to the Buddhist canonic scriptures in Pali language. 6. It is said that the sixth stage cannot be described in words. It corresponds to the realization of the void. In a general way, one must understand here the realization of the non-existence of a permanent ego, according to the Tibetan current formula. The person is devoid of self. All things are devoid of self, which, in Lama's terminology, means the inexpressible reality. In spite of these programs, it is impossible to establish a regular gradation of the multifarious training exercises devised by Tibetan mystic anchorites. In practice, these various exercises are combined. Moreover, each Lama adopts a peculiar method, and it is even rare to see two disciples of the same master following exactly the same path. We must make up our minds to accept an apparent chaos, which is a natural result of the different individual tendencies and aptitudes which the gurus, adepts of the short path, refuse to crush. Liberty is the motto on the heights of the land of snows, but strangely enough, the disciple starts on that road of utter freedom by the strictest obedience to his spiritual guide. However, the required submission is confined to the spiritual and psychic exercises and the way of living prescribed by the master. No dogmas are ever imposed. The disciple may believe, deny, or doubt anything according to his own feelings. I have heard a Lama say that the part of a master, adept of the short path, is to superintend a clearing. He must incite the novice to rid himself of the beliefs, ideas, acquired habits, and innate tendencies which are part of his present mind and have been developed in the course of successive lives whose origin is lost in the night of time. On the other hand, the master must warn his disciple to be on his guard against accepting new beliefs, ideas, and habits as groundless and irrational as those which he shakes off. The discipline on the short path are written to avoid imagining things. When imagination is prescribed in contemplative meditation, it is to demonstrate by that conscious creation of perceptions or sensations the illusory nature of those perceptions and sensations which we accept as real, though they too rest on imagination. The only difference being that, in their case, the creation is unconsciously affected. The Tibetan reformer Tsongkhapa defines meditation as the means. The word used by the author is kungs, which means the source, the origin. The quotation is taken from the work called The Lamp of the Way. A similar definition is found in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, of enabling oneself to reject all imaginative thoughts together with their seed. It is this uprooting of the present imaginative thoughts and the burning of their seed, so that no fanciful ideas may arise in the future. That constitutes the clearing which I have just mentioned. Two exercises are especially prescribed by the adepts of the mystic path. The first consists in observing with great attention the workings of the mind without attempting to stop it. Seated in a quiet place, the disciple refrains as much as he can from consciously pointing his thoughts in a definite direction. He marks the spontaneous arising of ideas, memories, desires, etc., and considers how, superseded by new ones, they sink into the dark recesses of the mind. He watches also the subjective image which, apparently unconnected with any thoughts or sensations, appears while his eyes are closed. Men, animals, landscapes, moving crowds, etc. During that exercise, he avoids making reflections about the spectacle which he beholds, looking passively at the continual swift, flowing stream of thoughts and mental images that whirl, jostle, fight, and pass away. It is said that the disciple is about to gather the fruit of this practice when he loosens the firm footing he had kept, till then, in his quality of spectator. He too, so he must understand, is an actor on the tumultuous stage. His present introspection, all his acts and thoughts, and the very sum of them all which he calls his self, are but ephemeral bubbles in a whirlpool, made of an infinite quantity of bubbles which congregate for a moment, separate, burst, and form again, following a giddy rhythm. The second exercise is intended to stop the roaming of the mind in order that one may concentrate it on one single object. Training which tends to develop a perfect concentration of mind is generally deemed necessary for all students without distinction. As to observing the mind's activity, it is only recommended to the most intellectual disciples. Training the mind to one-pointedness is practiced in all Buddhist sects. In southern Buddhist countries, Ceylon, Siam, Burma, an apparatus called kasinas, which consists of clay discs variously colored, or a round surface covered by water, or a fire at which one gazes through a screen in which a round hole is pierced, are used for this purpose. Any of these circles is stared at until it is seen as clearly when the eyes are shut as when they are open and actually looking at it. The process does not aim at producing an hypnotic state, as some Western scholars have said, but it accustoms one to concentrating the mind. The fact that the subjective image has become as vivid as the objective indicates, according to those who patronize that method, that one-pointedness has been reached. Tibetans consider the object chosen to train oneself to be of no importance. Whatever attracts and retains most easily the thoughts of the disciple should be preferred. There is a story well known in the Tibetan religious world which illustrates a successful result of this practice. A young man begs the spiritual guidance of a mystic anchorite. The latter wishes him to begin by exercising himself in the concentration of mind. "What kind of work do you usually do?" he inquires of his new disciple. "I keep the yaks, yak, spelt gyag, the Tibetan wild hairy ox that has been domesticated, on the hills," answered the man. "All right," says the Gomchen, "meditate on a yak." The novice repairs to a cave roughly fitted up to serve as a habitation. A few such shelters can always be found in the regions inhabited by herdsmen, and settles down there. After some time, the master goes to the place and calls to his pupil to come out of the cave. The latter hears the Gomchen's voice, gets up, and wants to walk out through the entrance of his primitive dwelling. But his meditation has achieved its purpose. He has identified himself with the object on which all his thoughts have been concentrated. He has forgotten his own personality. He feels himself a yak. Now, though the opening is large enough to allow the passage of a man, it is too narrow for a big bull, so, while struggling against an imaginary obstacle, the young man answered his guru, "I cannot get out, my horns prevent me." Though deeply respectful of everything connected with religion, Tibetans always retain a keen sense of humor. They do not fail to notice the comic effect that such practices produce when performed by simple-minded novices. The following story was told me in the course of a tramp with a Naljorpa from Gartog. After having spent some time with his guru to receive his instruction, a zealous disciple was returning to his hermitage. While walking, he began to meditate, and, according to a well-known reverential custom, he imagined his worshipful teacher was seated on his head. After a time, he entered a state of trance, in which he felt perfectly sure that he was carrying his lama. A stone or some other obstacle caused the man to fall, but so strong was his concentration of thought that the shock did not break it. He got up loudly apologizing, "I beg your pardon, precious one. I am so sorry to have let you fall. I hope you have not hurt yourself. Where are you now?" And the good disciple hurried away to examine a ravine nearby in case his lama had rolled into it. Another story about the lama on the head was told me by a Dugpa, a native of Bhutan Lama. The joke is coarser than the former one, and reflects the mind of the sturdy, massive Dugpa hillman. A nun, it is said, was advised by her spiritual teacher to imagine him seated on her head when meditating. She did so accordingly, and was so successful that the weight of the venerable lama, who was a well-fed, tall and stout man, gave her great pain. Women of all countries, we must believe, are peculiarly clever at finding a way out of their troubles. When paying another visit to her guru, he asked if she had carried out his instruction and imagined that he was seated on her head. "I did, precious one," answered the nun, "and indeed your weight became so painful that I changed places with you and sat on your head myself." One variety of exercises in concentration consists in choosing some kind of a landscape, a garden, for instance, as a subject of meditation. First, the student examines the garden, observing every detail. The flowers, their different species, the way in which they are grouped, the trees, their respective height, the shape of their branches, their different leaves, and so on, noting all particulars that he can detect. When he has formed a subjective image of the garden, that is to say, when he sees it as distinctly when shutting his eyes as when looking at it, the disciple begins to eliminate one by one the various details which together constitute the garden. Gradually, the flowers lose their colors and their forms. They crumble into tiny pieces which fall to dust and finally vanish. The trees also lose their leaves, the branches shorten, and seem to be withdrawn into the trunk. The latter grows thin, becomes a mere line, more and more flimsy till it ceases to be visible. Now, the bare ground alone remains, and from it the novice must subtract the stones and the earth. The ground in its turn vanishes. It is said that by the means of such exercises, one succeeds in expelling from the mind all idea of form and matter, and thus gradually reaches the various states of consciousness, such as that of the pure boundless space, and that of the boundless consciousness. Finally, one attains to the sphere of void, and then to the sphere where neither consciousness nor unconsciousness is present. That is to say that it is an indescribable state to which the ordinary notions of consciousness and unconsciousness cannot be applied. These 4 contemplative meditations are often mentioned in early Buddhist scriptures and are recognized by all sects as part of the spiritual training. They are called formless contemplations. Many methods have been devised which lead to these peculiar states of mind. Sometimes the later states are produced by a contemplation absolutely devoid of cogitations, while in other cases they follow a series of minute introspections or are the result of prolonged investigations and reflections regarding the external world. Lastly, it is said that there are people who suddenly reach one or another of these 4 states of mind without any preparation, in any place, or during any kind of occupation. The following exercise has already been briefly described in the story of the man who felt himself to be a yak. However, it includes developments that were unknown to the hero of that story. For instance, the disciple has chosen a tree as an object of meditation and has identified himself with it. That is to say that he has lost the consciousness of his own personality and experiences the peculiar sensations that one may ascribe to a tree. He feels himself to be composed of a stiff trunk with branches. He perceives the sensation of the wind moving the leaves. He notes the activity of the roots feeding under the ground, the ascension of the sap which spreads all over the tree, and so on. Then, having mentally become a tree, which has now become the subject, he must look at the man, who has now become the object, seated in front of him, and must examine this man in detail. This done, the disciple again places his consciousness in the man and contemplates the tree as before. Then, transferring his consciousness once more into the tree, he contemplates the man. This alternative transposition of subject and object is effected a number of times. This exercise is often practiced indoors with a statue of a stick called gom shing, meditation wood. Properly speaking, the gom shing is merely a stick at which one gazes to obtain fixity of mind. The burning incense stick is a variety of gom shing. A burning incense stick is also used in an obscure or completely darkened room to dispose the mind to meditation. But I must again lay stress upon the fact that it is not intended to produce an hypnotic state. Preparation for meditation is called Nyampar Jagpa. It consists in bringing the mind into perfect stillness, and the contemplation of the tiny dot of fire at the top of the stick helps in producing that state of calm. People who habitually practice methodical contemplation often experience, when sitting down for their appointed time of meditation, the sensation of putting down a load or taking off a heavy garment and entering a silent, delightfully calm region. It is the impression of deliverance and serenity which Tibetan mystics call Nyampar Jagpa, to make equal, to level, meaning calming down all causes of agitation that roll their waves through the mind. Another exercise which, however, seems to be seldom practiced, consists in displacing one's consciousness in one's own body. It is explained as follows. We feel our consciousness in our heart. Our arms seem to us to be annexes to our body, and our feet seem to be a distant part of our person. In fact, arms, feet, and other parts of the body are looked at as if they were objects for a subject dwelling elsewhere. Now, the student will endeavor to make the consciousness leave its habitual abode and transfer it, for instance, to his hand. Then he must feel himself to have the shape of 5 fingers and a palm, situated at the extremity of a long attachment, the arm, which joins on to a big moving structure, the body. That is to say, he must experience the sensation that we might have if, instead of having the eyes and the brain in the head, we had them in the hand, and then the hand was able to examine the head and the body, reversing the normal process, which is to look downwards in order to see the hands or the body. What can be the aim of such strange exercises? The most frequent answer given to my questions will probably seem unsatisfactory by many inquirers, yet it is probably quite correct. Some lamas have told me that the aim of these practices can hardly be explained because those who have not felt their effects could not understand the explanations. One attains, by the means of these strange drills, psychic states entirely different from those habitual to us. They cause us to pass beyond the fictitious limits which we assign to the self. The result being that we grow to realize that the self is compound, impermanent, and that the self, as self, does not exist. One of these lamas seized upon a remark I had made as an argument in support of his theory. When he spoke of the heart as the seat of thought and mind, I had said that Westerners would rather place thoughts and mind in the brain. You see, immediately replied my interlocutor, that one may feel and recognize the mind in different places. Since these filings, foreigners, experience the sensation of thinking in their head, and I experience it in my heart, one may believe that it is quite possible to feel it in the foot. But all these are only deceitful sensations, with no shadow of reality. The mind is neither in the heart nor in the head, nor somewhere outside of the body, apart, separated, alien to it. It is to help one realize this fact that these apparently strange practices have been devised. Here again we meet with the clearing process. All these exercises aim at destroying habitual notions accepted by routine and without personal investigation. The object is to make one understand that other ideas can be put in their place. It is hoped that the disciple will conclude that there cannot be any absolute truth in ideas derived from sensations which can be discarded, while others, even contradictory to them, take their place. Kindred theories are professed by the followers of the Chinese San sect, called Zen sect in Japan. They express them in enigmatical sentences such as, "Lo, a cloud of dust is rising from the ocean, and the roaring of the waves is heard over the land. I walk on foot, and yet on the back of an ox I am riding. When I pass over the bridge, lo, the water floweth not, but the bridge floweth. Empty-handed I go, and behold, the spade's handle is in my hand," and so on. The doctrine of the San sect has been defined by one of its followers as the art of perceiving the polar star in the austral hemisphere. This paradoxical saying resembles that of the Lama who said to me, "One must discover the white in the black and the black in the white." I shall cite a question, current in Tibet, which mystic hermits, as wed as philosophers living in monasteries, put to their pupils. A flag moves. What is that which moves? Is it the flag or the wind? The answer is that neither the flag nor the wind moves. It is the mind that moves. The followers of the San sect ascribe the origin of this question to the 6th patriarch of their sect. Once, in the courtyard of the monastery, he saw 2 monks looking at a flag floating in the air. One of them declared, "It is the flag that moves." The other affirmed, "It is the wind that moves." Then the master explained to them that the perception of emotion which they experienced was not really due to the wind or to the flag, but to something existing in themselves. We are in doubt as to whether such ways of thinking have been imported into Tibet from India or from China. I may, however, state the opinion expressed by a lama. The Bunpos, he said, taught such things long before Padmasambhava came to Tibet. This means before Buddhism spread into Tibet, abandoning further investigations on the transcendental results of transferring one's mind to different parts of one's body. I may remark that during this exercise, a peculiar sensation of heat is felt at the spot where one has transported his consciousness. It is rather difficult to ascertain whether the phenomena consists in a real increase in heat or a subjective sensation only. The very idea of undertaking such investigation would break the concentration of mind and so destroy the cause that produced heat. As to making observation upon other people, it is almost impossible. Tibetan hermits and their disciples have nothing in common with Western professional mediums, who work for money and allow us to examine the phenomena which they produce. The most insignificant pupil of a Gomchen would feel astonished if such a proposal was made to him. I can hear him answer, "I do not care whether you believe or not in these phenomena, and I have no desire to convince you. I am not a juggler giving theatrical performances. The fact is that Orientals, excepting vulgar charlatans, do not make a show of their mystic, philosophic, or psychic knowledge. It is most difficult to win their confidence in these matters." A traveler in search of information may be the guest of a lama for several months, drink tea daily with him, and go away thinking his host is an ignoramus, while on the contrary, the lama could have answered all his questions and told him more things than he has even thought of. Whether the heat be actual or subjective, the exercise has more than once warmed my feet and given me a refreshing sleep while spending the night under a tent, or even without any tent, outdoors in the snow. But unless one has been trained for a long time in the practice, it requires strenuous efforts which make it extremely tiring. To conclude, I will call attention to the fact that the terms which I have translated by consciousness and mind have not exactly the same signification in Tibetan as in English. Tibetans distinguish as many as 11 kinds of consciousness, and have 3 words in their language which we are compelled to translate by mind, though each of them bears a special philosophic meaning. A frequent way of ascertaining the degree of the concentration of mind is to place a small burning lamp on the head of the novice who is to remain in solitary meditation. Tibetan lamps consist of a cup-like receptacle made of metal or mud. The base of the lamp enlarges at the bottom, which is shaped like a second cup turned upside down. These lamps are filled with melted butter. A wick is thrust into a small cavity bored for that purpose at the bottom of the cup. When the butter cools, it forms a cake, and the lamp is ready to be lighted. This apparatus easily rests on the crown of the head as long as one preserves absolute immobility, but it falls off at the slightest movement. Now, as perfect concentration produces complete immobility, any failure is proved by the fall of the lamp. It is said that a lama who had once placed a lamp on the head of a pupil found him the next day still seated in meditation, but with the lamp beside him on the ground without any butter in it. Answering his master's question, the novice, who had not understood the aim of the exercise, replied, "The lamp did not fall down. I myself took it away when the butter was exhausted and it went out." "How could you know that the lamp went out, or even that you had a lamp on your head, if you had reached true concentration of mind?" retorted the teacher. Sometimes a small bowl filled with water is used instead of a lamp. Certain masters also command their disciples, either before the time of their meditation or immediately after it, to carry from one spot to another a bowl with water up to the brim. This exercise aims at testing the degree of tranquility of the mind. The slightest agitation of the mind, whatever may be its cause, joy or sadness, memory, desire, etc., is likely to produce a movement of the body. Now, the least quivering of the fingers is sufficient to shake the bowl, and the quantity of water poured out, as well as the number of times the accident happens, discloses the more or less violent movement of the mind. Such at least is the theory on which the exercise is based. This theory and the exercises which have been devised from it are known all over the East. Indians tell pretty stories about them. Here is one. A rishi, a sage often possessed with supernormal powers, had a disciple whom he believed already far advanced in spiritual development. Wishing that he might receive supplementary teaching from Janaka, the kingly sage of great repute, he sent the young man to him. At first, Janaka left the newcomer for several days outside his palace gate, without allowing him even to enter the courtyard. Nevertheless, the well-trained disciple, though he was of noble descent, did not show the least sign of being grieved, offended, or displeased by this humiliating treatment. When he was finally admitted to the presence of the king, he was given at the door of the throne hall a bowl filled with water up to the brim and ordered to walk with it in his hand all round the hall. Janaka, though his mind was utterly indifferent to all worldly things, was surrounded by true Oriental splendor. Gold and precious stones glittered on the walls of the great hall. The courtiers wearing costly jewels surrounded their sovereign, and the palace dancing girls, as beautiful as goddesses and scantily clad, smiled at the young stranger passed before them. Nevertheless, the disciple went through the prescribed ordeal without spilling a drop of water. Nothing offered to his eyes had been capable of producing the slightest movement in his mind. Janaka sent him back to his guru, saying that he did not need any lessons. Tibetans are acquainted with the theory regarding the korlos, wheels, which is classic among the followers of Hindu Tantrism. Most likely it has been imported into Tibet from India or Nepal, but the interpretation given by the lamas differs on a number of points from that which is current in Hindu circles. The korlos are said to be centers of energy that are situated in various parts of the body. They are often called lotus. The practices connected with the korlos belong to the esoteric teaching. The general aim of the training in which the korlos play a part is to direct a stream of energy to the higher lotus, the dabtong, lotus with 1,000 petals, which is situated at the top of the head. The different kinds of exercises in this training aim at utilizing the energy naturally expressed in animal manifestations connected with sex, for the development of intelligent and supernormal powers. The lamas belonging to the Dzogchen sect are practically the only masters of this teaching. Again, certain disciples are advised to contemplate the sky and sometimes to confine themselves to this practice only. Some lie flat on their back in the open, in order to look at the sky with no other object in sight. This contemplation, and the ideas which it excites, is said to lead to a peculiar trance in which the notion of personality is forgotten, and an undescribable union with the universe is experienced. All lamas agree regarding the usefulness of most of these strangely artful training practices. Yet, when reading certain treatises about them, or listening to oral explanations given by some mystic masters, one not unfrequently detects a restrained impatience. The teacher who instructs us seems to say, yes, all that is necessary perhaps, even indispensable to the majority of novices, but as a preparatory drill only, the goal is elsewhere. Let us make haste and finish with the preliminary process. The following sober method keeps closer to this goal. At any rate, its working is more easily understood. The master orders his disciple to shut himself in sams and to meditate, taking his yidam tutelary deity as object of his contemplation. The novice, dwelling in strict seclusion, concentrates his thoughts on the yidam, imagining him in the shape and form ascribed to him in books and images. Repeating certain mystic formulas and constructing a kilkor are parts of the exercise of which the aim is to cause the yidam to appear to his worshipper. At least, such is the aim that the master points out to the beginner. The pupil breaks his contemplation during the time strictly necessary to eat. Generally, the recluse has only 1 meal a day, but drinks buttered tea several times. However, during such periods of retreat, some ascetics subsist on water and roast barley flour only, and the very short time allowed for sleep. Often the recluse does not lie down and only dozes in one of those gomti which have been described in a previous chapter. See the end of chapter 2. Months and even years may elapse in that way. Occasionally the master inquires about the progress of his pupil. At last a day comes when the novice informs him that he has reaped the fruit of his exertion. The yidam has appeared. As a rule, the vision has been nebulous and lasted only a little while. The master declares that it is an encouraging success, but not as yet a definitive result. It is desirable that the recluse should longer enjoy the hallowed company of his protector. The apprentice Neljorpa cannot but agree, and continues his effort. A long time again elapses. then the yidam is fixed, if I may use that term. He dwells in the Tsam's Kong, and the recluse sees him as always present in the middle of the kilkor. This is most excellent, answers the master when he is informed of the fact. But you must seek a still greater favor. You must pursue your meditation until you are able to touch with your head the feet of the yidam, until he blesses you and speaks to you. Though the previous stages have taken long to be effected, they may be considered the easiest part of the process. The following are much more arduous to attain, and only a small minority of novices meet with success. These successful disciples see the yidam taking on life. They distinctly feel the touch of his feet when, prostrated, they lay their head on them. They feel the weight of his hands when he blesses them. They see his eyes moving, his lips parting, he speaks. And lo, he steps out of the kilkor and walks in the Tsam's Kong. It is a perilous moment. When wrathful demigods or demons have been called up in that way, they must never be allowed to escape from the kilkor, whose magic walls hold them prisoners. Set free out of due time, they would revenge themselves on the person who has compelled them to enter this prison-like consecrated circle. However, the yidam, though his appearance may be dreadful and his power is to be feared, is not dangerous because the recluse has won his favor. Consequently, he may move about as he pleases in the hermitage. Even better, he may cross its threshold and stand in the open. Following his teacher's advice, the novice must find out if the deity is willing to accompany him when he walks out. This task is harder than all previous ones. Visible and tangible in the obscure hermitage fragrant with incense, where the psychic influences born from a prolonged concentration of thought are working. Will the yidam's form be able to subsist in quite different surroundings under the bright sunlight, exposed to influences which, instead of supporting it, will act as dissolving agents? A new elimination takes place amongst the disciples. Most yidam refuse to follow their devotee into the open. They remain obstinately in some dark corner, and sometimes grow angry and avenge themselves for the disrespectful experiments to which they have been submitted. Strange accidents occur to some anchorites, but others succeed in their undertaking, and wherever they go enjoy the presence of their worshipful protector. You have reached the desired goal, says the guru to his exultant disciple. I have nothing more to teach you. You have won the favors of a protector mightier than I. Certain disciples thank the Lama and, proud of their achievement, return to their monastery or establish themselves in a hermitage and spend the remainder of their life playing with their phantom. On the contrary, others, trembling in mental agony, prostrate themselves at their guru's feet and confess some awful sin. Doubts have arisen in their mind which, in spite of strenuous efforts, they have not been able to overcome. Before the yidam himself, even when he spoke to them, or when they touched him, the thought has arisen in them that they contemplated a mere phantasmagoria which they had themselves created. The master appears afflicted by this confession. The unbeliever must return to his samskang and begin training all over again in order to conquer his incredulity, so ungrateful to the yidam who has favored him. Once undermined, faith seldom regains a firm footing. If the great respect which Orientals feel for their religious teacher did not restrain them, these incredulous disciples would probably yield to the temptation of giving up the religious life, their long training having ended in materialism. But nearly all of them hold on to it, for if they doubt the reality of their yidam, they never doubt their master's wisdom. After a time, the disciple repeats the same confession. It is even more positive than the first time. There is no longer any question of doubt. He is thoroughly convinced that the yidam is produced by his mind and has no other existence than that which he has lent him. That is exactly what it is necessary for you to realize, the master tells him. Gods, demons, the whole universe are but a mirage which exists in the mind, springs from it, and sinks into it. A declaration continually repeated by Tibetan mystics. Chapter 8, Psychic Phenomena in Tibet. How Tibetans explain them. In the preceding chapter, I have already mentioned some incidents that may be classified as psychic phenomena. It may be useful to take up the subject again, For the fame which Tibet enjoys in foreign countries is largely due to the belief that prodigies happen there as plentifully as wildflowers grow in the fields. Whatever certain people may think about the matter, strange events are far from being usual in Tibet, and it is good to bear in mind that the observations which I have condensed into a few pages are the result of researches which lasted more than 10 years. The fascination exercised by Tibet as an abode of sages and magicians dates from a time long back. Even before the Buddha, Indians turned with devout awe to the Himalayas, and many were the extraordinary stories about the mysterious cloud-enshrouded northern country extending beyond their mighty snowy peaks. The Chinese also seem to have been impressed by the strangeness of Tibetan wilds. Amongst others, the legend of her great mystic philosopher Lhasa relates that, at the end of his long career, the master riding an ox started for the mysterious land, crossed its border, and never returned. The same thing is sometimes told about Bodhidharma and some of his Chinese disciples, followers of the Buddhist sect of meditation, San sect. Even nowadays, one may often meet Indian pilgrims on the paths that climb towards the passes through which one enters Tibet, dragging themselves along as in a dream. Hypnotized, it seems, by an overpowering vision. When asked the motive of their journey, most of them can only answer that they wish to die on Tibetan ground. And too often the cold climate, the high altitude, fatigue, and starvation help them to realize their wish. How can we explain this magnetic power in Tibet? There is no doubt that the reputation enjoyed by the land of snow for being a country of wizards and magicians, a ground on which miracles daily occur, is the main cause of its attraction over the majority of its worshippers. But now one may ask for what reason Tibet has been credited with being the chosen land of occult lore and supernormal phenomena. Perhaps the most obvious cause is that already mentioned, the extreme remoteness of the country, enclosed between formidable mountain ranges and immense deserts. Men compelled to abandon cherished ideals incompatible with their stern, prosaic surroundings are eager to transplant them to a more favorable fairyland. As a last resource, they build gardens in the heaven and super-terrestrial paradises to shelter their daydreams, but how much more readily will they seize upon the opportunity of lodging them in an earthly country? Tibet offers that opportunity. It has all the physical features of a true wonderland. I do not think it is exaggerated to say that its landscapes surpass, in all respects, those imagined by the fanciful architects of gods' and demons' worlds. No description can convey the least idea of the solemn majesty, the serene beauty, the awe-inspiring wildness, the entrancing charm of the finest Tibetan scenes. Often, when tramping across these solitary heights, one feels like an intruder. Unconsciously, one slackens pace, lowers one's voice, and words of apology for one's unwarranted boldness come to the lips, ready to be uttered at the first sight of a legitimate superhuman master on whose ground one has trespassed. Common Tibetan villagers and herdsmen, though born amidst such surroundings, are strongly influenced by them. Translated by their primitive mind, their impressions take the form of these fantastic demigods and spirits of 100 kinds, with whom they have densely populated the solitudes of Tibet, and whose whimsical demeanor is the inexhaustible theme of a rich folklore. On the other hand, just as the Chaldean shepherds of yore observing the starry sky on the shore of Euphrates laid the foundation of astronomy, so Tibetan anchorites and itinerant shamans have long pondered over the mysteries of their bewitching country and noted the phenomena which there found a favorable ground. A strange art had its origin in their contemplations, and, many centuries ago, the magicians from the northern trans-Himalayan land were already known and held in high repute in India. Now, in spite of its remoteness, Tibet is not altogether inaccessible. This I can well testify. I have several times reached its southern tableland through different Himalayan passes, traveled for years in its eastern provinces and the northern Changthang, north, Thang, a large tract of more or less level ground. The Changthang is the vast grassy desert which extends between Tibet and the Chinese Turkestan. And, During my last journey, I crossed the whole country from its southeastern border to Lhasa. Any robust man or woman who does not fear hardships might do the same but for the policy which closes Tibet. It is certain that, especially since the introduction of Buddhism, numbers of Indians, Nepalese, Chinese, and other travelers have visited Tibet, seen its bewildering sights, and heard about the supernormal powers with which its dubtabs are credited. Amongst them, a few have probably approached the lamas, or bumpos magicians, and listened to the mystic doctrines of contemplative hermits. Their travelers' tales, which inevitably grew and amplified as they were circulated, must have greatly contributed, together with the causes I have mentioned and other less apparent ones, to create around Tibet the glamorous atmosphere it now enjoys. Must we conclude that the renown of Tibet as the land in which prodigies flourish is entirely based on delusion? This would be as great an error as the uncritical acceptance of all the native tales, or of those lately conceived by the fertile brains of some facetious Westerners. The best way is to be guided by the rather surprising opinion of the Tibetans themselves regarding miraculous events. None in Tibet deny that such events may take place, but no one regards them as miracles, according to the meaning of that term in the West, that is to say, as supernatural events. Indeed, Tibetans do not recognize any supernatural agent. The so-called wonders, they think, are as natural as common daily events and depend on the clever handling of little-known laws and forces. All facts which, in other countries, are considered miraculous or, in any other way, ascribed to the arbitrary interference of beings belonging to other worlds, are considered by Tibetan adepts of the secret lore. May it be said once more, that secret lore is not to be understood as an esoteric Buddhist doctrine, but as traditional erudition and methods of realizing aims that are not necessarily spiritual, as psychic phenomena. In a general way, Tibetans distinguish two categories of psychic phenomena. 1. The phenomena which are unconsciously produced either by one or by several individuals. In that case, the author or authors of the phenomenon acting unconsciously, it is obvious that he does not aim at a fixed result. 2. The phenomena produced consciously, with a view of bringing about a prescribed result. These are generally, but not always, the work of a single person. That person may be a man or may belong to any one of the 6 classes of sentient beings which Lamaists acknowledge as existing in our world. Whosoever be its author, the phenomenon is produced by the same process, in accordance with some natural laws. There is no miracle. It may be of interest to remark here that Tibetans are staunch determinists. Each volition, they believe, is brought about by a number of causes, of which some are near and others extremely remote. I shall not lay stress on that point which is outside the present subject. However, the reader must bear in mind that, according to Tibetans, each phenomenon, consciously or unconsciously generated, as well as each of our bodily or mental actions, is the fruit of manifold combined causes. Amongst these causes, the first and more easily discernible ones are those which have arisen in the mind of the doer of the action, the conscious will of doing it. To these causes Tibetans assimilate those which, even unknown to the doer, have put into motion some forces which have led him to perform the action. Both kinds are styled immediate or principal cause. Then come the outside causes not originating with the doer, which may have helped the accomplishment of the action. These are called kayan. As an instance, the seed is the argyu of the plant. The soil and the various substances which exist in it, the water, air, sun, the gardener who has sown the seed, etc., etc., are rikyan, pronounced gyu and kien. The remote causes are often represented by their descendants in Tibetan rigs. As an instance, the milk is present in the butter or cheese, the seed is present in the tree born from it. Tibetans freely use these illustrations. These descendants are the present conditions which exist as the effects of bodily or mental actions which have been done in the past, but not necessarily done by the doer of the present act himself. So, when concentration of thoughts is mentioned here below as the direct cause of a phenomenon, one must remember, first, that according to Tibetan mystics, this concentration is not spontaneous but determined. and secondly, that beside this direct apparent cause, there exist, in the background, a number of secondary causes which are equally necessary to bring about the phenomenon. The secret of the psychic training, as Tibetans conceive it, consists in developing a power of concentration of mind greatly surpassing even that of men who are, by nature, the most gifted in this respect. Mystic masters affirm that by the means of such concentration of mind, waves of energy are produced which can be used in different ways. The term wave is mine. I use it for clearness' sake and also because, as the reader will see, Tibetan mystics really mean some currents or waves of force. However, they merely say shugs or tsal, written ertsal, that is to say, energy. That energy, they believe, is produced every time that a physical or mental action takes place, action of the mind, of the speech, and of the body. According to the Buddhist classification, the production of psychic phenomena depends upon the strength of that energy and the direction in which it is pointed. 1. An object can be charged by these waves. It then becomes something resembling our electric accumulators and may give back, in one way or another, the energy stored in it. For instance, it will increase the vitality of one who touches it, infuse him with courage, etc. Practices grounded on this theory and aiming at beneficial results are current in Tibet. Numbers of lamas prepare pills, holy water, knotted scarves, charms printed on paper or cloth, which are supposed to impart strength and health, or to keep away accidents, evil spirits, robbers, bullets, and so on. The lama must first purify himself by a proper diet and then concentrate his thoughts on the object which he means to empower, in order to load it with wholesome influences. Several weeks or months are sometimes deemed necessary for that preparation. However, when it is only a question of charmed scarves, these are often knotted and consecrated in a few minutes. 2. The energy which is communicated to an object pours into it a kind of life. That inanimate object becomes able to move and can perform certain actions at the command of its maker. The Gagspas are said to resort to these practices to hurt or kill without arousing any suspicion that they are responsible for the casualty. Here is an instance of the way in which the sorcerer proceeds. Taking with him the object which is to be animated, let us say a knife destined to kill someone, the Gagspa shuts himself in seclusion for a period that may last over several months. During that time he sits, concentrating his thoughts on the knife in front of him and endeavoring to transfer to the inanimated object his will to kill the particular individual whose death has been planned. Various rites are often performed in connection with the Gagspa's concentration of mind. These aim at adding to the energy which the latter is capable of generating and transfusing into the knife. Beings deemed more powerful than the sorcerer are either besought to cooperate willingly with him or coerced and compelled to let their energy flow into the weapon. These beings are often of a demoniacal kind, but in the case when the murder is deemed a righteous action, as were the murders of harmful beings by King Gazar of Ling or the murder of the King Lungdharma, who meant to re-establish the pre-Buddhistic shamanism in Tibet. Lamas differ on that point from Orthodox Buddhism, which expressly forbids killing. Useful to the welfare of many lofty benevolent entities may be called in as helpers. These are always respectfully implored, and no one attempts to coerce them. Some Gagspas think it useful to bring the weapon into touch with the man whom it is meant to kill, or with objects habitually used by him. Other adepts of the black art scoff at such a childish practice and declare that it discloses utter ignorance regarding the causes which may bring about the killing or hurting that is to appear accidental. When the sorcerer supposes that the knife is ready to perform its work, it is placed near the man who is to become its victim so that almost always he may be led to use it. Then, as soon as he seizes it, the knife moves, gives a sudden impulse to the hand which holds it, and the man against whom it has been prepared stabs himself. It is said that when once the weapon has been animated in that way, it becomes dangerous for the Gagspa who, if he lacks the knowledge and cleverness required to guard himself, may fall its victim. Autosuggestion is likely to result from the protracted meditation, and the elaborate rites performed by the sorcerer while dwelling in seclusion, and it would not be surprising if some accident occurred to him. Nevertheless, apart from the stories of demons and spirits, there may be a phenomenon similar to that which is said to occur when the phantom created by a magician breaks away from its maker's control. Certain lamas and a few bumpos have told me that it is a mistake to believe, such cases as I have just mentioned, that the knife becomes animated and kills the man. It is the man, they said, who acts on autosuggestion as a result of the sorcerer's concentration of thought. Though the Gagspa only aims at animating the knife, the man against whom the rites are performed is closely associated in his mind with the idea of the weapon. And so, as that man may be a fit receiver of the occult waves generated by the sorcerer, while the knife is not, he falls unconsciously under their influence. Then, when touching the prepared knife, the view and touch of the latter put into motion the suggestion existing, unknown to him, in the man's mind, and he stabs himself. Moreover, it is strongly believed that without any material object for transmission, proficient adepts of the secret lore can suggest, even from afar, to men or other beings, the idea of killing themselves in one way or another. All agree in saying that any such attempt cannot be successful against an adept in psychic training, because such a one detects the waves of forces pointed at him, and is able to discriminate their nature and thrust back those which he deems harmful. 3. Without the help of any material object, the energy generated by the concentration of thoughts can be carried to more or less distant points. There this energy may manifest itself in various manners. For instance, it can bring about psychic phenomena, it can penetrate the goal ascribed to it, and thus transfer the power generated elsewhere. Mystic masters are said to use this process during the anchor rites. Much could be said about these rites and the spirit which pervades them. The limited space allowed in an average-size volume forbids an exhaustive account of all theories and practices of mystic Lamaism, and I have reluctantly had to omit for the present a number of interesting subjects. I shall confine myself to a few words. Lamaist anchor, literally empowerment, is not an initiation, though for lack of other words, I have sometimes used that term in the course of the present book. The various anchors are not meant to reveal esoteric doctrines, as initiations were, among the Greeks and other peoples. They have a decidedly psychic character. The theory about them is that energy may be transmitted from the master, or from some more occult store of forces, to the disciple who is able to tap the psychic waves in transmission. According to Lamaist mystics, during the performance of the anchor rite, a force is placed within the disciple's reach. The seizing and assimilating of that force is left to his ability. In the course of talks I had on this subject with mystic initiates, they have defined anchor as a special opportunity offered to a disciple of empowering himself. By the same method, mystic masters are said to be able to dispatch waves of energy which, in case of need, cheer, refresh, and invigorate, physically and mentally, their distant disciples. The process is not always meant to enrich the goal to which the waves are directed. On the contrary, sometimes when reaching that goal, these waves absorb a portion of its energy. Then, returning with this subtly stolen spoil, they pour it into the post from which they have been sent forth, and in which they are reabsorbed. Some magicians, it is said, gain great strength or prolong their lives by incorporating this stolen energy. 4. Tibetan mystics also affirm that adepts well trained in concentration are capable of visualizing the forms imagined by them, and can thus create any kind of phantom: men, deities, animals, inanimate objects, landscapes, and so forth. The reader must recall what has been said on this subject in reference to the tulkus, see Chapter 3, and the innumerable phantoms which, according to the Dalai Lama, a Changchub Semspa, in Sanskrit a bodhisattva, a highly spiritually developed being nearing the perfection of a Buddha, has the power to generate. These phantoms do not always appear as impalpable mirages. They are tangible and endowed with all the faculties and qualities naturally pertaining to the beings, or things of which they have the appearance. For instance, a phantom horse trots and neighs. The phantom rider who rides it can get off his beast, speak with a traveler on the road, and behave in every way like a real person. A phantom house will shelter real travelers, and so on. Such happenings abound in Tibetan stories, and especially in the famous epic of King Gesar of Ling. The great hero multiplies himself. He produces phantom caravans with tents, hundreds of horses, llamas, merchants, servants, and each of them plays his part. In battles, he creates phantom armies which kill their enemies just as well as if they were authentic warriors. All this appears to belong to the realm of fairy tales, and one may wisely assume that 99 out of 100 of these stories are purely mythical. Yet disconcerting incidents occur, phenomena are witnessed which it is impossible to deny. Explanations of them are to be found by the observer himself, if he refuses to accept those offered by Tibetans. But often these Tibetan explanations, on account of their vaguely scientific form, attract the inquirer and become themselves a field of investigation. Western travelers who have approached the Tibetan border and formed a superficial idea of the common folk's superstitions will be most surprised to hear of the strangely rationalistic and skeptical opinion of prodigies, which these apparently credulous simpletons harbor in the depth of their minds. Two stories, which are known and famous all over Tibet, will serve to illustrate the matter. Whether the facts related be authentic or not is of no importance to us. Our interest hangs on the explanation given of the cause of the miracle and the spirit which pervades the whole story. Once upon a time, a trader was travailing with his caravan on a stormy day, and his hat was carried away by the wind. Tibetans believe that to pick up a hat which has fallen down in such circumstances in the course of a journey will bring bad luck. So, yielding to that superstition, the merchant abandoned his hat. It was a soft felt hat with fur laps that can be worn turned up or covering the ears as the weather requires. Buried between the thorny shrubs, where it had been violently tossed by the wind, its shape was hardly recognizable. A few weeks later, a man passing by that place at dusk noticed an undistinguishable form which seemed to be crouched among the thickets. He was not too brave and hurriedly passed his way. On the morrow, he told some villagers that he had seen something strange at a short distance from the path. Other travelers also remarked at that very spot a peculiar object whose nature they could not ascertain, and spoke of it to the villagers. Then others again and again had a look at the innocent hat and called the attention of the country people to it. Now, sun, rain, and dust helped to make the hat a stiff, more mysterious-looking object. The felt had taken on a dirty yellowish-brown color, and the fur laps looked vaguely like an animal's ears. Traders and pilgrims stopping in the village were warned that, at the skirt of the forest, a thing, neither man nor beast, remained in ambush, and it was necessary to be on the watch. Someone suggested that the thing must be a demon, and soon the object, anonymous till then, was promoted to the rank of a devil. As months went by, more people cast a fearful glance at the old hat, more people spoke about it, and the whole country came to talk of the demon hidden at the border of the wood. Then one day it happened that some passers-by saw the rag moving. Another day it tried to extricate itself from the thorns that had grown around it. And finally it followed a party of wayfarers who ran, panic-stricken, for their lives. The hat had been animated by the many thoughts concentrated on it. That story, which Tibetans affirm to be authentic, is given as an instance of the power of concentration of mind, even when unconsciously affected, and not aiming at a prescribed result. The second story has in the appearances of having been invented by a miscreant joker to ridicule the devotees. But it is not so. No one in Tibet finds it laughable or irreverent. The fact related is accepted as revealing a strict truth about all cults. Whatever it may be, the worshipped object is only possessed with the power, which is supplied to it by the collective concentration of thoughts and the faith of its worshippers. The aged mother of a trader who went each year to India asked her son to bring her a relic from the Holy Land. India, the cradle of Buddhism, is the holy land of Tibetans. The trader promised to do so, but his mind being much occupied with the cares of his business, he forgot his promise. The old woman felt very sad, and the next year, when her son's caravan started again, she renewed her request for the holy relic. Again the trader promised to bring one, and again he forgot it. The same thing happened for the third time the following year. However, this time the merchant remembered his promise before reaching his home and was much troubled at the idea of once more disappointing his aged mother's eager expectation. As he pondered over the matter, seeking a way to mend his neglect, he caught sight of a piece of a dog's jaw lying near the road. A sudden inspiration came to him. He broke off a tooth of the bleached jawbone, wiped away the earth which covered it, and wrapped it in a piece of silk. Then, having reached his house, he offered the old bone to his mother, declaring that it was a most precious relic, a tooth of the great Sariputra, a prominent personal disciple of the Buddha. Overjoyed, her heart filled with veneration, the good woman placed the tooth in a casket on the altar of the family shrine. Each day she worshipped before it, lighting lamps and burning incense. Other devotees joined in the worship, and after a time rays of light shone from the dog's tooth, promoted holy relic. A popular Tibetan saying is born from that story. Muskas yadna ki so udtung, spelt muskas yadna ki so hudhaprung, which means if there is veneration, even a dog's tooth emits light. Once more we see that Tibetan theories about all phenomena are always the same at heart. All are grounded on the power of the mind, and this is only logical for people who consider the world, as we see it, to be but a subjective vision. The power of becoming invisible at will, exhibited by numbers of magicians in the tales of all nations, is finally ascribed by Tibetan occultists to the cessation of mental activity. Truly, Tibetan legends tell us about material contrivances for causing invisibility. Among them is the dipshing, which appears in so many stories. It is the fabulous wood which a strange crow hides in its nest. The smallest fragment of it ensures complete invisibility to the man, beast, or object which holds it, or near which it is placed. But great Naljorpas and Dubshins need not possess any magic material implement to make themselves invisible. From what I have been able to understand, adepts in psychic training do not see this prodigy in the same way as the profane. According to them, it is not a question of juggling oneself away, but of taking care not to arouse any feeling in the sentient beings by whom one is surrounded. By that means one's presence is not detected, or, at a lesser degree, one is scarcely noticed by those before whose eyes one passes. One does not excite any reflection in their mind, and does not leave any impression in their memory. The explanations which have been given to me of this matter may be roughly summarized as follows. When one walks, making a loud noise and many gestures, jostling against men and things, one arouses many sensations in many people. Attention is roused in those who feel these sensations, and that attention is directed to the one who causes them. If, on the contrary, one steals along noiselessly without touching anybody, one arouses few sensations. These are not vivid, they awaken only slight attention in those who experience them, and consequently one is but little noticed. Yet, however motionless and silent one may be, the work of the mind generates an energy which spreads all around the one who produces it, and this energy is felt in various ways by those who come into touch with it. But if one succeeds in stopping all activity of the mind, one arouses no sensations in others, and so one is not seen. As I thought this theory too fantastic, I objected that in any case, the material body must remain visible. The reply was as follows. At each moment, a large number of objects are within our view, yet we only notice a few of them. The others do not make any impression on us. No knowledge, consciousness, namparshespa, spelt parshespa, follows the visual contact, miggi rekpa. We do not remember that this contact has taken place. Practically, these objects have remained invisible to us. However interested we may feel in the other strange accomplishments with which Tibetan adepts of the secret lore are credited, the creation of thought forms seems by far the most puzzling. We have already seen in the preceding chapter how the novice is trained to build up the form of his tutelary deity, but in that case, the aim is a kind of philosophical enlightenment. The goal is different in other cases. In order to avoid confusion, we will first consider another kind of phenomena which is often discussed, not only in Tibet, but in various other Eastern countries and even in the West. Some profess to see a certain analogy between these and the creation of thought forms, but, in fact, the process is not at all the same. In nearly all countries there are people who believe in a subtle soul or spirit which, while the body lies asleep or in a cataleptic trance, can roam about in various places. About this subject see also what is said about the Delugs in Chapter 1, Death and Hereafter, and perform different deeds, sometimes associating for that purpose with a material body other than that with which it is habitually united. Tales of witches going to the Sabbat were common during the Dark Ages, and investigations proved that, generally, the witch was lying unconscious in a trance all the time. Nevertheless, when coming to her senses again, she described at length the wonders of the infernal orgy at which she believed she had been a guest. Numbers of hysterical women have been burnt at the stake for having such delusions. In India, countless legends relate the strange adventures of men, demigods, or demons who enter dead bodies, act in guise of the dead man, and then revert to their own frame, which had meanwhile remained unconscious. The most famous of these stories is that of Sri Sankaracharya, the celebrated Vedantin philosopher to whom Indian Brahmins are indebted for having re-established them in the privileged position that had been severely shaken by the rationalist Buddhist doctrine. His personality, as it appears to us, through half-legendary biographies, must have been most remarkable. Unfortunately, a sort of political caste interest seems to have dimmed his otherwise bright intelligence. It made him a champion of baneful social theories, which were in complete contradiction to the lofty pantheism which he preached. Sankaracharya, so runs the story, had challenged a rival philosopher named Mandana, who was a supporter of the ritualistic creed of karma mimamsa, the doctrine that salvation can only be attained through sacrifices to the deities, worship, sacraments, and ritualistic performances. Sankara held the opposite view, that is to say, salvation is the fruit of knowledge, and it had been settled that whoever was defeated in the discussion should become his opponent's disciple and embrace the same condition of life as his master. Consequently, Mandana being a householder and Sankaracharya a sannyasin, an ascetic, who has entirely renounced the world, if Mandana's arguments triumphed, Sankara would have to give up his religious garb and marry, while in the event Mandana would be compelled to renounce his wife and home, and to don the orange robe, the badge of ultimate renunciation. It happened that Mandana was losing the controversy, and Sankara was about to claim him as a disciple, when Mandana's wife Bharati, who was a learned lady, interfered. "The Holy Scriptures," she said, "declare that wife and husband are one. So having defeated my husband, you have only defeated one half of our being. Your victory cannot be admitted until you defeat me also." Sankara had no reply. The objection was grounded on orthodox beliefs. He began another philosophic tournament. The lady, understanding that her knowledge and controversial ability could not vie with those of her opponent, saved herself by a clever stratagem. Indian sacred scriptures classify among the orthodox sciences the art of sensual love. Bharati put certain questions on that peculiar subject to Sankara which confounded the ascetic. He excused himself for his ignorance by saying that he had been absorbed since his youth in philosophic meditations, and, as sannyasin, being a strict celibate, women and all things connected with them were utterly unknown to him. However, he deemed himself quite capable of acquiring the knowledge which he lacked. Would not his charming adversary grant him about a month's leave to seek enlightenment? He was willing to resume the controversy at the end of the fixed time. Here Bharati must have imprudently undervalued the capacity of her opponent, or thought that such a short time would not be enough for him to master the required science. She acquiesced, and Sankara started in quest of teachers. Now it happened that, at about that time, a Raja named Amaruka died. Sankara, who could not have undertaken his study in the person of an already famous ascetic, here saw a convenient opportunity. He ordered his disciples to guard his body in a remote spot while he transmitted his subtle self into the body of the prince which was being carried to the funeral pyre. The resuscitated Amaruka was taken back to his palace to the great joy of his several Rainis, legitimate wives, and a good number of pretty concubines. Sankara showed himself a zealous scholar, pleasantly astonishing his spouses, who had been somewhat neglected by the late elderly Raja. The ministers and counselors noticed also that since his resurrection, their lord's intelligence had astonishingly increased. This clever ruler appeared altogether most unlike the dull Raja whom they had known for years. And so the women of the palace and members of the state council began to suspect that the spirit of some powerful Siddha, a man who possesses supernormal powers, was using the body of the late Amaruka. Fearing that he might leave it and return to his own proper abode, they ordered a search to be made for an abandoned body in some remote spot, and decreed that if any were found, it should be burnt immediately. As for Sankara, he had become so wholly engrossed in his study that he had entirely forgotten his personality, and had no desire to reintegrate the ascetic philosopher's body that he had left in charge of a few disciples. When their guru did not return at the appointed time, the disciples felt rather uneasy, and on hearing of the search, they were thoroughly terrified. They ran quickly to the Raja's residency, gained admittance before him, and sang a philosophic song which Sankara had composed. This aroused the guru's memory. His spirit sprang out of the Raja's body and swiftly entered his own, which had just been discovered and was already placed on a pyre to be burned. Having thus completely mastered his subject, he confronted Bharati once more and astonished her by his superior knowledge. The lady had to admit she was defeated. This tale could easily take its place among those of Boccaccio. Yet, for hundreds of years, it has been popular amongst Sankara's followers without their seeing anything silly or shocking in it. However, they are apparently beginning to realize that the story is not very creditable to the memory of their teacher, and some of them have declared that it was invented by certain simple-minded zealots. For us, the story is valuable as a piece of information. It shows that the belief in the passing of some subtle self from one body to another, and even in its roaming about disembodied, was current in India. Such belief was not infrequent in Tibet, where the translation of the self from one body to another one is called Chongjug, spelt Grong Jug. Possibly the theories regarding Chongjug have been imported from India. Milarespa, in his autobiography, relates that his guru Marpa was not taught the secret of Chongjug by his own teacher Naroda, but when already old, made a journey to India to learn it. It is to be noted that believers in the translation of an ethereal self or double generally depict the body from which it withdraws as remaining inanimate. Here lies the essential difference between that supposed phenomenon and the apparitions, voluntary or unconsciously created, of a tulpa. Tulpa, spelt sprolpa. Magic, illusory creations, either alike or different from its creator. In fact, while the translation as related in Indian or Tibetan stories may well be regarded as a fable, the creation of tulpas seems worthy of investigation. Phantoms, as Tibetans describe them, and those that I have myself seen, do not resemble the apparitions which are said to occur during spiritualist seances. In Tibet, the witnesses of these phenomena have not been especially invited to endeavor to produce them, or to meet a medium known for producing them. Consequently, their minds are not prepared and intent on seeing apparitions. There is no table upon which the company lay their hands, nor any medium in trance, nor a dark closet in which the latter is shut up. Darkness is not required. Sun and open air do not keep away the phantoms. As I have said, some apparitions are created on purpose, either by a lengthy process resembling that described in the former chapter on the visualization of Yidam, or, in the case of proficient adepts, instantaneously or almost instantaneously. In other cases, apparently the author of the phenomenon generates it unconsciously, and is not even in the least aware of the apparition being seen by others. In connection with this kind of visualization or thought form creation, I may relate a few phenomena which I have witnessed myself. 1. A young Tibetan who was in my service went to see his family. I had granted him 3 weeks' leave, after which he was to purchase a food supply, engage porters to carry the loads across the hills, and come back with the caravan. Most likely the fellow had a good time with his people. 2 months elapsed and still he did not return. I thought he had definitely left me. Then I saw him one night in a dream. He arrived at my place clad in a somewhat unusual fashion, wearing a sun hat of foreign shape. He had never worn such a hat. The next morning one of my servants came to me in haste. "Wangdu has come back," he told me. "I have just seen him down the hill." The coincidence was strange. I went out of my room to look at the traveler. The place where I stood dominated a valley. I distinctly saw Wangdu. He was dressed exactly as I had seen him in my dream. He was alone and walking slowly up the path that wound up the hill slope. I remarked that he had no luggage with him, and the servant who was next me answered, "Wangdu has walked ahead. The load carriers must be following." We both continued to observe the man. He reached a small curtain, walked behind it, and did not reappear. The base of this curtain was a cube built in stone, less than 3 feet high, and from its needle-shaped top to the ground, the small monument was no more than 7 feet high. There was no cavity in it. Moreover, the curtain was completely isolated. There were neither houses, nor trees, nor undulations, nor anything that could provide a hiding in the vicinity. My servant and I believed that Wangdu was resting for a while under the shade of the curtain. But as time went by without his reappearing, I inspected the ground round the monument with my field glasses, but discovered nobody. Very much puzzled, I sent 2 of my servants to search for the boy. I followed their movements with the glasses, but no trace was to be found of Wangdu nor of anybody else. That same day, a little before dusk, the young man appeared in the valley with his caravan. He wore the very same dress and the foreign sun hat which I had seen in my dream and in the morning vision. Without giving him or the load carriers time to speak with my servants and hear about the phenomenon, I immediately questioned them. From their answers, I learned that all of them had spent the previous night in a place too far distant from my dwelling for anyone to reach the latter in the morning. It was also clearly stated that Wangdu had continually walked with the party. During the following weeks, I was able to verify the accuracy of the men's declarations by inquiring about the time of the caravan's departure at the few last stages where the porters were changed. It was proved that they had all spoken the truth and had left the last stage together with Wangdu, as they said. 2. A Tibetan painter, a fervent worshipper of the wrathful deities, who took a peculiar delight in drawing their terrible forms, came one afternoon to pay me a visit. I noticed behind him the somewhat nebulous shape of one of the fantastic beings which often appeared in his paintings. I made a startled gesture, and the astonished artist took a few steps towards me, asking what was the matter. I noticed that the phantom did not follow him, and quickly thrusting my visitor aside, I walked to the apparition with one arm stretched in front of me. My hand reached the foggy form. I felt as if touching a soft object whose substance gave way under the slight push, and the vision vanished. The painter confessed, in answer to my questions, that he had been performing a dub-dab rite during the last few weeks, calling on the deity whose form I had dimly perceived, and that very day he had worked the whole morning on a painting of the same deity. In fact, the Tibetan's thoughts were entirely concentrated on the deity whose help he wished to secure for a rather mischievous undertaking. He himself had not seen the phantom. In these 2 cases, the phenomenon was produced without the conscious cooperation of its author. Or, as a mystic Lama remarked, Wangdu and the painter could hardly be termed the authors of the phenomena. They were but one cause, maybe the principal one, amongst the various causes which had brought them about. 3. The third strange occurrence I have to relate belongs to the category of phenomena which are voluntarily produced. The fact that the apparition appeared in the likeness of the Lama who caused it must not lead us to think that he projected a subtle double of himself. This is not the opinion of advanced adepts in Tibetan secret lore. According to them, such phantoms are tulpas, magic formations generated by a powerful concentration of thought. As it had been repeatedly stated in the preceding chapters, any forms may be visualized through that process. At that time I was camping near Punag Ritode in Kham. One afternoon I was with my cook in a hut which we used as a kitchen. The boy asked me for some provisions. I answered, "Come with me to my tent, you can take what you need out of the boxes." We walked out, and when nearing my tent, we both saw the hermit Lama seated on a folding chair next my camp table. This did not surprise us because the Lama often came to talk with me. The cook only said, "Rinpoche is there, I must go and make tea for him at once, I will take the provisions later on." I replied, "All right, make tea and bring it to us." The man turned back, and I continued to walk straight toward the Lama, looking at him all the time while he remained seated motionless. When I was only a few steps from the tent, a flimsy veil of mist seemed to open before it, like a curtain that is pulled aside. And suddenly I did not see the Lama anymore. He had vanished. A little later the cook came, bringing tea. He was surprised to see me alone. As I did not like to frighten him, I said, "Rinpoche only wanted to give me a message. He had no time to stay to tea." I related the vision to the Lama, but he only laughed at me without answering my questions. Yet, upon another occasion, he repeated the phenomenon. He utterly disappeared as I was speaking with him in the middle of a wide, bare tract of land, without tent or houses or any kind of shelter in the vicinity. The creation of a phantom yidam, as we have seen it described in the previous chapter, has two different objects. The higher one consists in teaching the disciples that there are no gods or demons other than those which his mind creates. The second aim, less enlightened, is to provide oneself with a powerful means of protection. How does the phantom of the deity protect its creator? By appearing instead of the latter. It is the custom in Tibet that the lamas who are initiated to that peculiar practice put on each morning the personality of their yidam. This being done, the evil spirits who happen to meet these lamas do not see them as men, but under the frightful shape of the terrible deities, a sight which of course prevents them from attempting any mischief. Expert magicians in this art can, it is said, hide their own real appearance under any illusory form they choose. Among the many who, each morning, gravely take on the shape of their yidam, probably very few are really capable of showing themselves as such. I do not know if they succeed in duping the demons, but they certainly do not create any illusion to human eyes. Yet I have heard that some lamas have been seen in the appearance of certain deities of the Lamaist pantheon, incited by many wonderful legends regarding the power of ancient tubthobs to create tulpas. A small number of gagspas and lamas endeavor, in great secrecy, to succeed in that peculiar branch of esoteric lore. However, the practice is considered as fraught with danger for everyone who has not reached a high mental and spiritual degree of enlightenment, and is not fully aware of the nature of the psychic forces at work in the process. Once the tulpa is endowed with enough vitality to be capable of playing the part of a real being, it tends to free itself from its maker's control. This, say Tibetan occultists, happens nearly mechanically, just as the child, when his body is completed and able to live apart, leaves its mother's womb. Sometimes the phantom becomes a rebellious son, and one hears of uncanny struggles that have taken place between magicians and their creatures, the former being severely hurt or even killed by the latter. Tibetan magicians also relate cases in which the tulpa is sent to fulfill a mission, but does not come back and pursues its peregrinations as a half-conscious, dangerously mischievous puppet. The same thing, it is said, may happen when the maker of the tulpa dies before having dissolved it. Yet, as a rule, the phantom either disappears suddenly at the death of the magician, or gradually vanishes like a body that perishes for want of food. On the other hand, some tulpas are expressly intended to survive their creator and are specially formed for that purpose. These may be considered as veritable tulkas. See Chapter 3. And in fact, the demarcation between tulpas and tulkas is far from being clearly drawn. The existence of both is grounded on the same theories. Must we credit these strange accounts of rebellious materializations, phantoms which have become real beings, or must we reject them all as mere fantastic tales and wild products of imagination? Perhaps the latter course is the wisest. I affirm nothing. I only relate what I have heard from people whom, in other circumstances, I had found trustworthy, but they may have deluded themselves in all sincerity. Nevertheless, allowing for a great deal of exaggeration and sensational addition, I could hardly deny the possibility of visualizing and animating a tulpa. Besides having had few opportunities of seeing thought forms, my habitual incredulity led me to make experiments for myself, and my efforts were attended with some success. In order to avoid being influenced by the forms of the lamiest deities, which I saw daily around me in paintings and images, I chose for my experiment a most insignificant character, a monk, short and fat, of an innocent and jolly type. I shut myself in Sam's and proceeded to perform the prescribed concentration of thought and other rites. After a few months, the phantom monk was formed. His form grew gradually fixed and lifelike looking. He became a kind of guest, living in my apartment. I then broke my seclusion and started for a tour with my servants and tents. The monk included himself in the party. Though I lived in the open riding on horseback for miles each day, the illusion persisted. I saw the fat Trappa. Now and then it was not necessary for me to think of him to make him appear. The phantom performed various actions of the kind that are natural to travelers, and that I had not commanded. For instance, he walked, stopped, looked around him. The illusion was mostly visual, but sometimes I felt as if a robe was lightly rubbing against me, and once a hand seemed to touch my shoulder. The features which I had imagined, when building my phantom, gradually underwent a change. The fat, chubby-cheeked fellow grew leaner. His face assumed a vaguely mocking, sly, malignant look. He became more troublesome and bold. In brief, he escaped my control. Once, a herdsman who brought me a present of butter saw the tulpa in my tent and took it for a live llama. I ought to have let the phenomenon follow its course, but the presence of that unwanted companion began to prove trying to my nerves. It turned into a day nightmare. Moreover, I was beginning to plan my journey to Lhasa and needed a quiet brain devoid of other preoccupations, so I decided to dissolve the phantom. I succeeded, but only after 6 months of hard struggle. My mind creature was tenacious of life. There is nothing strange in the fact that I may have created my own hallucination. The interesting point is that, in these cases of materialization, others see the thought forms that have been created. Tibetans disagree in their explanations of such phenomena. Some think a material form is really brought into being. Others consider the apparition as a mere case of suggestion, the creator's thought impressing others and causing them to see what he himself sees. In spite of the clever efforts made by the Tibetans to find rational explanations for all prodigies, a number remain unexplained, perhaps because they are pure inventions, or perhaps for other reasons. A Tibetan generally admits that highly advanced mystics need not die in the usual way, but may dissolve their bodies when and where they like and leave no traces. It is said that Rishungpa disappeared in this way, and that during a special contemplative meditation Dagmedma, the wife of Lama Marpa, ended her life by incorporating herself in her husband. But these are all personalities of long past centuries. It is more interesting to hear about an occurrence of recent date, and the interest still increases when the prodigy, instead of taking place in some lonely hermitage, happened before hundreds of witnesses. I may say at once that I was not amongst the latter, and that my information is derived from the account of men who affirmed that they saw the wonder. My only connection with the miraculous event is that I personally knew the Lama who is believed to have vanished in a mysterious way. The latter, styled Kyongbu Rinpoche, was one of the spiritual teachers and religious advisors of the Tashi Lama. When I visited Shigatse in 1916, he was already an old man and lived as a hermit, some miles away from that town, near the bank of the Yesru Tsengpo, Brahmaputra. The mother of the Tashi Lama held him in high reverence, and when I was her guest, I heard several extraordinary stories about that venerable Lama. It was reported that as years went by, the size of the learned ascetic gradually decreased. This, according to Tibetans, is a sign of great spiritual achievement, and legends relate how the bodies of some dubtabs who had been tall men became reduced to minute proportions and finally disappeared. At that time, the new temple sheltering the huge image of the coming Buddha Maitreya was near completion, and a consecration ceremony was being talked of. The Tashi Lama wished his old spiritual advisor to perform the consecration rite, but the latter declined, saying that he would have passed away before the temple could be finished. To this the Tashi Lama replied, "It is said, by beseeching the hermit to delay his death till he had blessed the new building." Though such a request may astonish the reader, it is in accord with Tibetan ideas regarding the power which high mystics possess of choosing the time of their death. The hermit promised to perform the consecration. Then, about 1 year after my visit to Shigatse, the temple being ready and a day appointed for the Rabnis, abbreviation of Rabtunaspa, spelt Rabtunaspa, to consecrate new buildings, images, etc., solemnity, the Tashi Lama sent a beautiful sedan chair and an escort to Kyongbu Rinpoche to bring him to Tashi Lumpo's Gampa. The men of the escort saw the Lama sitting in the chair. The ladder was closed and the porters started. Now thousands of people had gathered at Tashi Lumpo, the large monastery next Shigatse, for the religious festival of inauguration. To their utmost astonishment, they saw the Lama coming alone and on foot. Silently he crossed the temple threshold, walked straight towards the giant image of Maitreya until his body touched it, and then gradually became incorporated with it. Some time later the sedan chair with the escort arrived. Attendants opened its door. The chair was empty. Many believe that the Lama has never been seen again. The occurrence was odd enough to hold my attention, but my interest was deepened by the fact that I had been acquainted with its hero and the initial circumstances that led up to the prodigy, that is to say, with the request of the Tashi Lama regarding the consecration of the temple, and further, because the place where the wonder is said to have happened was familiar to me. I burned with the desire of going to Shigatse to inquire about the Lama's last days and discover his tomb if he was really dead. But when I heard of the bizarre miracle, I was at Lhasa in disguise, and neither Yongden nor I could have kept up our incognito in Shigatse, where we both had a number of acquaintances. To be unmasked meant to be immediately escorted over the border, and I intended, after my stay at Lhasa, to visit Samyi Monastery and several others in southern Tibet, also to tour the historical ground of the Yarlung province. This compelled me to renounce any attempt at investigation. Yet, before we left Tibet, Yongden managed to put some discreet questions about the Shigatse wonder to a few men who seemed capable of holding somewhat enlightened views on the subject. Unfortunately, the event was already several years old. Great changes had taken place in Song, the vast territory of which Shigatse is the capital. Since that time, and more than one prodigy had been related in connection with the Tashi Lama's flight to China. See My Journey to Lhasa. Moreover, the political atmosphere was not favorable to Sang. Men of rank had become exaggeratedly reserved about the least thing which could be interpreted as exalting the exiled Tashi Lama and those who were near to him. Nor did they dare increase the prestige of the Maitreya temple, whose erection, according to the public rumor, had aroused unfriendly and jealous feelings at the Lhasa court. We gathered the following opinions. 1. The Lama had created a phantom of himself which appeared to have entered the sedan chair, and then acted as has been told in the temple of Maitreya. This phantom had vanished, as its master wished, when touching the image, while the Lama may have all the time remained in his hermitage. 2. Or Kyongbu Rinpoche had been able to produce, from afar, a collective hallucination. 3. Some suggested that the Lama was already dead when the miracle took place, but had left behind him a kind of phantom of his creation, which he sent to Tashi Lumpo. 4. I also remembered that a disciple of Kyongbu Rinpoche had told me that, by the means of certain kinds of concentration of mind, a phenomenon may be prepared in connection with a peculiar event which is to take place in the future. Once success is obtained with the concentration, the process goes on mechanically, without further cooperation of the man who has projected the energy required to bring about the phenomenon. It was even said that this man is, in most cases, completely incapable of preventing the phenomenon which he had planned to take place at the appointed time. The energy generated, which has shaped itself in a certain way, is now beyond his control. Much more could be said regarding psychic phenomena in Tibet, but the account of a single inquirer cannot be very complete, especially under the difficult conditions in which researches must be pursued in that country. I earnestly wish that my account may awaken, in some scientists, more qualified than myself for such work, the desire to undertake serious investigations of the phenomena which I have briefly mentioned in the present book. Psychic research may be guided by the same spirit as any scientific study. The discoveries which can be made in that field have nothing of supernatural, nothing which may justify the superstitious beliefs and ramblings in which some have indulged regarding the matter. On the contrary, such research may help to elucidate the mechanism of so-called miracles, and once explained, the miracle is no more a miracle. The end.